Okay, I'm gonna try it. Funnel Fairy Butter Bar, Funnel Fairy Butter Bar, Funnel Fairy Butter Bar, Funnel Fairy Butter Bar, Funnel Fairy Butter. Wow, that's hard. The following is an in-depth story analysis and retrospective. If you haven't seen this film, you might want to before listening to this review. Part 1. Granny's Peach Tea. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice is fascinating. I don't like it, but I can't hate it. Die-hard fans will say I don't understand it, and they'll be right. I don't understand how it came to be what it is. I don't understand how Zack Snyder, Chris Terrio, and David Goyer, however much input he actually had on the script, conceived of this ambitious, bizarre, towering, convoluted, bewildering, mind-boggling, counterintuitive, over-the-top, bombastic, completely unapologetic, completely sure of itself, everything and the kitchen sink monster of an epic, and the whopping 5-film franchise it was intended to be a part of. I don't understand why the studio would want a tone and aesthetic so off the beaten path from the mainstream versions of these characters. But then I wonder that about Man of Steel, too. It's cool if you're doing multiple different versions, and it works a lot better now with multiple universes trying different takes on these characters, like Joker and the Batman. But when this was intended to be the shared universe, to rival Marvel's, this experimental world bordering on rated R and then crossing the border in the Ultimate Edition is supposed to be the definitive take on these characters, I appreciate taking interesting risks, not just following a standard formula, making what you want to make and hoping the audience is there for it. But you have to balance that with a little business sense, and you've got to show you understand the rules while you're breaking them. We have a 50-year-old Batman at the start of this multi-film franchise, which happens to start just 3 years before Robert Downey and Chris Evans end up retiring their decade-plus heroes. And we kill Superman before we or this fictional world even have time to know and appreciate and understand him. And just after it's heavily implied he's one girlfriend's death away from becoming a fascist dictator. Now, allegedly, the plan was to kill Batman down the line, but we did that with Superman, and he comes back too, so I have no idea if Batman would have stayed dead. We've got the Flash already trying to change the timeline in this movie, so there's no reason to assume that that's not going to be used as a reset button later. This watch is like Crazy Town Elseworlds Fair, not the cultural crossover event the world has apparently been waiting for with bated breath since these characters were conceived, according to every interview with most everyone involved, not to mention the marketing machine. I don't understand how setting up a proper shared DC universe begins with combining the Dark Knight Returns, Death of Superman, and the formation of the Justice League a la Jeff Johns' kinda horrid origin story in his New 52 run. After Man of Steel didn't perform quite as well as Warner's had hoped, it was successful, but not the runaway hit Iron Man was, which is what they really needed it to be. And it was polarizing with critics, which also didn't happen to Marvel's first outing. So I don't understand how Zack Snyder was still made the Kevin Feige of the new DC movie universe and had even more control. He was allowed to attempt a 5-movie opus, could make it as violent and hard-edged as he wanted as long as the theatrical versions could be toned down enough to get a PG-13 rating, and he had seemingly complete creative freedom until this movie was even more critically blasted and was even more disappointing for the suits at the box office. The last superhero movie he made for Warner Brothers before Man of Steel, Watchmen, was not a big hit, and the response to Man of Steel was lackluster. I get not going back to the drawing board. It's already 2013, and Marvel already has an Avengers under its belt, and this is your second attempt since Green Lantern, which was an actual dismal, universally maligned failure. But if I'm Warner Brothers, why in the name of Zod would I give Snyder the keys to this chocolate factory? I don't get how transparently rushed and bloated a mad dash to catch up to Marvel and the Avengers, the sequel to Man of Steel, turned out to be. I was afraid we were in trouble from that direct-to-video animated movie title, Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. Makes it sound like there is no justice in the world until Batman fights Superman. And his name is first, even though this is Superman's sequel, implying that he's more important, and maybe even is going to have to teach Superman how to be Superman. Big throwdown, and now we got justice. It's basically a plot synopsis or a log line as the name of the movie. Might as well call it Batman and Superman Fight, then the Justice League forms. Before this franchise, you had silly complete sentence titles in Batman movies. Batman Begins, The Dark Knight Rises, but at least those don't spoil the ending. It's one of the most corporate movie titles ever, perhaps only surpassed now by the DCEU's next two movies for the price of one that aren't remotely blended naturally together, The Birds of Prey and the fantabulous shoehorning in of one ostensible cash cow, Harley Quinn. I still prefer the title I came up with before we had a title. The Man of Steel returns on a Dark Knight. Still cutesy, still a complete sentence, and totally derivative, but it doesn't give away the ending, and it's a lot less pretentious than putting a V in your title like it's a courtroom drama, and not a thing the studio is selling like a prize boxing match to capitalize on America's obsession with the least interesting age-old question of all time. Who would win in a fight between Batman and Superman? People have only cared about that because it's a popularity contest. Why hasn't the question always been which of those characters is more interesting or should be more popular? I don't get how they expected anyone to follow this or to believe most of its characters' motivations and not to laugh at it at the most unexpected places. It watches like a movie that came from another dimension, where the laws of compelling storytelling and narrative logic are different from our own. And it's proudly built on all 3 C's of lazy storytelling: contrivance, convenience, and convolution. Star Trek Discovery and the rest of the Alex Kurtzman-led Star Trek shows also come from that dimension. BVS is so many things and their opposites. It's ultra-stylized and also trying to be ultra-realistic. It's zany but completely self-serious. It's macho but embarrassingly sappy. It's high-octane and boring. It's unpredictable and obvious. It's insanely cool and so lame. It reinvents source material in some of the most creative and thought-provoking ways, but it presents other source material in the dumbest ways possible. It is one of the most surprisingly comic book-looking superhero movies ever made, and it does some of the same disappointing, gaudy, generic action movie CG jobs a dozen other superhero movies have done. Yes, I'm talking about Doomsday in both of the last 2 statements. I love the look created by Watchmen's Larry Fong, but I hate that I can't reconcile it with the more grounded aesthetic of Man of Steel. I love the total lack of realism and the complete fantasy I'm thrown into, but I hate that the movie doesn't seem to know it's a melodrama. I love the bombastic, jarring, theatrical, often operatic score, but I hate that all the chefs in this kitchen seem to have their own ideas about what the whole meal is supposed to taste like. Hans Zimmer is sometimes scoring a sequel to Man of Steel, because that's sometimes what this is, and sometimes he's scoring Cats. When we get to Lex's theme, which sounds like it belongs in a requiem, I can't help but feel like Zimmer is making fun of the material. I love the way Batman looks, finally losing the all black and the armor, again not worried about being totally realistic and how he moves, grappling around like he's in an Arkham game. That stuff's awesome. But I hate the heavy Dark Knight Returns inspiration in a story that's lacking in all of the sophistication and nuance of that story. Zack Snyder should have just made a full-on adaptation of The Dark Knight Returns. I've loved his adaptations, but disliked every original thing I've seen from him. He probably would have done a masterful job at that. And no, I wouldn't want that to be the foundation of the definitive on-screen DC universe either, but in hindsight, it seems like a more reasonable idea than this. It's everything I have ever wanted in a superhero movie, and everything I most despise in superhero movies. It is the best of times, it is the worst of times. It's paradoxical. And let me say, it's strange reviewing this movie now, knowing that there's finally more to come of what this movie was laying the foundation for, with the Justice League Snyder cut, even if it still won't be exactly the movie he would have made had BVS been more successful. Because of course, the theatrical version is mostly not Snyder's vision, was done at the 11th hour, and was perhaps the worst patchwork attempt at course correction in cinematic history. I wanted to talk about this and the theatrical version of Justice League before I had seen that movie. The way they've been swimming in my head the last few years, and before the new stuff has the chance to change public perception about them. It's possible we see more of that come to fruition. I want to talk about this before that is a clear inevitability. I thought these would serve as better retrospectives, and as insanely long as at least this one will be, it'll be that much shorter without talking about it in relation to the Snyder Cut, whatever that does with this material. But because of that, I am talking about a story that isn't actually finished yet, and may never be. I may have a different read on Superman and how he sees the world after we find out how some of the Darkseid stuff plays out. In Man of Steel, Superman seems uncertain about who he wants to be and what he stands for. But I wouldn't have called him a fascist, although he's showing potential signs of that with that uncomfortable bit with the satellite he rips out of the sky at the end. Here I feel like he very well could have those tendencies. I certainly feel somewhat differently about Man of Steel after this movie, and not in a good way. This movie made me feel like I gave Man of Steel too much credit. The struggle to communicate ideas I described there became a 3-hour, one-sided conversation in sign language with no interpreter. I wondered how much of the problem was Snyder not knowing how to present ideas clearly, and how much it was that he didn't actually know what he was saying. It's hard not to turn into Jesse Eisenberg's Lex talking about this movie. I can't get my thoughts together. I don't know how to talk coherently or articulately about this movie. It defies all logic. It makes me question everything I thought I understood about the universe. 2 + 2 = infinity, disco and rap are the same thing, up is down, everything you know is wrong, and I am going to be ready to be picked up by the men in white coats by the end of this thing. I have never experienced so many contradictory emotions watching a movie as I did Batman v Superman in the movie theater. Wonder, shock, joy, anger, euphoria, despair. I think my whole life flashed before my eyes. It felt like I had died, like Superman, and then came back to life as the credits rolled. And I was never the same again. I made a video sitting in the movie theater parking lot and posted it before I saw BVS. You can go see it still. It was about how I was still the version of myself that had yet to see this potentially groundbreaking or massive misfire of a superhero movie. I miss being that guy. His was a simpler life. I think Joker's line at the beginning of The Dark Knight can be applied to life as well as people. I'll paraphrase. Whatever doesn't destroy the world simply makes it stranger. I have no idea how to tackle material like this. So, like Zack Snyder, I'm just gonna grope around in the dark for a few hours and hope for the best. You expect this kind of surreal, indescribable experience watching a low-budget cult horror movie, and not one of the most mainstream, overly hyped, overly marketed, mega-merchandised, mass-consumer juggernauts of all time. It's like if the majority of people in the country, maybe the world, all went through that trippy boat ride in the tunnel in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, right after they'd bought the cereal and the coloring books and the model kits. I mean, there was no knowing where we were rowing, and even 2 hours in, there were certainly no signs that it was slowing. Every time I thought it must be at its nuttiest, it was like Michael Keaton came on screen to say, "You want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts." This is a movie filled with dichotomies that's not nearly as much about duality as your average Superman or Batman film. And I feel like Alex Murphy trying to process all those new directives from RoboCop 2. They just don't compute. There are 2 Batmans. There are at least 2 Supermans. There is only a quarter of a Wonder Woman. And there are even 2 different movies. The one I'm watching and the one Zack Snyder claims he's making. The movie Zack Snyder explains for 3 hours in his lockdown watch party from early 2020 is not what I'm watching. We're talking, of course, about the Ultimate Edition because the theatrical cut is simply incomplete. This is the movie. I may mention differences between the cuts here and there, but this isn't a Daredevil director's cut situation. This isn't a different movie, it just presents it like the Ultimate Watchmen cut, the way it was intended to be seen, but was cut for time and adult content in the theater. So let me break down the story Snyder says he made. Batman used to be a hero in the truest sense, but has lost his way, teetering on the edge because the world hasn't gotten any better under his watch, and the newly revealed Superman represents a potential totalitarian power he can't control. Superman has all the traditional principles the character has stood for classically. He's setting an idealistic, hopeful example for a cynical world hanging on a thread just like Batman is, but Batman can't see that. So he sets out to destroy that hopeful beacon because he mistakes it for the opposite, a portent of the collapse of civilization, all while he's becoming exactly what he fears. Superman has to prove that he's a human being, not a would-be god, that they not only have more in common than not, namely their desire to make the world a better place, but that Superman is the hero Batman used to be. Yes, some people have gotten hurt as a result of Superman's actions, but there was nothing he could do about that. Batman doesn't understand Superman's morality because he doesn't believe in it anymore, and Superman reminds him of what's important by making the stakes personal with his revelation that all he cares about is saving his mother, who has been kidnapped. It's not about who might be a psychotic despot tomorrow. That's the Hydra from Winter Soldier's school of saving the world. It's about saving human beings with faces. Real, good people who remind you why it all matters in the first place, today. Superman is the ultimate symbol of hope, which Batman desperately needs. So he finds himself again and helps Superman stop the real threat, Lex Luthor and Doomsday, and then is inspired again to follow in his example when Superman sacrifices his own life to stop that threat. That's the movie Snyder says he made. Now let me tell you what I saw. I saw still a little-spoken Superman who looks conflicted and isolated and is totally separate from the world. I don't have a good sense most of the time of what he thinks or feels, but he's always unhappy. Most people seem to think he's here to do good, but he feels as alien as ever, and when he's in costume, he seems distanced and above the masses. Some see him as a god, and maybe that's because whether he means to or not, he kinda acts like one. He doesn't communicate anything until he's summoned to a Senate hearing after he's framed for acting alone against a foreign state. And it's too late. He doesn't get a chance to say anything there. He's honestly kind of scary, and if I saw that look of disdain on his face whenever he showed up to help people, I'd be afraid of him too. Batman has a point when he's worried Superman could be a threat, if not now, sometime down the road. Batman has lost his way, branding criminals with his symbol and such, but Superman seems as uncertain as he is. It's like they're in the world of Watchmen. Then Batman is running bad guys over with his Batmobile, seemingly outright murdering people, and I'm wondering how the brand is going too far when no one is talking about the carnage he's causing out in the open. Is that all new too? We have a Clark Kent investigating Batman because he's terrorizing his own neighborhood, but that same guy keeps telling Lois she is his world and doesn't seem to care about anything other than her. And then Batman has a dream or a vision of a despotic Superman executing people and stringing him up in the desert, telling Batman again that Lois is his world, punctuated by the Flash saying Lois is the key and you were always right about him. And that's in a movie where later, Superman tells Lois no one stays good in this world, and comes very close to killing Batman, because a lunatic claims he'll spare his mother if he does. You see how I might think we're watching the birth of the evil injustice Superman here? So now I'm thinking Superman could crack at any moment. I don't understand which version of either of these characters I'm supposed to pay attention to. When he's in costume, Superman doesn't seem to have any moral compass at all. Clark and Superman really feel like totally different characters to me. And Batman might have just hit a temporary rock bottom, but then I'm not sure, again, if his killing people is normal. He's still doing it in the warehouse after his come-to-Jesus moment, which is almost literal. With Superman, where he magically decides not only to stop hunting Superman, but that he can be 100% trusted. Before, he thought Superman must be treated as the enemy if there was even a 1% chance he might be. I didn't see a Batman inspired by Superman's ethics, but by the fact that Superman has a mom, like him, with the same name as his mom. Maybe the idea is supposed to be that Batman realizes Superman is a good man now who will only become the monster if he has a night like Batman did, if he loses one of the people who matters to him most, like Bruce did with his parents, which turned him into something that verges on monster. What would Bruce have become if that happened to him and he had Superman's powers? Maybe that's what all the flashbacks to his parents' death are there to convey in that scene. But I'm not getting any of that in the moment, if that's the point. It plays so contrived, and Bruce's Scrooge-like transformation is crazy rushed. I'm just getting Bruce doesn't want to relive the night his mother died, so he'll help Superman save her. And now he's distracted from all the reasons he didn't trust Superman. And even if the point is Batman doesn't want to be the thing that turns Superman bad, none of this negates that vision where Superman is evil because Lois died. And after that, they're no longer the dark Watchmen-like satirical heroes mirroring the classic white hats who do no wrong they're based on. They are those white hats. They're the best of friends now. It's a different movie. It isn't a story that gradually transforms a cynical world into a more optimistic one. That would be great. It watches like a cynical movie that does a bad sleight of hand trick, and suddenly, presto, it's an optimistic movie. Superman makes the ultimate sacrifice to complete the obvious Jesus metaphor from Man of Steel, and so there doesn't have to be a conversation about how Batman thought Superman was the biggest threat to humanity moments earlier. Yes, they're both manipulated by Lex Luthor, but Bruce's whole outlook on life was thrown out of whack by Superman's apparent disregard for life when he fought Zod, well before Lex was involved. That maddeningly convoluted conspiracy hardly seems necessary. Pretty sure Batman and Superman would try to take each other out eventually without Lex. The frame job at the beginning isn't a bad idea to tip the scales in the direction of the cynics, but after that, Lex is really just there to contrive a way to get a big monster at the end. And now, inspired not by a man, but by convenient and contrived circumstances, Batman resolves to find more heroes to fight the otherworldly threat he saw in his dream with an evil Superman. And I couldn't help in the theater but think, Marvel's about to get to Thanos, they gotta hurry up and get to Darkseid. Zack Snyder did not make the movie he says he made. He made a movie featuring Batman filled with question marks and with the Riddler nowhere in sight. I'm fighting the urge to do nothing but ask questions with this review. I will resist that until later, when the inquisitive dam bursts open, because nothing on Earth will be able to stop it. I'm gonna say it, BVS is Granny's peach tea. It's one thing masquerading as something else. If you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. I don't want to talk about that whole thing any more than I have to. How's that for a food metaphor? This film is the best example there has ever been of concept over execution. In his live commentary, Zack Snyder sounds like Todd McFarlane in the Spawn animated series openings, explaining some pretty decent thematic ideas and characterizations that make a lot of sense and might get me thinking if only they were fully realized, or sometimes realized at all in the actual story. And it's pretty telling that Snyder spends the majority of that 3 hours interpreting his own material. If it was evident in the piece, it wouldn't need a translator. To be clear, I don't like everything in even what Snyder is describing. If the whole reason for making this movie has to be a huge physical confrontation between these two icons, the first time they're finally in a live-action movie together, like I Am Legend predicted back in 2007, why can't it be thoughtful about it, like the world's finest movie was, from Superman the Animated Series? Which had them as rivals in a sense, but didn't resort to a big knockdown, drag-out fight. It should either be about how these opposites complement each other, like that was, or if it's about an argument, make it an ideological one. The classic debate about which has the better philosophy on justice. Optimism versus pessimism. A belief in the inherent good in human beings versus an innate distrust in people. And it should be a debate about methodology. Hope versus fear. If this was just a fun roller coaster ride, though, all surface, not heady, not wanting to be any kind of deconstruction or social commentary or the important cultural touchstone this clearly aims to be, a big, dumb, loud popcorn blockbuster that's consistent and straightforward, maybe I could have been won over on that, at least to some degree, like Batman versus Ninja Turtles. I'd be disappointed if this weren't made for me as a big fan of both of these characters, but I could respect and accept a thing that is for a different audience. This is both for me and not for me at all. And it's dead serious. It has seen important superhero movies resonate with audiences and make poignant and profound statements about the world around us, and it wants desperately to be one of those. And as pretentious and overstated it ultimately is, There is one of those baked in here somewhere. Again, concept over execution. It's another deconstruction of superheroes from the lens of today's uncaring world that degenerates into a sappy and unearned celebration of superheroes, which aren't featured until a light switch is flipped and they turn into those. It's a story about really heavy issues, like whether men in power can retain their compassion and moral center, and if people like that do exist, whether the public would allow them to use that power for good, or if jealousy and paranoia would set in and ruin it. Like The Dark Knight, it questions whether a hero can continue being a hero forever without getting jaded or corrupt. Or if they never do, it's just because they die before that happens. It's about people's need for something to believe in, and the enormous and impossible pressure put on whoever that is. It's about relative godhood. It's about how all actions, even the best actions, can have unintended negative consequences, which is the point of that weird Jonathan Kent scene about that time he accidentally flooded the Lang farm while eating his hero cake. Power is relative, and no one is perfect. And at the heart of this movie are three very different but equally flawed characters, each trying to do what we're all trying to do, making sense of the world around us. Stories are about protagonists who want something. Our protagonist and antagonist here are looking for consistency in this movie. What they all have in common is some degree of various sorts of power, and they each use that power to mold the world to their own worldview. Batman says his parents taught him the world only makes sense if you force it to. He, Superman, and Lex Luthor all do that in different ways and to create different realities for themselves. Batman sees a cynical world where men are not all good, but some of them, I guess, are brave. He knows he can never fully stop the floodgates of crime, but as long as he's always dealing with mortal men, it's manageable. It's a world he can, to some degree, control. Superman is the unstoppable wild card, and if he can't be trusted, Batman thinks he has to be destroyed, or that manageable world is gone. He has to kill Superman to maintain order, and so he doesn't feel like his crusade has been pointless. Superman can render Batman's mission and his entire life meaningless in a second if he wants to. He feels like he's literally going up against a god. Batman's worldview only works if there is no such thing. And same thing with Lex Luthor, who also sees a cynical world where not all men are good and men with too much power can't be and shouldn't be expected to be good. Without Snyder's interpretation, I'm not sure how this Lex sees Superman. He either thinks he flies too much in the face of Lex's philosophy, that God cannot be all good and all powerful, like he is that, and Lex won't accept it, or he can't stand that people see him that way when Lex can tell Superman himself isn't. Maybe Lex needs validation for his own plotting and manipulation, a justification for the way he wields his own power. He's neurotic and can't stand contradiction. I don't know how much of that is a mental condition and how much is the classic Lex motivation, needing to be rid of the altruistic savior who only uses his power for good, when he, even when he's helping the world, has purely narcissistic motivations, based on the way his father treated him, and his credibility is challenged, and the status quo that supports it is challenged by someone who could take over the world in 5 minutes, but chooses not to. Either way, Lex here needs Superman dead because of that contradiction. And Superman sees an optimistic or cynical world, depending on your interpretation. I'm so walled off from him, I'm honestly not sure which it is. Either it's optimistic, but he has his faith shaken by the explosion in the Senate chamber and the kidnapping of his mother, but he ultimately prevails because Batman restores his faith by trusting him once having a mother named Martha convinces Batman he isn't a threat. Remember, before he goes to fight Batman, he tells Lois, no one stays good in this world. Or he also has a cynical worldview from the beginning, where he wants to use his powers for good, but feels alienated and like the world won't allow him to really be Superman, and maybe can't even decide if it deserves him. In the first scenario, he sacrifices himself at the end to force the world to make sense his own way. You can stay good if you're willing to pay the ultimate price to save the world. That Dark Knight Harvey Dent idea. If it's the cynical thing, and this is pretty dark, but how it always felt to me, Superman is kind of taking the easy way out at the end. He's either going to become a tyrant because he loses the woman he loves, or he's going to be the sacrificial lamb, to save that same woman, more than the world itself, which he seems to feel disconnected from. It always looked to me like he was going out of his way to commit suicide in that moment. Either way, Superman dies in his own quest to make sense of the world, deciding his place is in sacrificing himself for it, just as Lex and Batman each try to kill him as they're trying to make sense of the world. I too am trying desperately to make sense of this world, and I feel like I am failing miserably. This movie is maddening to try to analyze because it's terrible at communicating its ideas clearly, and its method of storytelling is totally backwards. You've got a visual director in Snyder who wants to present his narrative mostly through pictures, but scene by scene, he seems more interested in images and conveying a particular feeling than he is in telling me what's actually going on. This is certainly not the kind of movie that you could watch without the sound off and have any idea what's going on. Although the sound isn't helping me much either. Terrio could be making up for this in his dialogue, but these characters, especially Superman, are often monosyllabic, just like in Man of Steel. I don't want a bunch of forced exposition and dialogue, but I would love to know how characters feel about things, and to ask and answer natural questions any real person would in the moment. Snyder is like Tim Burton in his Batman movies. It's visual art before it's narrative art. But the difference is, as much as I don't care for Batman Returns, that at least doesn't have this sort of pretense. It maybe presents itself too much like a straightforward story about real characters I'm supposed to be invested in, when it's really just about the atmosphere and imagery, but it isn't trying to be a serious meditation on socio-political issues or a commentary on the relevancy of the superhero archetype in today's world. If you're going to be about that stuff, you gotta have the writing to back it up. A lot of these ideas are potentially compelling, but it falls apart because these characters and their actions just don't ring true, and the road we have to drive down in exploring them is so windy and bumpy and full of plot holes. I mean, potholes? And by the way, I think you can have your cake and eat it too on this. I think you can ask the big questions. Who watches the Watchmen? Should heroes be allowed to work unilaterally without government oversight? Could we trust people with superpowers just based on their track record? And still let heroes be heroic, and let them be flawed human beings, but still inspiring. Civil War did a lot of what this movie thinks it's doing much more effortlessly and in the same year. So think, Marvel had already well established its universe and created enough goodwill it felt comfortable pitting several of its heroes together over a political issue, in what is essentially its third Avengers movie, while DC tried that in just its second movie, while sprinting sloppily toward its first big team movie, and without any of the thoughtful discussion or legwork necessary to make me believe in each side, and to make me wonder who to root for, because they both make a good argument, like Iron Man and Captain America. Batman and Superman don't talk to each other, unless you count the kind of unrealistic smack talk I'd expect to see in a WWE fight. Do you bleed? Consider this mercy. I guess the nice thing about hardly anybody in the MCU having a secret identity is that you don't have that temptation to make them different people in and out of costume. The reason I'm not sure who to root for in this case is because there is no argument. These guys each think the other one is dangerous, and they're both right. We finally get to see Batman and Superman on screen together, and I feel like the best thing for the world is if they both went home and never fought crime again. And Civil War even has a villain in Zemo who is also manipulating the good guys into a big fight at the end, and while some of that seems a little typical and easy to me too, it's way more compelling and organic than this. At the very least, I always know what's happening in that movie. And that, sadly, became the gold standard for me at the beginning of the DCEU. That's how low my expectations were after this. I just want events to follow logically. And then, I had to sit through Suicide Squad. It's baffling that this film is such a quagmire, but also seems to be unusually uncompromised. A clear vision, exactly what Snyder wanted to make. And yet, I wonder what the conversations were like with Warner executives. Is it the studio or Snyder that is so desperate to hurry up and get to the big shared universe event movie? It feels like there couldn't have been any studio interference, because how on earth would this be the result of micromanaging? And yet, The Justice League stuff is so shoehorned in, and the choice of a Superman sequel that introduces Batman, makes him a dual protagonist, throws Wonder Woman in there for good measure, and gets justice in the title would suggest a cynical corporate strategy. A conventional wisdom that says you're leaving money on the table if you don't get your own Avengers out tomorrow. BVS was sold on the novelty of finally seeing Batman and Superman on screen in a live-action movie, like a big crossover thing. But that's a lot less novel if you're not coming to see two versions you're already invested in. Sure, you could introduce Batman in a Superman movie, but it's not the same thing as finally seeing Iron Man and Captain America as dual protagonists in a story after seeing movies about them separately. And it's made more awkward by the fact that no status quo for Batman is established before it's broken. I'm introduced to Affleck's Batman as essentially an anti-hero who used to be a more traditional Batman, but I don't get to see him do that stuff. It's too informed by the iconic nature of these characters. It's a setup movie that keeps forgetting it's a setup movie. I'm supposed to take things for granted I can't, like that Superman stands for his traditional values and that he can't see through lead. Why does everyone seem to know that in this world? Lois never printed a story about it, like she did in the Christopher Reeve movie. Oh, because that's a detail that's been in the lore forever. Everyone knows that. Surely the audience won't ask those kinds of questions. It's kind of like the MCU avoiding even mentioning Peter Parker's origin 2 movies in. We all know that already, and we're tired of seeing it. So let's not do that again, and we'll just expect the audience to assume it's the traditional version. But that's stuff that informs this new version. I don't know if everything in Batman's past is as I expect it to be, or who the man was before he started branding people. Sure, we see his parents murdered in an alley. We know there was a Joker and a Robin that died. Alfred is traditional enough in that he helps Batman even if he disapproves, and is one of the only characters in this deadly serious mess allowed to crack a hint of a joke. But this is a world that's already gone counter to tradition all over the place in Man of Steel. What with a Superman with no Fortress of Solitude, who doesn't put on his glasses until the last few seconds of the movie, and who never has to hide his identity from Lois. But I'm expected to appreciate this the same way I would if Christian Bale's Batman were here instead. And I can't because I'm playing catch-up the whole time. The second movie after Man of Steel should have been one of 3 things: Man of Steel 2, Batman 1, or Justice League. Either establish what your Superman status quo is going to look like before you shake it up by expanding this universe. Let us go on an adventure with this Batman so we'll care about him when he fights Superman, and establish his more stylized world so that when you blend it with the relatively more grounded reality of Man of Steel, it's not this tonal whiplash where it suddenly feels like a more comic booky universe. Or try the totally opposite approach Marvel took. Instead of introducing each of these characters in their own movies, start with a team movie and work your way backwards. Starting with Superman is still logical because he's the first superhero and the logical basis for your world. Doing Justice League right after that doesn't have to feel retroactive or rushed. You make Justice League about Superman meeting other superheroes and taking them under his wing to form a team. You know, like Batman does when we get to Justice League. And then you branch out from there. When Justice League Mortal was almost made, I thought that was a really good idea, and interestingly was in development before the MCU. Instead of trying to catch up to the competition or copying them, you flip the script and make it all feel fresh by saying, you already know all these characters, and now you get one-on-one time with them. I think that is just as valid, as long as the Justice League movie doesn't feel bloated and makes it too much about every single character there. You gotta focus on one or two. And if Marvel had the foresight to know they had a cultural phenomenon on their hands, they could have just as easily done the same with Avengers. Instead, we have this bizarre hybrid thing, a clone mixed with alien DNA and left in the chamber too long. It's Doomsday, a weird, ugly hodgepodge that just kills everything. It plays like 2 solo superhero movies at the same time and a pseudo team-building movie. And whatever the second movie was, it shouldn't have constantly teased another huge event while hardly connecting those elements to its own story until the end. Imagine if Richard Donner's Superman couldn't go 20 minutes without bringing up Zod before we actually get to that guy. These movies were too good for after-credit scenes initially, but I don't see how shoving in Darkseid references and convoluted time travel shenanigans into the movie proper is any classier or less confusing than just having a guy walk out at the end and say, "You're part of a larger universe." And it really shouldn't have killed its first superhero before we or the fictional world had a chance to properly be inspired by him. I'm partial to the death of Superman, so part of the reason I hate that is because this movie clearly doesn't understand that material. But that's not a good idea regardless. The heroes turn against each other, they come back together again, and then one of them makes the epic sacrifice to save the world. When Aquaman threw everything it could think of in its movie, it felt like it was because it was afraid it wouldn't get more movies. This was part of a 5-movie epic, and it doesn't have a 3-act structure. It's 13 episodes of television. In his commentary, Snyder even talks about it like a TV show. But it's not that compressed TV season into too little time like Age of Ultron was. It's a 3-hour movie that feels like 13 whole hours of television. Do I bleed? My fingers are from writing this review. Okay, I've hit the broad strokes, and if this were 2012, I'd probably end the review there. But I put this thing off longer than I did The Dark Knight Rises and thought about it nearly as much. So I've got plenty to say, and I'm sure some of you were hoping for the full wax and wash on this one. There's so much more to unpack, so many questions to ask. I'm afraid if I wrote about everything in my traditional format, getting to those things inside larger character and theme sections, I'd have to leave too much out. So I'm going to do something I have never done in a Superhero Rewind before. I'm going to tackle the details chronologically. I'm going to try to hit everything else I'm confused about, actually impressed by, and support some of my aforementioned arguments in the order things appear in the movie. I probably won't talk about every scene and mention every single moment, but I'm going to get to a lot of it. This will either be a fun change of pace or the most tedious thing I have ever done. Part 2. The Metahuman Thesis. The movie opens artistically enough, setting up a funeral bookend with Bruce's parents in 2 caskets, as he falls into a hole and finds the Batcave, an iconic image it shares with Batman Begins. And like that movie, it evokes the idea of falling, laying the theme on maybe a little thick with the autumn leaf over the Warner's logo. It parallels the fall of the Waynes, which created a hero in Bruce, but also plays as a fall he never recovered from. Later, he'll fall even further, into a pit he almost can't crawl out of. He perhaps worries Lex will create a similar fall for Superman when Clark's mother is almost killed like he was. And then it's the ultimate fall of Superman that allows Bruce to crawl all the way out of the pit, at least back to where he started at the beginning of the film. This arc sounds better in description than it plays in execution, but it's not a bad motif, although it does watch more derivative of the previous Batman franchise, knowing Goyer had a hand in the script. That scene is intercut with the death of the Waynes. I have to assume they took Bruce to a theater that plays classic movies, since The Mark of Zorro came out in 1940, and a date on the Waynes' tomb later tells us they died in 1981. This film seems to take place in the present day of 2016. The film is so stylized and exaggerated, I wish it played more out of time like Batman 89. Man of Steel was pretty squarely in the time it came out in, but this feels like such a different world. I almost want it to retcon the real-world aspects rather than adding to them. Sears and IHOP felt appropriate enough in the last film. This one really shouldn't have every media talking head you've heard of in the last decade and people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, and if it's supposed to be that heightened alternate present like Watchmen was in 1986, it needs some weird major differences like that had, like Nixon still being president or Vietnam added as the 51st state. It does look like Watchmen, and not just because Jeffrey Dean Morgan dies in the opening scene in both films. It immediately establishes that high dramatic tone with the slow motion, the high wide angles, and the tragic piano score. It does a good job of letting me know what I'm in for better or worse, although nothing can prepare me for the insanity to come in that last half hour. It feels like a broad melodrama, and I'm sure pretty quickly that it's gonna be hard to take some of this seriously, with images like Joe Chill's gun pressed against the pearl necklace when he murders Martha Wayne. Why on earth would someone even think to do that? It's silly and distracting and has me laughing at the tragedy that creates Batman. That's not a good sign. On the other hand, at least I know what kind of movie it is, even if it doesn't. And now I'm having Gotham flashbacks. There's nothing tongue-in-cheek about it, so I'm already embarrassed for it a little 3 minutes in. Thomas says Martha, making a big deal out of that name right away to pay it off with an unintentionally hilarious opportunity for change 2.5 hours later, with the infamous "why did you say that name" moment. I remember thinking in the theater, oh, maybe something is finally going to point out that Martha Kent and Martha Wayne have the same name. I always wondered why I'd never seen a story mention that. Be careful what you wish for, kids. Although I did discover later that the Smallville Season 11 comics beat it to the punch on that just a few months earlier. Immediately, the movie isn't playing fair with the audience, and I'm already losing my footing. I assume everything I'm seeing is how it really happened until Bruce is floating up out of the hole with bats fluttering all around him. And then we find that it's a dream. Interesting that Batman Begins does that too, except it's clear there that when Bruce dreamed about what happened to him as a child, it was a memory as much as a dream. This surreal image is cool thematically. The bats give Bruce purpose, letting him rise above his grief to make something positive out of his tragedy. And Bruce, the narrator, calls this a beautiful lie. Like the tea later. How much has he really recovered? How good of a thing has Batman been for him? And was the line he crosses after the destruction of Metropolis inevitable? But it makes me question everything else in the sequence. Now this backstory has an unreliable narrator. Maybe the silly gun pulling back the pearl necklace thing didn't really happen. So then I guess it's less silly, but nothing makes it clear if it's real or not. Maybe Bruce saw a movie from 1940 in his dream, but it was something else in real life. Who knows? And maybe Bruce's voiceover is meant to imply that the bats carrying him out of the hole is the only part of what we see that is the dream. In the dream, they took me to the light. But I'm not sure. Again, since I don't have any sense of perspective regarding who Batman used to be, it might have been a good idea to give us a montage of Batman's crime-fighting career here, or a Batman the Animated Series-esque opening sequence that encapsulates what he's about before he decides his life has been based on a beautiful lie. Yes, it becomes clear that he has crossed a major line, and I don't need the movie to constantly hold my hand, but I would like to know how far over that line he's gone. There are a lot of different kinds of Batmans with different methods and different degrees of brutality. Cut to the end of Man of Steel from Bruce's perspective on the ground. Batman may be the perceived bad guy until the big fight, but he's the human character we're actually allowed to spend time with and get in his head a little. At least as much as we do with anyone in this movie. The movie sees Superman as an alien and a godlike being as much as the society in it does. I appreciate that the movie addresses the collateral damage issue from Man of Steel, and it makes sense that we'd get this from a new perspective in a different movie, actually seeing the crisis on the streets below when we didn't before. This had the potential to strengthen Man of Steel retroactively. Doesn't totally fix that problem, because Superman still should have been more aware of the people he might hurt, at least in his hometown, but things are more intense and more urgent with the world engine in that Metropolis scene, so I totally understand why we didn't see more of this there. I like that we're finally dealing with the consequences of that, but I don't like that Superman never directly has to deal with the fallout of that himself. He almost does, with the paraplegic, but that's it. Everything else is either manufactured by Lex or stuff he just never really deals with, like the fact that Doomsday is made from Zod. Superman killed Zod to save a few people, and that action, right or wrong, leads at least indirectly to the creation of a monster that threatens thousands. I like that this scene naturally reminds the audience what happened at the end of the last movie without a clunky recap, and while using all new footage. It highlights details that will be important later, like the scout ship flying between buildings, which serves as foreshadowing for things in its own movie rather than relying on flashbacks. I like that Bruce cares about the people who work for him, and it's cool to see a Bruce that doesn't pretend to be a self-absorbed playboy for a change. But I would have bought his descent into darkness more if someone closer to him than a manager in a building he owned was the victim, like a Batgirl or a Robin, or dare I say Alfred. I know, I love Jeremy Irons too, what little we see of him, but considering we have an older Bruce here, that would have been a powerful way to introduce this character, just make it more personal. Ben Affleck is so likable and creates such a compelling Bruce Wayne that I just want his movie, and I've already lost interest in Superman. It may have been a better film if Superman was entirely in the background and we never cut to his POV. I mean, why not? It would be about the same difference, except I wouldn't be as confused about his motivations, or his motivations wouldn't even matter as much if the point is what Bruce does as a result of his assumptions about Superman. It certainly seems like this team would rather be making a straight-up Batman movie. The 9/11 illusion is clear but not too heavy-handed. I like the eventual juxtaposition of Lex's evil doesn't come from below but from above, Superman as an alien invader, and the fear after 9/11 that modern threats can come from inside our own country and aren't nations but individuals and small factions. The fear of immigrants. Superman, if he is a threat, is both foreign and domestic. In the theater, I really thought the next scene, somewhere in the Indian Ocean, was the Aquaman setup. Having him find the kryptonite instead of a James Cameron lookalike may have been an organic way to introduce him and make him relevant without making him a huge part of the story. Or we could, leave the Justice League stuff out entirely until we get to them organically so the movie doesn't seem overstuffed. Then we go to Nairobi, Africa, and catch up with Lois, who's about to interview a warlord. This is looking like it might shape up to be a globe-trotting epic, and again, makes me think we're going to fully establish our Justice League in the background as we gear up to the big Batman-Superman confrontation. We're introduced to and immediately kill off Jimmy Olsen, which is a shame because I like the idea of updating him to a secret agent who pretends to be a photographer. It's fun that he says he is a photographer, obviously, and then that's just a cover. But when he's killed 15 minutes into the movie, it further cements my worry that Snyder just doesn't care about Superman as much as Batman, and his supporting cast is getting the shaft as much as he is. And I can't help but wonder if he's just putting up the middle finger to anyone who complained about his apparent gender flip of Jenny Olsen in Man of Steel, who became simply Jenny in the credits of that movie. Or it's just all about shocking us in the moment. When Lois and Jimmy go to see the African general, there's a building in the background that looks like a Batman head. I'm sure that's just a coincidence, but once I saw it, I can't unsee it. Lois assures the general that the United States has declared itself neutral in the civil war in his country, and he says, men with power obey neither policy nor principle, Miss Lane. That's good setup for the way Lex sees the world, as well as Batman's fears about Superman and the way Lex manipulates people to see Superman. The movie is beginning with a bleak outlook. When someone tries to solve problems with words, they get eliminated, and people with power never keep their word. America is, in fact, not neutral. The post-9/11 social commentary there is obvious. Superman's brute strength may be the only solution to conflicts like the one in Africa. But the movie doesn't really explore that, because Superman is just there to rescue Lois, because he always knows where she is, no matter how far-fetched his picking out the sound of her voice or breathing or banging on something might be. There's a shot here that's not in the theatrical cut, and it's a perplexing cut. KG Beast, the henchman who works for Lex and is helping to carry out his conspiracy against Superman, sets bodies on fire with a flamethrower to make the public think Superman did it. It's like 5 seconds. Maybe it's dropped to get the PG-13 rating, but without it, it looks like Lex is trying to frame Superman for shooting people, which is ridiculous. Why would he need guns? But then again, so is the idea Lex can be sure Superman will show up at the precise time he needs him to rescue Lois. Again, can he hear her breathing anywhere in the world? And why would Lex know for sure that he would go there? Maybe he just wanted it to look like Superman killed those people and he got lucky that Superman actually showed up there? Superman saves Lois by superspeeding the warlord through several layers of concrete wall. He just conveniently never gets anyone killed. In the next scene, we get a sob story from a woman who claims her parents were killed in a massacre perpetuated by Superman. The details of all of this get buried for me in the convoluted and mostly insignificant nature of Lex's plot. It's just hard to follow because the movie doesn't need any of it. So it wasn't until this viewing I realized that when this woman shows back up later, she's part of Lex's conspiracy. She's a plant. Her family didn't actually die. We're also introduced to Mercy in this scene, Lex's right-hand woman, who you don't realize is part of this act right away. And I like that right after we see her face, the African woman says, "No mercy in the villages." This scene also introduces Senator Finch, who is probably the most sensible, principled, logical thinking, and real person in the whole movie. I like her so much, I almost wish she was the main character. And you know you're in trouble when a politician is the most human character in a superhero movie. I also really like that she challenges the idea that power always corrupts. She only seems to look out for the people and tries to uphold justice, and actually, works for her constituents. She tries to hold Superman accountable, not because she thinks he must be self-serving because of his powers, but because the evidence against Superman is compelling. She's not Senator Kelly. She doesn't go after Superman because she's a bigot and because she's afraid of what she can't understand. He seems to have crossed a line, and it is her job to do something about it. The movie falls into that trap of trying to tell a what-if superheroes existed in the real world story, but oversimplifying people's response to the hero. Finch says the world has been so caught up with what Superman can do that no one has asked what he should do. Really? The only people suspicious of or scared of Superman are those directly impacted by the collateral damage with Zod? That's certainly not the world I was led to believe we were in at the end of Man of Steel. He's universally beloved with the exception of a tiny minority that only grows when Lex frames him. That's too close to a Golden Age response to Superman if you're going for a commentary on modern cynicism. The whole movie is about whether you can trust people in power. I mean, people don't trust the fictional Superman now. This movie is a product of a world that doesn't believe in altruistic heroes, that thinks Superman is unrealistic because he always does the right thing. Sure, people can be simple-minded and ignore the obvious when they think someone can solve all their problems for them. I would point you once again to Silver Surfer Parable by Stan Lee and Mobius. But the world should be more divided on this issue, polarized like they were about the end of Man of Steel. Superman kills Zod and most of the world celebrates? I don't know about that. I get the sense that the anti-Superman demonstrators don't come together until Lex manipulates the situation. And I think they'd already be around after Man of Steel. Maybe there's an inkling of discussion about corporate meddling in political issues there too, but it looks more to me like a typical comic book plot dressed up like poignant social commentary. We see a football game on TV where Metropolis is wiping the floor with Gotham City. The score is 58-0, reflecting the expectation we're supposed to have of how a Superman-Batman fight would go down. And it kind of foreshadows what's coming. Gotham starts to come back at the end of the scene, a fight breaks out, and an announcer says things could get ugly tonight. That's kind of fun, although it's not really what happens between Superman and Batman. I mean, Batman pretty much owns that whole thing, but the cleverness of it is undercut by how on the nose it gets. Metropolis and Gotham are right next to each other. God, that drives me nuts. And the cities themselves have to be rivals just because Superman and Batman are gonna fight in this movie. And right after that tense Senate hearing scene, I'm getting mixed messages about what kind of entertainment this is. Am I here to think hard about whether real heroes can exist in these difficult times, or am I here for a mindless grudge match? It would be okay if there was anything else happening in that scene, but it's just there to tease the big fight. Of course, you can marry the cerebral with the action, but this is just constantly one movie and then a different kind of movie. Next, we get an intense scene where some cops stumble upon Batman having saved women who were being sex trafficked, and we find he's branding criminals. And again, it would be more evident that that's supposed to be screwed up if we had a contrasting scene of how Batman used to operate. Snyder is the kind of director who throws in shocking images just because he thinks they look cool. Those fights in Man of Steel, where Superman didn't seem to pay attention to civilians, weren't making a point about the powerful ignoring everyone else. He just thinks it looks cool. So this easily could have been a Batman who's totally unhinged in costume, but the movie doesn't know it. And actually, it still is. It's not until Alfred talks about it later that I have any idea what the scene is communicating. I like that one of the officers here is named after Greg Rucka, one of my favorite Batman writers. He did Gotham Central and a lot of No Man's Land. This movie often doesn't seem to understand these characters, but it certainly has reverence for their history. Now comes the only downtime scene for Clark and Lois in the movie, where she tells him she wants to understand what happened in Africa, and he doesn't give much of an explanation at all, beyond, I didn't kill those men. Even though he's smiling and being romantic and gets in the tub with her, fully clothed, which is kind of odd, but makes him seem more human than anything else so far, I'm still looking at a big question mark. The movie opens with a hero being suspicious of a supremely powerful guy who was hard to read last movie. Then there are accusations that he took matters into his own hands in Africa beyond just saving his girlfriend, and now Lois has a bullet in a book, and I'm not sure what I'm meant to take from that, and he's hardly telling her anything. Later on, she'll have that analyzed, and that will be proof about Lex's frame-up job, but in the moment, I'm like, what does she think is going on, and why aren't they having more of a conversation about this? On first viewing, this scene makes me think Superman might have already gone too far in, like, the quest for peace direction, except he's maybe killing warlords rather than getting rid of all the nuclear weapons. And that could be a cool way to go. Put the audience in the shoes of an untrusting public, and then make us all feel like idiots when Superman turns out to be above board, and we all jump to conclusions because of Lex's plot. But I think it's just more bad communication, an underwritten scene that isn't telling us what it thinks it is. I don't think we're supposed to be questioning Superman at all, until he starts second-guessing his own convictions later. But everything about him seems off. He's obsessed with his girlfriend, who I haven't seen him on screen with enough to understand their dynamic or what they have in common besides their jobs, and he seems to be trying too hard with that huge bag of flowers and the tub bit right after what happened in Africa. And when Lois tries to talk to him about the hearings, he says, "I don't care what they're saying." Okay, but somehow, according to Snyder, this is the traditional Superman, who tries to always do the right thing and set the right example. By definition, you have to be concerned with your reputation then. I think the idea is supposed to be, this was an extenuating circumstance. If Superman hadn't stepped in, his girlfriend would have died, and no one can understand that because of his secret identity. So he doesn't care what they're saying. I mean, what else was he supposed to do? But in the moment, it watches more like, screw the world, I'm doing what I want. And I'm wondering if the point is maybe Superman is dangerous. I mean, the more human of the two protagonists so far thinks so. I'm kind of siding with Batman right now, even after the terrible things he seems to be doing to criminals. Clark's point of view needs to be expounded on, and this movie just isn't about the nuanced arguments, even though it pretends to be. This is the first place I start thinking, this may be an unhealthy relationship. Lois says, "I don't know if it's possible for you to love me and be you," which I like. That's the classic hero conundrum. Can you have a personal life without compromising your ethics in the field? But if you don't have a personal life, will you forget what you're fighting for and lose your compassion? The movie doesn't really explore that idea. See the Batman-Superman World's Finest movie from the DCAU for a pretty good discussion of that notion. It's always seemed to me that this Lois sees Christopher Reeve's Superman when she looks at Henry Cavill's, but she doesn't understand him at all. From where I'm sitting, being him is fighting for her and only for her. Again, that is apparently not what Snyder intended, but that's what's here. And okay, I guess he cares about his mom too. I love this Batcave. It's the dream comic book version I've always wanted to see realized, and I want to live there. I love the platforms suspended over water. I love the vastness of it. I love that it's theatrical and practical all at the same time, and I was impressed to learn the whole thing was built and functioned like a theme park ride, in Snyder's words. And naturally, just like the council chamber on Krypton in Man of Steel, he doesn't get nearly enough coverage and photography of it, although at least here, he has the excuse that he plans to use it later. Jeremy Irons instantly comes alive as a more physically present Alfred than we've had in the past. I like his snarky attitude, I like his gruffness, and I like how blunt he is with Bruce. These are brilliant veteran actors given material that's often beneath them, and not nearly enough of it. It's like watching Michelle Yeoh or Anson Mount in Star Trek Discovery. Except, even I'll admit, I'd rather watch this whole movie than any single episode of that show. But they feel like they've been doing this together forever. And God, right after that frustrating scene with Clark and Lois in the bathtub, why oh why couldn't I just get this as a movie? It's cool to see what at least watches like a younger Alfred than we've had before, but then, wait a minute, this is an older Batman. He's at least 47, if not 50, judging by how long his parents have been dead. So how old is Alfred, anyway? Jeremy Irons was only around 65 when he shot this. We have a Bruce and an Alfred that don't seem to have more than 15 to 20 years difference between them. And even if he's supposed to be playing older, what, was Alfred a 20-year-old butler working for the Waynes? He looks older than that in the brief glimpse we get of him in the flashback, and all you'd have to do is keep the dates ambiguous, play it as heightened and out of time as it looks, and I can more easily suspend my disbelief. It also doesn't help that the two of them call attention to how old they're both getting in this scene. Alfred breaks down the reason Bruce has descended into blind rage, which he denies after they talk about his mission to find the white Portuguese. Bruce dismisses Alfred's concern over the branding, saying they've always been criminals, and I can't help but laugh at Batman, who puts his insignia on everything like a corporation, and then when he goes really dark, he starts literally putting his brand on the bad guys. Also, how long has he been doing the branding thing? It's gotta be for at least a little while, judging by what's already been happening to people in prison who have that symbol on them. But for some reason, Alfred is only just now getting around to saying anything about it. Alfred says it's different now. Bruce feels powerless because of Superman, and that's destroying him. I said these guys are too good for this script. Admittedly, this is probably the best speech in the film. I'd love to know which of the two writers penned it. We're then introduced to Lex Luthor, like we've never seen him before, and I have to say, I like the choice of Jesse Eisenberg. I like his weird, anal, eccentric, neurotic performance, and I think the idea of basing him off a modern young tech mogul like an early Steve Jobs or a Mark Zuckerberg is inspired. He now has the reputation of a goofy cartoon character because, well, that's the kind of villain plot we've got here, and because a lot of his ramblings never seem to add up to anything. I understand him, I think, less than Batman, but more than Superman, and I need more about his background that his father was a tyrant who taught him good and power don't mix. Maybe I was spoiled by Smallville, which explored that dynamic with Lex and his father for 7 seasons, but I also think it's a misstep to give this Lex something closer to the Smallville version's backstory, rather than making him a self-made man, because the real-life inspirations were geniuses that built empires out of nothing, and because Lex's hatred for Superman is easier to understand if he wasn't handed his powers like Lex is. Smallville got around that by making Lex's beef with Clark personal, and by making his decision to follow in his father's footsteps a series of choices he makes throughout adulthood, rather than something he does as a teenager. That road is bumpy and gets progressively less compelling in that show, but that trajectory serves the story for that series. I'm not sure it does here. It reads too much like a typically abusive childhood that turns a guy with too much money into a sociopath. I also think he's written more like a Batman villain, and interesting that this movie has no Batman villain for him to team up with, which I kind of respect, because that's the obvious thing to do, but it's more fuel for my argument that this should have just been a Batman movie. I do kind of wish Lex's controlling father had been named Lionel after Smallville, considering some of the Smallville references in Man of Steel. Lex says his father's name is also Lex, that his is the Lex in LexCorp. But then, he also says his dad told investors he named the company after his kid. That's either a contradiction or just a weird detail. I mean, why tell people you named a company after your son when you both have the same name? But maybe it's an intentional contradiction? Like a Dark Knight Joker thing? He tells different conflicting stories all the time. With the Joker, it was to stay unpredictable, and it was an intimidation tactic. If that's actually what it is, I don't know why Lex does it. Maybe he's a compulsive liar, and he's so neurotic he can't remember what he said minute to minute. It's inconclusive. He says all kinds of random, seemingly crazy stuff, and if there's a code here, I have not cracked it. In his commentary, Snyder says it all makes sense to him. Makes sense to Lex. He also has that attitude about his own movie, and Lex is testing people to see if they're smart enough to follow him. I don't know if there's actually a real logic to it, but on first viewing, I had to stop trying to make sense of it or I would lose track of the plot. And I feel that way a lot through this movie. It's that Dark Knight Rises Bane thing, but way worse. At first, I assume all the speechifying means something, but after a while, it becomes droning and I stop trusting it's worth my time. I imagine some of you have had that experience with this review by now. The scene where Lex explains to Senator Finch why the military should weaponize kryptonite is one of the first truly stunningly stupid moments in the film. So far, some exchanges and plot points have been awkward or confusing. The master manipulation plot we don't know about yet, notwithstanding. But this exchange is a complete non sequitur, passed off as natural story progression, in order to introduce the idea of a larger universe of superheroes. Lex says the kryptonite is for planetary defense. He says it's a deterrent, like nuclear weapons, to use against Kryptonians in case more of them show up and decide to take over. That's fine, that makes sense. But what on Krypton does that have to do with the metahuman thesis? He suggests making a weapon out of kryptonite is imperative because there are probably other exceptional beings on Earth. Out of nowhere, the conversation becomes about something else entirely. It's a less than thinly veiled way to get the idea of other superheroes in there. The thesis is based on nothing akin to logic, much less the scientific method. So, because one race of aliens that get their powers from the sun showed up, that means there must be other people with superpowers. I mean, why? It's the first time in recorded history anyone has found out about something like this. It certainly raises the possibility of things previously considered impossible, but it's almost like they all just figured out they live in a comic book. Oh, in comics, there's lots of superheroes. We better go find them. If there is a Superman, it wouldn't necessarily follow that there must be a Flash or an Aquaman. If we find out tomorrow crop circle drawing aliens really have been among us for decades, like that former Israeli space security guy claimed in 2020, and they can, say, shoot lasers from their eyes or have way better hearing than we do, are scientists going to say, well, shoot, there must be other unrelated metahumans who can do all kinds of amazing things. Superman is not an X-Man. B, Kryptonians are susceptible to kryptonite because of their chemical makeup and the way it's altered on Earth. Just like with the metahuman thesis nonsense, it also doesn't follow that anyone else with superpowers could be stopped with kryptonite. Could be stopped the same way Kryptonians can. Lex should be talking about the possibility of Superman going dark, and the fact that he seems to be stepping over lines already, acting unilaterally, as Finch says, in foreign countries. Especially since, you know, that whole thing is a conspiracy he concocted, but nope. His way of manipulating the government to give him an import license to weaponize kryptonite is to bring up other powered people. It was a public hearing. He already knows he's gotten to her, and she's suddenly not trusting Superman. We know from the files he has on the soon-to-be members of the Justice League that his obsession with gods that are too good to be true extends beyond Superman. But I don't see how bringing that up gets him what he wants here. Maybe the idea is that forging a kryptonite deterrent would just be the beginning of a policy to make other deterrents as they discover more metahumans and their weaknesses. But Lex doesn't say that, and it's still a stupid argument. He says these beings are the basis of our myth, but it's public knowledge that Superman has only been on Earth for 3 decades, and no one ever found that Kryptonian ship that served as the Fortress of Solitude for the thousands of years or however long it was in the ice. Now, Wonder Woman and Aquaman's cultures are the basis of myths, but Lex isn't divulging his findings about them, so I don't know why he makes that case. Even if the idea is he's just lying to manipulate Finch, the argument makes no sense, and she should be like, wait, no, that's dumb. I like her more than anyone else in the movie, but even she has to be made stupid in places to make this story work. Lex gets everything he wants, and his plans are shrouded in mystery, which we see the beginnings of in a montage scored by the most over-the-top villain theme in anything ever. Bum. Bum! Bum. Bum! It continues to confuse this movie's already strange identity. It's jarring and off-putting, but it's more what I wish the whole movie was if it's going to this absurd place anyway. I want that theme to play whenever I walk into a room. Lex gets access to the Kryptonian ship, and he's doing something with Zod's body. Unfortunately, the trailers gave away that Zod's corpse would be transformed into Doomsday, which was the coolest and most inventive revelation in the movie. I wish I could have been surprised by it. Then again, nothing interesting is done with it thematically, and I'm befuddled by how convoluted this whole master plan is. Like so many lazy master manipulation plots, once you know everything, it watches like a bunch of stuff that happens that we're then retroactively told was a chess match the bad guy was able to anticipate every move of. Not a mystery where all the pieces fall into place at the end. This is one of the most headache-inducing examples, and there's no tracking it. Lex seems to just keep throwing random balls in the air until you realize he has to be planning certain things before the opportunity would even arise to do them. For example, is Lex planning on making a doomsday monster when he asks for Zod's body in the first place, or does he just want his fingerprints to get into the ship? But then how would he even know that Zod's fingerprints are how you access it? If he already has a way to kill Superman, why does he want inside the ship? To find out about other threats in the cosmos? I don't need every step of Lex's thought process. He's working on his own and not telling anyone his plans, so it's natural I'd be walled off from him, and he's not the protagonist. I like the initial mystery, but more of this should add up by the end. And if he's just a crazy nut who's erratic and trying whatever wild thing comes to mind because he can, don't play it like I'm supposed to be trying to follow the clues and figure it out. And no, I don't know what I'm supposed to take from Lex putting a Jolly Rancher in the mouth of the politician who's helping him. I have no read on that. Is it a power move? Lex asserting his dominance over a guy who just seems to believe in what he's doing, and so he's helping him? As far as I understand it, not because he has him over any kind of barrel. And Lex is an adult with stunted mental growth, so candy because he's still kind of a child? I don't know how a person thinks to put that in a story or how it winds up in a movie. Most films, that would be the craziest thing that happens. Here, it's like we need the occasional baffling, uncomfortable moment so we can better prepare ourselves for the horrors to come. And now, convenient timing. Wallace Keefe, an amputee and Wayne employee who was crippled during the Zod fight a year and a half ago, picks now to deface Superman's statue. Like, maybe he's motivated by the hearings, but you'd think he'd be so outraged by all the public support all these months, he would have done this a long time ago. Perry comes up with the headline, "End of Love Affair with Man in the Sky," implying again that there's been almost no opposition to Superman until now, which is ridiculous. I do really like the idea of a guy who feels like his life has been ruined by both Batman and Superman, even if he only knows one as Bruce Wayne, in a movie about a conflict between those heroes. If this was about their opposing methods of crime fighting, but they both failed the same person, that's a great dramatic situation. But not what we have. I like Clark investigating the frame job because he sort of seems like an actual person in those scenes. They stretched the movie too long and hurt the pacing of an already jerky, unfocused slog, but it's easier to understand Lex's plot, such as it is, with those scenes put back in. And I like the idea that it leads to Clark investigating Batman. It suggests something about what his values are supposed to be, even if we don't see enough of that in practice. And one civilian persona going after the hero persona in the press, while the other just wants to kill him, is kind of fun. There's another good example here of cool visuals over people actually acting like real people. This is minor, but it's weird, so I want to mention it. Why does the guy with a lottery ticket scratch a bat symbol in it for dramatic effect, instead of, just saying Batman's name to Clark? I like the scenes in the Daily Planet. Clark actually feels like Superman in those scenes. He tells Perry, when you assign a story, you're making a choice about who matters and who's worth it. He wants to cover Batman, who he thinks is a menace, and Perry wants him to run whatever actually sells, with the argument newspapers can't worry about integrity because print is dead, and so is the American conscience. Now that's weird when he's saying people don't buy newspapers anyway, but whatever. 40 minutes into the movie, I am so shocked by a real ethical debate. Brief as it is, I almost can't comprehend it because my brain is already numbed by too many different sorts of stimuli. Perry is clearly a good person who agrees with Clark on principle, but he has to be a shrewd businessman to keep the company going, which subtly speaks to the larger question of whether power can be innocent. He's making Lex's argument for him in microcosm. Yeah, I said subtle in this movie. I also love the traditional, ruthless, sarcastic Perry in Lawrence Fishburne. This is one of the few places the movie has any real joy, which is interesting given he's a cynic. And then, the first really infamous scene in the movie, Granny's peach tea. Finch goes to Lex's home to tell him she's not going to help him weaponize kryptonite, under the obvious pretense of it being a deterrent, using the metaphor of selling her a jar of piss and calling it Granny's peach tea. Please excuse the language. I was so weirded out by that metaphor, it took me a couple viewings before I even understood what she was getting at. It's so random and off-putting and out of place, and the last time I saw Lex, I was already feeling that way with the Jolly Rancher. It's also infamous because of the line, "The red capes are coming," which fans already thought was goofy after the trailers. He tries to convince Finch she should help him by scaring her with bizarre theatricality. But Finch doesn't even need the metaphor. He's basically saying Superman is a one-man army coming to ambush America or humanity at any moment. Is that even thinly veiled at that point? Before, he was talking about a deterrent to any superpowered person who might be the enemy of the state, which didn't make any sense, but he was intentionally not singling out Superman. Now he's not even hiding it. He thinks Superman needs to die, especially when he flips his father's painting upside down and says, "Devils don't come from hell beneath us, they come from the sky." He could just say, "I don't trust Superman, obviously you don't either, we need this weapon, how else do we defend ourselves?" Instead, he gets all weird and makes it obvious he's a total sociopath. This supposed master manipulator, for some reason, isn't even trying to manipulate Finch anymore. I don't know what motivated Finch to come see Lex in the first place, though. Why didn't she just say no to him earlier when he asked for the permits? If she needed time to think about it, why didn't she seem more conflicted and suspicious before? Shouldn't there have been a scene where she decides Lex is dangerous and can't be trusted? What am I missing here? We continue to get hints about Lex's past, but I'm not sure what to do with them. He says he kept his father's room the same, hoping he would come back someday. So his father just left? Or did he die and Lex couldn't accept it? All I ever really understand about Lex and his father is that it was a psychologically abusive relationship, at least. And Lex's issues with him seem to be the reason he has an anxiety disorder. He is anal retentive and obsessed with power. He may be trying to impress his father in some way, even though he's no longer around, considering Lex constantly quotes him as words of wisdom. He may be trying to do what his father would when it comes to power. It watches to me like maybe his father was the traditional megalomaniac corporate Lex, and this guy is trying to live up to that. Then we get to the second dream sequence with Bruce, where he goes to pay his parents' respects, and the movie continues to seed the big Martha moment by focusing on her name in the tomb. This is where we learn what year she died, which tells us about how old Bruce is. There's a stained glass window depicting an angel in flight, which is, of course, wearing a red cape. That feels like another pretentious image, like the picture of Jesus right next to Clark's face in that church in Man of Steel. But at least it's in Bruce's subconscious, where on-the-nose imagery like that is more acceptable. Although all the symbols in this dream are obvious and cliché. Bruce's brain isn't being especially creative. Blood coming out of the tomb, a giant bat attacking. I question the necessity or point of these dream sequences. What are they telling us we don't already know besides that date? Have the dreams gotten worse since Superman came, or has Bruce always had them? So Bruce wakes up and shows us how self-destructive he's become. He's taking pills and washing them down with alcohol. It's like if Elton John, at his lowest point, was Batman. And here's a visual metaphor I'm not sure is intended, but I actually like. I might be reading too much into this, but Bruce Wayne doesn't live in Wayne Manor anymore because it burned down. We aren't told why. He just didn't rebuild it like the Bruce in Batman Begins eventually did. He's surrounded by windows in his penthouse. Bruce literally lives in a glass house. He's brutalizing criminals, terrorizing Gotham's streets, making people scared to leave their homes, but he thinks Superman is dangerous and taking advantage of his power, and Bruce wants to take him down. He lives in a glass house and is about to throw stones. It's obvious and stupid if anyone points it out in the movie, but just throwing it in there and you catch it if you catch it, that's not bad visual subtext. Which is why I'm thinking it's a total coincidence and nobody working on the movie ever thought of it. If they did, you'd think Snyder would have explained it in his commentary. I mean, he explains everything else. Alfred continues to be a bright spot and the voice of reason. I like his line about there probably not being a next generation of Waynes, though that goes without saying, and the man is an eccentric 50-year-old billionaire who dresses in all black and, again, lives in a glass house. If this had come out in 2008, teenage girls would have thought him the ultimate Twilight fan. Lex is suddenly in Bruce's crosshairs because his investigation has turned up evidence that KG Beast is transmitting data to Lex's house. So Bruce plans to go there in costume, but Alfred soberly suggests he goes as Bruce Wayne, and there just happens to be a shindig there the very next day, or maybe that night, I'm not sure, and he's been invited. How convenient. And doubly convenient that Gotham and Metropolis are twin cities. He doesn't even have to get on a plane. God, so much of this movie is already a grown man playing with action figures, but it's like if you had a Gotham playset and a Metropolis playset and you set them right next to each other so Batman and Superman could go back and forth between each other's houses. Then Bruce goes into his cave to stare at the batsuit he won't be wearing for this mission. I guess just for the audience's benefit, or because he's depressed he doesn't get to go and be dramatic and brooding. He walks past that Robin costume with Joker writing on it that was all over the trailers, which provides a little world building, alluding I initially assumed to Jason Todd, the Robin of the comics who is murdered by Joker, and who tends to get really excessively brutal with criminals, which is interesting with this movie. But it's been reported that we were supposed to find out later that that actually was Dick Grayson, so that's unfortunate. And the Robin suit foreshadows Bruce's line later when he asks Alfred how many good guys are left and how many stayed that way. Another reason I really want that to be Jason Todd. It suggests that Superman is the last straw for Bruce, not a sudden reality that has shattered his optimism all by itself. I like that there seem to be a series of events in this longtime Batman's history that have him questioning if it was all worth it, and that speak to the larger theme of power and corruption. Bruce is slipping, letting himself become the very thing he's afraid Superman could become. And while he's preparing to chase the man who worships at the altar of all-consuming power in Lex Luthor. Again, I don't understand all these individuals, but I do like Bruce's tragic contradiction and the degrees of corrupting power the three of them represent, at least on paper. Oh, I debated about whether I should bring this up, but this scene also has a naked Bruce in a shower, perhaps to show this resourceful, genius, billionaire superhero at his most vulnerable because he's become so broken. But it might also just be because it makes the movie look more mature and it hasn't been done before. Nobody freaked out about that like they did Naked Batman in the Batman Damned comic from DC's Black Label, which got recalled because of complaints. I guess the rule is, it's fine if it's from behind, but man was not meant to see full frontal Batman nudity. Anyway, the event at Lex's house is a fundraiser for the Library of Metropolis, like we just picked something at random to get Bruce and Diana both there. I guess Clark too, and to have the obligatory fancy party scene in a Batman movie. Though this time, Bruce is the one nosing around and engaging in criminal behavior. Usually this scene is at his house and someone either steals from him or burns it down. So we're turning that whole thing on its head, I guess. There's some subtlety during Lex's awkward, rambling speech I like, but if you're not already going with the movie 50 minutes in, you might not pick up on it. I like Clark catching Alfred's voice in Bruce's ear with his super hearing, and the movie doesn't make a big deal out of it. It gives you just enough that you'll realize it if you're paying attention, although that part's hard for me here. And I like Diana scoffing at Lex's mention of Zeus. The first thing we see a Wonder Woman in disguise do is react to mythology that's thought of by everyone else as ancient made-up stories, but which we'll learn later are 100% true. I wouldn't have caught that before seeing the first Wonder Woman movie, and that adds an extra layer for me on a rewatch. But there's always something weird to distract you from the stuff that really is working. Here, it's Lex's spastic oratory. I'm trying to pay attention to him to get more clues about what he's about, but the scene wants me to pay attention to Bruce's mission, which is interrupting the potentially interesting thing. And while I'm straining to get everything Lex is saying, I'm missing the details of the spy stuff Bruce is doing. Lex is talking about the etymology of philanthropy, and going back to Greek mythology, maybe to make the point that gods have never loved mankind, as that word suggests. They cannot have the well-being of their inferiors in mind. But he's inarticulate and scatterbrained, and I think that's the point, that trying to reconcile the idea that power can be good has driven him a little nuts. And again, he seems obsessed with contradiction in general. When he has that famous outburst, what he calls paradoxical is the idea of having knowledge with no power, because knowledge is power. I'd love to do more analysis of this whole thing, because like Bane's speechifying in The Dark Knight Rises, it seems like a fascinating worldview at first, but it doesn't amount to enough. I wonder if he's tapped into a deep-seated trauma in that moment. Was he the one with knowledge but no power? Maybe when he was a kid. Was it his father that took that power away from him? Did Lex think he was smarter than his father, but yet somehow too weak to stop him from doing whatever bad stuff his father may have done to him? It's a math problem where the answer is not enough information. That is the problem, though, with taking blanket statement truisms, which are meant to be generalities, as absolutes. There's always a but or an if that's implied. Knowledge is power if you know how to wield it. Knowledge is power, but useless if no one listens to you. And that speaks to Lex's clear developmental issues. He seems to still be a child in some ways, which is consistent with some of the narcissistic behavior he demonstrates. I just wish I knew more. I like song choices for incidental music that accent an aspect of the scene without narrating it, and that are easy to miss if you're not listening for them. I'm mixed on the jazz standard playing when Clark and Bruce meet at the party. Night and day. It's maybe a little obvious if you notice it, but I didn't on first viewing, so I guess I'm cool with it. But I wish that idea again is what the movie was about. Superman and Batman aren't night and day in this movie. Gotham and Metropolis are, but that song is a great choice in a world's finest movie, which this is not. Clark asks Bruce his opinion on Batman, who he says is trampling on civil liberties and thinks he's above the law. When he says people are living in fear, that's exactly what the traditional Superman would be concerned about with Batman. But the problem is exactly what Bruce points out, and the reason they aren't night and day. He says the planet criticizing someone for being above the law is hypocritical, because this is a Superman who seems to be above the law. Yes, because he's being framed by Lex, but to me, he seems like he might be that way anyway. Clark has not 1 ounce of self-awareness in his body. He doesn't get how he comes off to people as Superman, and I don't get why he acts so distant and cold. I certainly want Bruce and Clark to each have a point here, but even though Bruce is in the wrong in how he's letting this turn him cruel, as Alfred called him, he has too much of a point. Superman looks really scary, and should have looked scarier to everyone else as long as he has Bruce. And Clark is right about the way Batman is acting, but he seems sanctimonious, or else he's a totally different person when he's not Superman. The guy calling out Batman here is not at all the same guy who went to Africa and flew a warlord through layers of concrete. And the freaks dressed like clowns line is one of the many things that makes Batman suddenly fine with Superman after the Martha moment so ridiculous. I like that line. Batman not only has dealt with a lot of costumed and superpowered crazy people, one would assume, in this world, but also, again, some of the good guys in costumes didn't stay that way. The bottom line is, why does this have to be so freaking complicated? It's the one place in the movie we have anything close to an ideological argument between these two guys, and it is the traditional argument from Clark's side anyway, but it doesn't work because the movie doesn't get Superman. The first movie was called Man of Steel, but this is false advertising. I was promised Batman and Superman here. When Lex makes a big deal out of Clark and Bruce meeting and comments on Clark's grip, I'm already suspicious Lex knows about their identities. Of course, it could be a typical mistaken identity scene, but later we'll find out Lex does know both of their secret identities. And I said earlier hardly anybody is allowed to crack jokes in this movie. I guess that's not totally fair. Lex certainly does, but I'm talking about normal people having regular senses of humor. Lex is larger than life and insane. Did Lex know both secret identities in this scene? We're never told how or when he got that information, but I'm going to assume so. And so, when he tells Bruce they should partner on something, that seems like laying a groundwork for the two of them teaming up against Superman. But it isn't just a good idea because Bruce and Lex have a common goal, and because Batman is effectively the other villain of the piece until the big fight. That is, if you see Superman as the good guy, I don't think you're crazy if you don't. But also because the movie seems to naturally head in that direction, and then just drops it. I could make suggestions all day long about how to make this a better movie, but that's not just a cool rewrite idea I have. That's what it looks like the movie is doing for a minute. Lex is the guy Batman has been after in his white Portuguese hunt, but what if, when he finds the kryptonite, he decides to stop trying to take Lex to justice and that maybe he has the right idea? That would give even more weight to his "we've always been criminals" line to Alfred, justifying any action to take down the perceived threat of Superman. A clear line he's crossing, more than just the branding. And then we could see how far Lex tries to take it before Batman finally comes to his senses. Isn't that more interesting and more believable than Lex was deceptively behind everything that happens? And I just feel like, taken to its natural conclusion, that stuff writes itself. Lex is a clear mirror for Bruce, and I wish he had to look into that face when he has his opportunity for change. Lex as the Batman villain, again, is a great idea, and I love the notion of Batman as his own villain, very much the sort of bad guy who could be in his own rogues gallery, until he realizes he's turning into Lex. And they have so much in common already. They're both billionaires, both lost their parents in some way. They both have pretty unresolved mental issues based on childhood trauma, and neither can help but use their resources to help or control the world, depending on how you look at it. It's right there, a total wasted opportunity. It turns out Diana is after information from Lex's servers like Bruce is, and she makes off with something before he has a chance to catch her. It's a mystery I had a hard time being invested in on first viewing because it's a subplot I don't know anything about yet, and I'm already suspicious that Wonder Woman is being shoehorned into a movie that's supposed to be about Batman and Superman. My suspicions will be justified later. And Clark sees a crisis in Mexico on the news, so he grabs his tie. I liked a few classic Superman bits like that, but it further submits that this guy only feels like the real deal when he's in his Clark Kent guise. One of the big mistakes Snyder makes with Superman, I think, is not having him ever say anything in scenes where he's rescuing people. The few we get, chief among them the Day of the Dead scene, where he rescues a woman from a burning building and then everyone circles around him because they want to touch God, are from the masses' perspective, not his. So we see him in slow motion, being treated like a greater power, and that's a fine thing to explore. But I don't get in his head about any of this, nearly often enough. That's fine if it's a Batman story and he's a larger-than-life figure in the background, but he's treated as the other protagonist. Or more like we're following the villain for most of the movie, until he's not the villain anymore, and the other guy is an icon before he's a character. It's like there is no true protagonist until Batman and Superman finally kiss and make up. It's like Snyder thinks Superman is Dr. Manhattan. In fact, that's exactly what it is. The next thing we get is a montage of Superman saving people, again, not humanized in any way, with commentary by news anchors discussing the paradigm shift a literal god creates, and whether he can be trusted, and how dangerous history has shown us it is to follow leaders just because they're powerful. And it's that same thing from Watchmen. The Superman is real and he is American. Now, you could address all of those concerns, and if you're telling a story about Superman in a modern, realistic world, you should. But it cannot decide how warranted those worries are. I can't know how much of this story was dreamed up by Snyder and how much of it is Terrio and Goyer. But the more I'm talking about this, the more it's feeling like a remake of Watchmen that then takes a weird sharp turn for the sappy at the end. Is Laurie from Watchmen the reason Superman feels like he doesn't care about anything but Lois in this movie? Is it because Snyder adapted a story he didn't fully understand with Watchmen? I wonder if he thinks the point of that story is that the Superman has a link to humanity through a woman he loves, rather than the miracle of her birth that makes him appreciate human life overall again. Is it that simple? Is Snyder thinking Superman needs a tether to humanity because he's alien and detached from it, like Dr. Manhattan? So he needs a woman like Laurie. I mean, Laurie was kind of the key for Dr. Manhattan, too. I may be totally off in left field, this might be a bonkers read, but it would explain so much. I do like some of the discussion happening with the media commentators, especially the bit with Neil deGrasse Tyson, even if I don't think these should be real people, who talks about man's feelings of insignificance and how that's deepened by the existence of Superman. But I wish the movie opened with it. All these discussions weren't happening back then. The world should be uncertain after Man of Steel, not a year and a half later. The movie is trying to deal with complicated issues in an overly simple way. Superman taking matters into his own hands should exacerbate concerns, not create them in the first place. And the movie should also be clearer on what exactly Superman is doing around the world. There's talk about him acting unilaterally. Is that just about Africa, or is he actually overstepping his bounds in foreign affairs? Has he actually accidentally gotten people killed? I don't know. I'm also confused about the conversation with Finch and Charlie Rose. The end of that interview doesn't really follow. Finch tells Rose it isn't that Superman shouldn't act, but that he shouldn't act unilaterally. And then he says, "What are we talking about then? Must there be a Superman?" And she says, "There is." It's real dramatic, but I don't get it. Is there something in between those statements that's cut from the interview? And what kind of question is that? If the guy is too powerful for anyone to stop him and he chooses to be Superman, he's going to be Superman. It's played like a really profound question, and again it calls back to the Superman exists and he is American. Maybe the underlying question is, if we ask Superman to go away because what he's doing isn't the will of the people, will he? But it's cryptic, and the movie isn't playing it that way. It's like it's somehow an existential question. And Clark responds to the Finch interview with frustration. Part of the reason he's largely unsympathetic and doesn't seem like Superman to me is he's not proactive. Just go to Finch and explain what really happened in Africa. Why wait until you're summoned? In the scene where he's on the phone with Martha, Clark says, "I wish it was more simple." Me too, buddy. Me too. Instead of dealing with the pretty major issue of people not trusting him as Superman, Clark doubles down on his investigation into Batman. It watches, again, like two different characters, Clark and Superman with unrelated subplots, as if Superman is trying to decide what to do about his reputation, while simultaneously, Clark is going after Batman. In this previous scene, Clark doesn't have his glasses on while he's watching the news. I mean, why would he? But it really continues to feel like Clark and Superman are different people. Like, even at the visual level. If he's not wearing glasses, he's being this weird and distant Superman. It's like the movie itself is Patrick Warburton's Tick in the episode The Big Leagues, and can't tell the difference between the champion and his alter ego, Steve. Every time Superman puts on the Clark Kent disguise, the movie is like, "Hey, where'd the champion go?" Check out that episode if you don't know what I'm talking about. It's hilarious. If I do remember, Clark and Superman are the same person in these investigative reporter scenes, it's even worse because it watches like he's projecting. Like he needs to hunt down someone he thinks is worse than him to cope with the public perception that he's dangerous like Batman. Almost like he's subconsciously engaging in whataboutism. Okay, but what about Batman? Look how crazy he is. Then we get to a lot of dark, mysterious scenes playing up Lex's brilliant and totally incoherent master plan. He bails Wallace Keith out of prison, the paraplegic who got arrested for graffitiing the Superman statue, and he gives him a fancy wheelchair. Keith goes to Finch with his sob story and asks her to put him on the stand to testify against Superman. This is all pretty melodramatic. Yeah, Superman might be at least partially to blame for what happened to this guy. And obviously, that's really awful and sad on paper. Superman absolutely owes that guy an apology and an explanation. But really? His wife left him because he lost his legs? It seems like a manufactured tragedy. Reminds me of Ben Grimm's wife dropping her wedding ring and walking away because Ben had an accident that made him a rock monster. If I'm going to buy people being this superficial, I need more information. I don't think most people in loving relationships react that way. Usually, there's more going on. And KG Beast sets up a guy with a bat brand to get brutally knifed and killed in prison. So this is all about Lex trying to maneuver Batman and Superman into a fight this early, and before Batman has stolen his kryptonite. I was never clear on this. Lex has wanted Batman to fight Superman from almost the beginning? Why does Lex think Batman has a better chance against Superman than he does, especially when he's the one with the kryptonite right now? Was he trying to get Batman to steal the kryptonite from him, like Hank Pym sets up Scott Lang to steal the Ant-Man suit? It certainly doesn't seem that way later. I'm fuzzy on the thing with Keith and the checks later, but if I'm right and Lex has something to do with that also, does he just get lucky when he decides to use Keith to tick Bruce off about Superman, that Bruce is already angry with him? Does he somehow know Superman is the reason Batman has been using more sadistic and ruthless methods against criminals? These scenes play like crime drama intrigue, and I just don't understand what's happening. So then Lois goes into the men's room to confront Senator Swanwick about the bullet she's been investigating that she thinks proves Superman's innocence in the Africa incident. He rightly tells her Superman acted rashly and tells her not to invent conspiracy theories to put back his halo. Swanwick says Superman rushed in to save his girlfriend and people died. From his perspective, that's a reasonable assessment. Although I never like it when characters dismiss real evidence because it complicates things more than they want to deal with, but regardless of whether there's merit to her findings, that shouldn't excuse how Superman handled that situation. But I still find myself unsure as to where the movie is coming down on all this, and we'll never get a proper conversation about it. Did anyone actually die because of Superman? Was it all part of the frame job? If Superman didn't kill anyone, even on accident, he just got lucky. He totally could have. So is the movie saying he actually did anything wrong? I can't see it as ambiguous where I'm allowed to make up my own mind because I don't have all the information. Then we get a not as good Daily Planet scene. Perry freaks out on Clark for writing about the Batman story and not giving him anything on the other two he's supposed to be covering. There's some social commentary here on how the world has changed. He says that Clark could stand for something if it was 1938, but it's not 1938. Perry's argument is that good deeds don't make the world go round, and he sets up a theme Finch will pick up on in a bit when he says, you don't get to decide what the right thing is. There's a dilemma posed here about whether there is an absolute morality or not, and that's a good thing to talk about in a story about gods and power. Is it the people in power who decide what the right thing is? It seems so from Perry's perspective, at least as a businessman. In his position, good isn't even a conversation, as Finch will put it, but a popularity contest. These ideas are never fully connected and don't culminate into anything. When the whole thing degenerates into a couple of big fights at the end, and it's no longer about justice, but just our hero killing himself to beat a big monster, I forget about all this stuff. I also find myself wondering why the puff pieces apparently sell better than juicy stories, like Batman's Off the Rails. It really watches like, because Metropolis is supposed to be all about Superman, and Gotham is all about Batman. Batman stories don't sell in Metropolis, which is already goofy, but made goofier by the fact that Gotham is right next door. And who's to say Batman won't hop the river and start terrorizing Metropolis? Also, I'd like to know more about how the paper actually makes its money. We're way past print being dead here. Earlier, Perry said, nobody buys papers, period. So then, isn't the money in digital? And isn't that all about getting out as much juicy content as possible and writing headlines people will click on? Just like with the way the movie deals with public opinion on Superman. It's stuck in the past while trying to be modern and on the pulse. At the same time as we're acknowledging papers don't function like they did when Superman was first created, Perry seems worried about newspaper space. Why else would he care that much about what stories Clark runs with? Isn't the name of the game kind of quantity? I would think wherever you are in the world, the Batman story is going to turn more heads than a story about the library. And if it's not about clicks but papers don't sell, then why does it matter what he runs? Unless there's some other risk to the paper if they write about Batman, but I don't see what that would be. This is also minor, but I don't know why Jon Stewart says Superman doesn't want us to think of him as American anymore. Superman hasn't given any kind of public statement at all we've been told about. Yes, people think he's interfering in foreign affairs, and he's probably not doing that in the name of America, but he's not talking publicly or hardly privately about any of this. And if he is, please show me that scene. It's a weird thing to throw in there. Bruce goes to another high society party Diana is attending. She really goes to a lot of those, to get the drive she stole, and we learn she's after a picture Lex has. I guess he's assuming she has something on the white Portuguese, and then he's going to stumble on the Justice League later with all this. She says he'll find the drive in his car. I guess this suggests she has a moral center. She doesn't steal, just borrows, and gives us some clues that she's some combination of our protagonist, maybe. She's an idealist, like Superman, allegedly, but hides in the shadows and does a lot of her work undercover, like Batman. There's also a pointless bit about a facsimile of Alexander the Great's sword, passed off as the real thing. Is that just there to foreshadow Wonder Woman with a sword, as if that's her signature weapon? I don't know why that's there. If all the details here actually revealed something and created a tightly woven narrative, it wouldn't be 3 hours long, or even as long as the theatrical version, I bet. Can we talk about pacing for a second? It's clunkier and more haphazard than Man of Steel was. We're only an hour in, Zod help me, and I feel like I've been watching this for 3 already. For a guy who's all about the action and the visuals, this is certainly taking its time to get to the exciting stuff, and not in a suspense-building, heading to the top of the roller coaster sort of way, just one head-scratching confrontation after another. The theatrical version moved at a better clip because all the Clark investigation scenes were axed, so it's kind of more watchable, except it puts Superman even more in the background, so he seems less human there. Don't get me wrong, I still don't understand him in this version, but the longer cut tries to make him less distance from the audience. It's failing, but it's trying. We're just throwing a lot of heavy ideas at the wall and trying to convince the viewer this is important and about things, while just setup after setup. It's grown men posing their action figures for an hour, and then playing with them finally later. I guess I'm still in the first act, but I really can't tell. I've experienced a number of inciting incidents. Am I past the first act plot point? I don't know. I mean, everything doesn't have to be a 3-act structure, but a structure would help a lot. What am I supposed to latch onto? And then, while I feel like I've been sliding down a slick rope for an hour, somebody cuts the rope and I fall into a different movie. Bruce starts decrypting the files he stole from Lex, and then the screen goes blank. In the theater, the next 5 minutes were a hallucination. Not just for Bruce. I don't know what the Nightmare Batman sequence is for Bruce, but the movie somehow injected drugs into my system and made me experience an acid trip. It felt like a fever dream created by the fear toxin in the Arkham games, and it transitions in and out of the main narrative exactly the same way. Man, forget Dark Knight Returns, why couldn't this have just been an adaptation of Arkham Asylum? Snyder would be perfect for that too. This is going to be the last thing I talk about in this part, and I have a lot to say. Where do I even start with this? The internet has been trying to figure this scene out for over 4 years, and I'm sure a lot of you will have heard most of this before, but I want to break down why this is where the movie really lost me, and why it completely destroys any potential for this Superman winning me over. I'll do the inverse of what I did with the overall plot in part 1. I'll tell you what I saw, and then what Snyder claims he made in his commentary. I saw a random, unrelated dream sequence that somehow, obviously, turns out to be a real vision of what is to come, even though I don't get the logic of how Bruce is seeing it. We've already had a couple dream sequences, so I don't have reason to think this is anything else at first, especially because it's so surreal. And don't get me wrong, it looks amazing. Batman in full costume, wearing a big coat and goggles, fighting shock troops and parademons in the desert. The movie has been really boring the last several scenes, and I'm being shocked awake while I think Bruce is sleeping. I saw Batman trying to steal kryptonite outside a decimated city in a post-apocalyptic future, with a big Omega symbol in the background where Superman is an evil warlord, and military troops wearing his insignia bow to him when he arrives. I saw Batman strung up in a truck, Superman murder some other guys with his heat vision that are tied up with him. Snyder is one of these guys that thinks angry Superman with his eyes glowing red is the coolest, edgiest image ever, and he does it as often as possible. And then I saw Superman tell Batman Lois was his world, and Batman took her from him. And then he does something off-screen that has Batman screaming in pain, presumably putting his hand through his chest or something. And then Bruce seemingly wakes up from his dream, only to see the Flash in a bizarre costume, just to make it as hard as possible for the audience to tell it is the Flash. Flash says several seemingly important things I assume I'm supposed to try to piece together. First, he says Lois is the key. Second, you were always right about him. Then, am I too soon? And fear him, fear him. Really emphasizing the fear part. And then, Bruce wakes up again. And it looks like a dream within a dream for a minute. Keep in mind, we never saw him fall asleep in the first place, but now the encryption on his computer is nearly at 100%, and he's clearly been out a while. I'm left totally dumbfounded. I don't know what has happened in reality. I can't make sense of any of this. I mean, it has to be more than a dream because of all the stuff I know about as a comic fan that Bruce can't be aware of yet. The Omega symbol and parademons mean Darkseid, and the Flash seems to be communicating via the Speed Force. And how is he making Batman see that through a dream? If he just showed up while Bruce was sitting at his desk and tried to relay a message, sure, but we see Bruce wake up just as Superman seems to be killing Batman, which I assume I'm supposed to take as him directly responding to that. So Bruce saw it somehow, and then he wakes up from his desk to his desk. But he must have just passed out while Flash was yelling at him, because we see papers floating around in the background when he gets up a second time, suggesting Flash was physically there and just now. But because I can't get my mind around the internal logic of this, and I figure I just have to keep watching and all will be revealed, I'm focusing on what clues I have for what bearing this has on the actual story I've been watching. The public isn't sure it can trust Superman. I'm not sure I can either. Bruce is sure he can't. And we're given lots of reasons to worry about what Superman is capable of here, again, with a vision that clearly has to be more than a vision conjured up by Bruce's subconscious. A, in the future, Superman is a despot who rules with an iron fist. B, he gets this way because Lois died and he's been saying she's his world. So that seems literal now. Superman may not care about anything at all but Lois. In Man of Steel, I thought Lois was Superman's proof that there was good in people on the whole, that they didn't all hate what they didn't understand. She was his hope, not his world. And I said in that review, I thought he was falling in love with the world as he fell in love with her. But his behavior in Africa and in this scary future, like the one Isaac draws in the first season of Heroes, suggests my read was totally wrong. C, Flash warns Bruce that he was always right about Superman and to fear him, if the him Flash is talking about is indeed Superman. In the moment, I have no reason to be thinking of anyone else there. D, later on, Superman seems to give up on the world and himself. No one stays good in this world is not a line you want Superman to say in a movie with images of him taking over the planet and murdering people. At least if you don't want me to get the idea that he's halfway there already. Now here's what Snyder claims is happening in his lockdown commentary. First, Snyder doesn't know what the device is that makes the vision possible either. He's as lost as I am about this. He says he has no idea. Okay? Weird that you're talking about this like an intriguing mystery you'd like the answer to, considering you made the movie. And he says it isn't that Superman is going to go bad at any moment if Lois dies. Remember, he thinks his Superman is the classic version with an unshakable moral foundation. But the grief Superman experiences when Lois dies makes him susceptible to Darkseid's anti-life equation. So Superman's not evil, just mind-controlled by Darkseid. I can't tell if Snyder expects me to understand any of that or not, just from a trippy scene in the future with no context. That would be crazy. But then there are lots of scenes I don't understand that he seems to think I've got enough to go on in that commentary. If you need a 3-hour commentary to explain it, you didn't tell the story. And you can't expect me to take your word for things that aren't in the movie. It should stand on its own. And how do I know you're not making up stuff in hindsight? I'm sure some of this will become clearer after the Snyder Cut, but he's taking an awfully big risk teasing me like this, making me more than suspicious of his Superman, to later say, see, you thought he was evil, but it was really mind control. What a twist. Maybe Flash is talking about Darkseid or someone else when he says you were always right about him and fear him. I don't know. I can't know just watching this, and neither can Bruce. This gives him all the fuel he needs to go after Superman, and I have to assume it further motivates him to try to take Superman down. Although now Batman's a protagonist who also isn't talking about anything. He doesn't tell Alfred about it. This never comes up again, except for the signs at the end that the force that creates that scary future is on its way. Ding, 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 ding! I do not see how everyone involved in this movie doesn't expect the audience to turn on Superman at this point. And even if it's intended as misdirection, why? Just as a device to make Bruce more suspicious of Superman? Does he need more of a motivation? And if the idea is Bruce is wrong about Superman, make it clear to the audience, at least when it's supposed to be clear to Bruce. The Martha scene doesn't change my mind about him any more than it should Bruce. And now, 1 hour and 10 minutes into the setup movie for Justice League, we may already have a Terminator-level brain-bashing time paradox. Seriously? I have to think about temporal mechanics now on top of everything else? Because your little Batman and Superman punch each other movie wasn't complicated enough already? It's this movie's job to keep me invested in this 180-minute-long marathon to care enough to keep watching the sequel that will finally explain all of this. I have no idea if this is a fixed timeline or a malleable timeline or what, but Flash tries to go back and change things, so there's reason to think he might be able to. By coming back sooner than he intended, he may have altered his own history significantly, which has me wondering what happened in the original timeline if it was different. Do Batman and Superman only fight here because Flash went back in time? Or was that always going to happen? If it was, why is this scene even necessary for the narrative, except to shoehorn in a big tease for the Justice League movie? And did Superman always die before the crazy anti-life equation future? Because if Flash had to do this to get to Superman's death, how does Darkseid wind up on Earth in the other timeline? According to Snyder, that happens because Superman dies and Earth is no longer protected from alien threats, which I think is stupid, but we'll get to that at the end. It seems like Flash's actions here must create at least some of the future he's trying to prevent, and I wonder if the movie even knows that and if Snyder plans to address it later. Hopefully I'll find out with the closest thing to the intended sequel to this as we're going to get. Not that I'm compelled to keep going by anything but morbid curiosity and a crazier vow than the one Batman made to his parents, to review every superhero movie ever made. I think it's important to point out that as lost as I was during the nightmare sequence, general audiences would have been thrown all the way to the island on Lost. Again, Snyder is banking on viewers bringing knowledge of this lore with them, while ostensibly making a definitive introduction to this material. What is the uninitiated supposed to do with the symbol in the ground or parademons? I recognized that stuff and still thought Superman becomes a fascist dictator just because his girlfriend dies. How confused must non-DC fans be? It was a big enough risk for Marvel to throw Thanos in the after-credits scene in Avengers without explaining it. Every comic nerd in the theater had to go to work helping regular moviegoers understand what they were seeing there. This is before the halfway point, and even if I risked talking during the movie, I couldn't help you. Also, I don't like the idea that Superman is so weak-willed, Darkseid can easily control him if Lois dies. That's not that much better than what I thought it was, but I won't comment on that anymore until if and when we see more of it, because it's not in this movie. Part 3. Superman was never real. Clark gets a set of Polaroids, really? In 2016? Okay. Of Batman's brutal assaults on criminals, labeled judge, jury, executioner, and the last one says justice with a question mark. This further suggests the movie is supposed to be about what justice is and isn't. I guess the dawn of justice is Batman not doing that anymore when he decides not to brand Lex in Arkham at the end. Didn't he used to be about justice, though, before he crossed that line? Oh, whatever. Justice is in the title because Justice League. Thanks to Connor Nielsen for pointing out that the handwriting on these pictures looks suspiciously like the handwriting on the checks Keith apparently sends back to Bruce, which is used as more motivation later for Bruce to hate Superman. I'm assuming Keith didn't do this himself. How would he have gotten these Polaroids? They look like they were probably taken by KG Beast and sent to the Daily Planet to make sure Clark knows inmates are dying in prison because of the Bat brand. I'll do a deep dive on the check thing when we get there, but I'm not sure why Lex would want this to look like Keith's handwriting. It doesn't matter, though, because Lois never connects those dots. I assume it's just a clue for the audience, maybe to tell us Lex is behind the check thing later. That reminds me, earlier, when Clark tells Perry the police won't do anything about Batman, it makes me wonder what Gordon thinks about all this, and where the heck he is. This story really needs Commissioner Gordon, and makes a lot more sense to introduce him with this plot than in Justice League, or at least the version of that movie I've seen to date. The picture is darkly questioning whether Batman's new methods are about justice are intercut with Bruce accessing Lex's files and learning that the white Portuguese isn't a man but a ship. I wondered why we were jumping back and forth between these two scenes, because they don't seem to have anything to do with each other, except, I guess, that Bruce is about to prove the picture's right, that he is judge, jury, and executioner when he decides to destroy Superman. It's plotted enough like an 80s cartoon, might as well use lingo like destroy. Why don't we see him open the files on the other superheroes here? For some reason, that's saved for later, half an hour after the last time I thought about those files, when we'll see that surveillance footage of Wonder Woman and the picture from 1918 that she's after. And then the rest even later, along with Wonder Woman, after Bruce has sent her those files. If that Justice League setup has to be in this movie, this is the most natural place to see those surveillance videos. Bruce sees the Flash in what seems like a weird vision. He doesn't know what to make of it, but then he sees the same guy on his monitor that came back to give him that warning. That would help confirm right away that there's something to what he saw, and maybe motivate him more quickly to act. If he knows right away the Flash is real, he won't think it's just a dream. As it stands, it watches like Bruce is either more intensely resolved to kill Superman because of the premonition, or it has no bearing on him at all, and he would have reacted to getting kryptonite the same way regardless. If we didn't see Batman in the future or Flash's warning, I don't think viewers would have believed Bruce's impending speech to Alfred about why Superman must be destroyed any more or less than they did with it. He's just as likely to give the 1% speech. So Bruce tells Alfred that Lex has kryptonite, that it can kill Superman, and he's going to steal it. Alfred, always playing Jiminy Cricket, says with a shred of hope that surely Bruce is going after the kryptonite to keep it out of Lex's hands, to destroy it. When Bruce says no, Alfred has really had it. I love the intensity of both Irons and Affleck's performances in this scene, and once again, I just want this movie. This is a big moment, Bruce's first major opportunity for change, which he doesn't take, and the movie puts him squarely in the wrong. Alfred's ostensibly reasonable argument is the lifeline he ignores. Now, it's more complicated than it's meant to be, because I think I'm sympathizing more with Bruce in this moment than I'm supposed to. When Alfred says that Superman is not our enemy, that's the argument we're supposed to side with, at least according to Snyder in his lockdown commentary. But look at this from Bruce's point of view. A. Superman acted like a god fighting above mere mortals, and forgot about them when he fought Zod. Thousands of people died. B. Bruce just had a vision of Superman becoming the warlord he's afraid he can't stop moments earlier. And even though there's not any real evidence to back up its authenticity, because he doesn't actually see kryptonite in that box, at the moment that's the only thing that would tell him that there's any reality to that, he might be able to tell that Flash was really in that room like I could. I'm not sure about that. See, Bruce thinks Superman is taking matters into his own hands and acting recklessly, both at home and abroad. Although, I'd think there might be evidence in those files of Lex's conspiracy, but we're never told that. So I'm going to work under the assumption he doesn't know about that. And as I discussed in part 2, we don't know how Superman has handled other situations apart from Africa, only that Finch and others are worried he's acting on his own. Bruce is depicted as paranoid, but I'm more with him than I want to be in this scene. I'm not saying he should outright try to kill Superman. He's definitely not handling this right. He should try to talk to Superman at the very least. But I also don't agree with Alfred that Bruce should just destroy all the kryptonite. Maybe deliver it to the authorities in case Superman proves himself untrustworthy. He's a question mark before he's our friend or our enemy. And Alfred might feel a little differently if Bruce told him about the future he saw. Bruce's argument is a valid one. I mean, he brought the war to us is a little hyperbolic. It's not Superman's fault Zod came after him on Earth. Is he partially responsible for the casualties? A case could be made. That's why if Clark was smart, he'd have made a public statement and tried to explain how he did the best he could and regrets what happened. But I guess he needs the ghost of his dead father to tell him you can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs first. Oh, and side note, Affleck's voice is so low and chilling in this scene, he does not need that voice synthesizer. He practically sounds like he's using it here. He doesn't need to do a voice like Bale did, he just needs to speak in that register. It's the perfect sound for Batman. I'd go as far as to say if I heard that in animation, it would have the chance of rivaling Kevin Conroy's Batman voice. The argument that you can't trust a guy with that much power is debatable. Bruce is using anecdotal evidence about good guys not staying that way. But it's harder to argue with the collateral damage point, that he's a guy who's already crossed the line, and if there's a chance he might go further, don't we have to do something about that? This argument sounds mad against the Christopher Reeve Superman, but not this one. It's a little like trying to preempt tragedy using that Hydra algorithm in Winter Soldier. Personally, I more take the Captain America side, give people the benefit of the doubt until they prove they don't deserve it, but there is an argument to be made. Bruce could so much more easily connect those dots, and the 1% chance he's our enemy line would sound so much less paranoid to Alfred if Bruce gave him the context of the future Flash showed him. And Alfred might not think he's so off the rails then. Maybe Alfred wouldn't believe him if Bruce told him about that, but later on he gets real solid proof when he sees the Flash file. So overall, it watches like drama born out of unnecessary secrets, and I don't like that. But solely from Bruce's point of view, I see how he's come to this drastic conclusion, and if only Batman and Superman had a conversation, this could be the basis for an ideological argument. It might go something like this. Batman, I've seen the future, and you take over the world, kill anyone who gets in your way, and murder me. Superman, I don't think I would ever do that, but now that we know that happens, maybe we can prevent it. Let's work together, find some common ground. The enemy is that Superman, not me. Batman, no, it's not worth the risk. I don't see any other choice. I'm sorry, I have to kill you. Make it an interpersonal conflict about faith versus certainty, and holding to your principles versus committing any wrong to prevent catastrophe. If the big showdown started like that, where the two men just can't find a compromise, so it happens because at least one of them can't come up with a better way, I'd be much more on board with this idea. Make it a clearer Minority Report situation. I also expected Alfred to point out Bruce's hypocrisy here. When he says how many good guys are left, how many stayed that way, I'm surprised Alfred doesn't make a comment about how Bruce is proving himself an example of that, and that while there might be a chance, 1% or otherwise, that Superman could become the enemy, what Batman's been doing certainly puts him in that category. And once he's taken down the closest thing on Earth to a god, based on what might happen, why should anyone trust him any more than he trusts Superman? Whatever his comment might have been, I'd have liked Alfred to get the last word there. But then maybe the idea is he's so taken aback by Bruce's resolve, he uncharacteristically doesn't know what to say. And that unshakable determination and willingness to throw away his own humanity over this is what most makes Batman's turn at the end intolerable to me. This scene and the Martha reveal do not belong in the same movie together. Hard enough to make me buy that happening in the same movie regardless. We seem to be ramping up to a physical confrontation pretty soon, as just after Bruce decides he's going to try to kill Superman, the wife of a man killed in prison over Batman's mark, who says, "The Bat's the judge," tells Clark words won't stop him. You know what does? A fist. Spoiler alert, it's still gonna be quite a while before we get to that fight. That fist line is strange because Batman's been operating for 20 years, and you'd expect he's been hit in the face lots of times, unless she's talking specifically about Superman's fist, and of course, obviously, the woman doesn't know she's talking to Superman. It's an odd thing to say. I should also mention, this is another thing Lex seems to be manipulating that he doesn't need to. Am I supposed to buy the only reason this is happening is because KG Beast is going into prisons and pushing prisoners to murder each other? Is the idea that Batman actually isn't doing that on purpose, or isn't even aware of it? That it's not really his fault that people are getting killed? And even though the brand is a little sadistic and going a little too far, this whole thing is supposed to be a misunderstanding, just like Superman in Africa? I'm so confused as to what each of these characters is intending with their questionable deeds and whether they're even responsible for them. And if it is all one giant misunderstanding, why is that never stated anywhere? It's like the script was passed around between 19 different writers who each made up the next scene based on the last, didn't read the rest of the script, and weren't all that interested in building on the one scene they had. But at least now we've got crystal clear motives for Batman and Superman to want to take each other out of commission. Only took an hour and 13 minutes. Yeesh. Some of these scenes seem arbitrarily placed to me. I don't know what Perry wants to talk to Clark about in the scene where he can't find him, but it seems like that could be dropped almost anywhere in the movie. Perry says, clicks his heels together 3 times, goes back to Kansas, I suppose. So why not use it later, right before Clark talks to his mother on the farm? Sometimes I'll expect the end of a scene to be there for a transition, but this movie doesn't have many of those. I sometimes wonder how much of this movie was even written in sequence. Finally, action in our superhero brawler action movie. Batman goes after the kryptonite at the docks, and it's being unloaded off the white Portuguese, in a scene that feels like it should have come 15 to 20 minutes into the movie. This is, of course, one of the most infamous scenes in the film, and where it lost a lot of people in the theater. It's wild to me that it took that long for people. It lost me at metahuman Thesis. Yeah, Batman thinks killing Superman is a necessary evil, and they're expecting him to come back from the insane branding thing, but mowing people down with his Batmobile is going too far. I'm not sure a lot of people that complained about that realize the implication of the permanent mark Batman is giving to criminals. That's not just cruel and unusual, he's getting them killed in prison. But then again, I don't know if he's doing that on purpose. But I honestly didn't even notice this until the whole internet lost its collective mind about it, just like I needed public outrage about everyone Superman seems to get killed in Man of Steel before I picked up on that. I tend to tune out during scenes like this. Snyder isn't telling story with his action. Arguably, he's not always doing that when people are talking either. These scenes are rides that get us from point A to point B. You shove popcorn in your mouth watching the chasing, or the punching, or the explosions. You get a pacifying light show for a few minutes. The characters involved, or wherever they end up at the end, doesn't matter how they got there, and then it's on with the narrative, such as it is. It would be disingenuous not to mention the Batmobile chase in Batman Begins here, too, where Batman is flipping cop cars less violently than the vehicles he flips here, but I mean, somebody's in a car that flips at all, there's a good chance they don't make it. That is a somewhat different situation. That Bruce is desperate to save Rachel, and Alfred does call him out on it, but yeah, he's lucky no one seemed to die there. I'm not excusing that, but this is worse because no one talks about it at all, and the stakes aren't such that it seems necessary. Batman could be murderously taking his anger about the Superman situation out on Lex's men, and it could be played as part of his rampage, which is good fuel for Superman's fire. After all, this isn't just about Batman having a reason to take Superman out. And to be fair, Superman does tell him to stop being Batman right after this. I don't know how much he saw, and I guess he came too late to stop it. But it has no real bearing on the story, and it would unfold the same way if Batman just dodged everything and no one got hurt at all. Also, in Snyder's commentary, he coyly says he forgot to do pickup shots showing everyone getting up from this. He doesn't want us to think Batman's a murderer in this scene, even though he might be a murderer with the brand regardless. Again, still fuzzy on that. I don't know if Snyder is saying that retroactively because he was surprised by the backlash, or if it actually never occurred to him people have to die in that scene. That seems to also be going on with his action in Man of Steel. But you'd think he'd have learned his lesson, given that all the carnage that's never addressed in that movie is retroactively made Bruce's initial motivation for not trusting Superman. I gotta wonder if there wasn't a stealthier way for Batman to try to steal the kryptonite. He puts a tracker on it, and then he conspicuously drives his car at the truck, hoping to get to it before it arrives at its destination. Presumably, wherever it's going will be too fortified for him to realistically break in undetected. But instead of shooting a tracer at the big rig with that gun from Dark Knight Returns, why not shoot a smoke bomb or something and try to distract and confuse everyone around the truck, then take out the guards there? That seems potentially less risky than what he does, and a lot more covert. But this Batmobile is fantastic, the perfect blend of tank and low-riding sports car. I bought a model of it as soon as the merchandise came out, and it's a lot of fun to watch it move with those inclined wheels. So I'm not going to complain too much about a big chase after so much incoherent and dull conversation. But this isn't where Batman steals the kryptonite, and it's dumb that he attempts it this way instead of just doing what he does later at LexCorp. So it's sad that the only time we see the Batmobile is in a completely superfluous scene. I love how over the top some of this is, like the crazy bit with the Batmobile driving through a huge boat in slow motion. If only the movie didn't take itself so zod darn seriously. Oh, and yes, Zack Snyder, I can tell the boats are a 100% visual effect. You really don't need to point that out in your commentary. Superman comes out of nowhere to stop Batman in his tracks in both cuts. I don't know how he knows where Batman is going to be, even with the last Clark investigation scene, which only confirms people are dying in prison because of the brand, and that has nothing to do with this. And his confronting Batman as he's trying to steal kryptonite is a coincidence. Superman doesn't know about the kryptonite, or even what it is yet. Maybe he's figured out Bruce's Batman already because of Alfred in the earpiece at Lex's mansion, and there seems to be no range limit on his super hearing. But all those detective scenes seem like they're supposed to lead somewhere, and all they really do is cement Superman's distaste for Batman's motives. At least the detective work Batman does culminates in the information he finds that he does something with. Oh, and there's something these guys have in common the movie could have really run with. Despite their different worldviews and crime-fighting tactics, they're both great investigators. That's a thing that doesn't come up nearly enough in stories comparing Batman and Superman. Too often, Batman sees Superman as a blunt instrument who never uses his brain to solve problems. But his day job is really similar to Batman's night job, and this movie actually has subplots where they're both doing that. Detective work, and no direct comparison is ever made between them. If Batman and Lex had teamed up initially, like the movie teases earlier, and like I would have loved, detective work would have been a natural way to bring Batman and Superman together. They both discover Lex's true intentions separately, and that puts them on the same side. But yeah, Superman just shows up when the movie wants him to. Don't ask questions about how he knew where Batman was, or why he doesn't arrive until after Batman flattens like a dozen people. The look of surprise on Batman's face inside the Batmobile, in slow motion, to Zimmer's insane operatic score, is maybe the most unintentionally funny shot in the whole movie. He's one of the darkest iterations of Batman put on screen, and he's pushing 50, but he looks like a little kid who just got caught stealing a candy bar. And then, this supposedly inspiring hero uses Batman-esque intimidation tactics on Batman. Superman rips off the top of his car. He says, "The Bat is dead. Bury it." This is all ridiculous to me, because Superman seems like such a hypocrite in this scene. Again, if he's so much better than Batman, he should really be focusing his energies on repairing his reputation. And as much as I'd like an actual discussion, I get that Superman thinks Batman is the bad guy. The movie certainly thinks he is too at this point. But why is he talking like the entitled god he doesn't want to be seen as? Consider this mercy? Really? If he thinks Batman's a dangerous criminal, why doesn't he just grab him and take him to the police? He's simultaneously giving Batman special treatment just because he's wearing a costume and acting like king of the world. And then Batman's trailer fodder line, "Do you bleed? You will." When I first heard the premise and title for this movie, I was concerned it might be handled in a somewhat immature way, but I could never have prepared myself for that. Do Snyder and these writers think the people they're trying to impress with this ostensibly profound modern superhero deconstruction are the same people they're buttering up for a testosterone-laden MMA cage match? Or is it more of a something for everyone kind of movie? Because if it's the second thing, the fight fans don't need to show up until the 2-hour mark. And if you only came to see these guys duke it out, why do you need to watch a whole movie? There are YouTube channels for this sort of thing now, like Bat in the Sun's Superpower Beatdown. Some of those fan film fights have great production values and are less predictable because you know who's gonna win this, right? Like, before you even turn the movie on. The victor in a superhero fight that has to lead to their being friends at the end is always no one. The kryptonite is delivered to Lex, and he and Mercy look at it in ecstasy. Lex looks like he's being hypnotized by it. He finally has the power to bring down the personification of power that is all good. I don't know how he plans to use it though, and I never will, because Batman's about to steal it, and then he will either go on with 2 new plans simultaneously, or 2 plans he always had in his back pocket: Batman v Superman and Doomsday. Some viewers have suggested that Lex wanted Batman to steal the kryptonite, and I wondered about that for a long time too. But later, the look on his face when he sees the kryptonite is stolen suggests to me that he did not want that to happen. If that was his plan, why would his men give Batman so much resistance when he's trying to steal it with the Batmobile? Meanwhile, Lois brings Swanwick the bullet she found in the desert and tells him he should have it analyzed if he doesn't think Superman is a murderer. He takes it without comment. Everything about this subplot seems easily timed, so that she gets her proof of a conspiracy too late for it to mean anything when the Senate chamber blows up. Senator Finch gives her press conference urging Superman to come to the hearing, so he can explain what happened in the desert and so they can have the, quote, conversation about what is good, because that's not a unilateral decision. She really likes the word unilateral. Somehow, even though this senator is arguing against Superman's absolute sense of morality, he ends up looking like the more cynical between them. I don't know how that's even possible. Clark watches this on TV in the newsroom looking conflicted. That's Henry Cavill's job in this role. Just have an uncertain look on your face all the time. He could have avoided at least some of this distrust, as I said earlier, if he just spoke out in the first place. Instead, he goes to his mother for guidance, and she gives him the worst advice possible, or at least the most useless. She says, be their monument or be none of it. You don't owe this world a thing. That's a little entitled and irresponsible. I kind of get the sentiment. Yes, Clark is a human being, and he should be allowed to live life on his own terms and to pursue his own dreams, like anyone, regardless of whatever abilities he possesses. If she had said that to him in high school, I'd maybe understand it. But he does owe a scared and confused world something, an explanation. He is Superman already, after all. They think he's taking the law into his own hands, just like he's accusing Batman of. These Kents did not raise Clark with the values Snyder says they did. It kind of makes sense he doesn't have that strong moral center and sense of responsibility because of that. But Man of Steel didn't understand that, and neither does this movie. And it's a lot harder to make me care about a kidnapped Martha Kent later when she gives such terrible advice. I wish she'd left it at be anything they need you to be. I remember watching the trailer, and I was surprised when that line continued on. He set himself up as either a savior or a big scary question mark, depending on who he's affected. He started making his bed, and now it's time he tucked in the sheets and fluffed up the pillows. I wish he said something like that. A parent with traditional hometown values would say, keep your promises, or be straight with people. But she basically just says, do something, anything. Which is what the viewer should be saying. Come on, man, be proactive already. But not his mom. I also understand the maternal protection instinct when she says, I never wanted the world to have you. But the follow-through is all wrong. They do have him now. And no, Martha, they don't know who he is when they see what he does. Yeah, actions speak louder than words, but that doesn't mean the words aren't important. Sometimes they provide context. That's like the show don't tell thing in fiction. Like, generally that's a good rule, but it's hyperbolic to say you should always show and never tell. It's the same thing with actions and explanations. Sure, people shouldn't trust him because he says he's the good guy and follow him blindly, but he's not giving them any sense of his character. Investigation subplot 3 out of 3 finally pays off when Swanwick brings Lois's bullet back to her and says the CIA thinks Superman was framed for murder because the metal was developed by LexCorp. Swanwick won't go on record because it's classified, and she thinks she's sunk. But when she starts to ask how Lex's thugs knew Clark would be in the desert, just like I asked, we flash back to the moment Superman saved her, which implies she knows she's the key to this. But just because the bad guys somehow know Superman would show up to save her if she was in danger, how could they possibly know he'd figure out where she is? If the frame-up hinges on him showing up, that doesn't seem like an ironclad way to get him there. Maybe if you were in Metropolis, it would be easier to swallow, but all the way in Africa? And this whole thing has to be stretched to right now, so Lois can find out Superman was framed right before the Senate hearing. But also too late to do anything about it, even though she weirdly tries. We'll talk about that in a minute. Keith, the paraplegic man, uses his disability to try to change people's minds about Superman in a television interview right before the Senate hearing. His perspective is certainly valid, but the performance is so over the top, it's hard to feel very sorry for him. Even for a guy that's supposed to have lost it, the writing here is way too melodramatic. I don't have a problem with the way his character is handled conceptually. Like so much in this movie, it's a good idea, just handled with no finesse. I desperately need to see the debate this is building up to. No one gets the chance to rebut this guy, and he kind of loses by the end just because the discussion never happens and Superman dies a hero. Keith says Superman is not a hero, but it's clearly more complicated than that. For a lot of people, he absolutely is. The question is, at what cost? While the movie never comes down on whether Superman is really crossing any moral lines beyond collateral damage, it does, by the end, seem to have the attitude that Superman did the right thing when he fought Zod, and it's just tragic that people died, but there was nothing he could do about it, cementing his morality. And perhaps he couldn't do much more than he did, but he's very careless in those fights, going all the way back to the Smallville scenes. The idea is apparently that everything else he was accused of was all untrue. Keith and Bruce both have legitimate grievances about Superman, and the movie initially seems to be presenting this as a complex, hard-to-call conundrum, but won't follow through on it. Wouldn't it be more engaging and thought-provoking to see Superman debate this guy at the hearing than to have an explosion and make Superman all conflicted about whether he should even act at all? He might as well be Al Simmons from Spawn. Everything he does seems begrudging, and he just waits around until he's forced to finally do something, only to run off again when things get bad. You're from space, Superman, not hell. And actually getting that Senate hearing would help me decide where I stand with this version of Superman, too. Heck, I don't have to rewrite the movie, just have this much-needed conversation before the explosion happens. I know I'm a broken record, but why isn't Superman ever allowed to talk in these movies? Maybe he'll suddenly get a lot more dialogue when he comes back from the dead in the Snyder Cut of Justice League, now that there's no question about how heroic he's supposed to be. But I doubt it. Lois calls Perry at the planet and tries to get him to run the story about the fringe job in Africa before the Senate hearing starts, but Perry doesn't think she has enough proof. Yeah, he gave Clark the "we can't worry about morality" speech earlier, but his argument here is sound. He says Lex will sue the paper out of existence if they can't back up her claims. Lois says if they can get the story out now, though, it might change what Superman says? I don't understand that at all. Wouldn't she expect Superman to just tell the truth? Regardless, it might lend credibility to his position that he just rescued his girlfriend, and despite the excessive force, nobody got hurt because of him, and he wasn't there to interfere in foreign affairs at all. That is, of course, if anyone had time to read the article. Finch is on her way into the Senate chamber while Lois is on the phone, so I don't get how she thinks she has time to write a story and get it in a newspaper and have anyone find out about it before Superman speaks. Also, I don't think we've had another scene between Lois and Clark since the bathtub. Shouldn't they be comparing notes? Why don't they check in with each other? Where's the scene where Clark tells her about Batman and she tells him about her suspicions with the bullet? And wait a minute, I forgot Clark and Superman are the same person again because the movie keeps forgetting that. But doesn't Clark have a cell phone? Lois doesn't try to call him and tell him what she found out. She is his world, but they seem to communicate as infrequently as this movie does to its audience. How is the film so long with so many necessary scenes missing? Also, Lois doesn't even know if Superman is going to be there because they haven't talked about it. And nobody knows if he's going to be there. But she's talking like she just assumes he'll show up. And like everybody does that, except for Finch. And again, it watches to me like she thinks this guy is Christopher Reeve. So maybe she would just think that. But if I were her, I'd call him to see how he plans to handle it, at the very least. It watches like there should be an even longer cut beyond this. The universe had mercy on my soul for not making that a reality. But this looks like the Watchmen director's cut, which is more complete, but like there's even one more super long version beyond that. Maybe that exists in a parallel universe, and it also had a series of animated scenes that keep interrupting the narrative with a totally different story in a different genre, but with obvious thematic parallels, like the Black Freighter. This one would just be an animated ripoff of The Passion of the Christ. Then Lex talks to Finch and pretends like he's planning on telling the committee that she wouldn't fund a deterrent against Superman. Because remember, he's about to blow up the chamber. I'm not sure why he even showed up there. I mean, she's gonna get his message that he's the reason she's about to die with the peach tea on her desk at the hearing. And he's gone through the trouble to have a seat reserved that he doesn't plan on being in. Wouldn't a better alibi be just being at home or at work? I mean, there's no real reason anyone should suspect Lex, I guess, unless somebody knew he gave Keith the wheelchair he plants a bomb in, or makes a bomb out of, I guess we're told later, but his presence wouldn't affect that. He's risking she'll put two and two together faster, maybe, since she just saw him and has to be really paranoid and kind of afraid of him even being in the building after his maniacal speech at his house. And why does he let his assistant Mercy die? And now, the thing with Keith's checks. I am completely baffled on this point, and I've gone over and over it trying to determine what is really happening here. Bruce looks in on Keith's situation after he sees him on CNN. Remember, he worked for Bruce when he was injured in Metropolis, and Bruce already feels responsible for the people in his employ he was powerless to save, in his mind, thanks to Superman. He discovers that Keith has sent back all the checks his company issued to Keith from the Victims Fund. They all have angry, handwritten, melodramatic notes blaming Bruce for what happened to him. Bruce asks the money guy why Keith hasn't been getting the checks. It turns out he has, but they were always sent back, and no one bothered to tell Bruce about it. I've been trying to figure out for a long time whether this is supposed to be part of Lex's plot, because I can't figure out what he actually did, but I've determined it has to be, because when Lex gives his rambling speech on the roof and reveals his master plan to Superman, he says it did not take much time to push him over, actually, referring to Bruce. Lex says Bruce's hate was 2 years growing, and he quotes the last message we'll see from Keith later, "You let your family die." So either Lex stopped Keith's checks from getting to him, and Lex wrote all the notes himself, and then made sure Bruce got them all at once on the day of the Senate hearing, or Keith sent all the checks back and wrote the messages himself, but Lex intercepted them and made sure Bruce got them all at once. Or it was incompetence on the part of someone in Bruce's company that he never saw the checks. Lex wrote the messages, but wanted Bruce to get them one at a time, which makes more sense if he's trying to make Bruce hate Superman gradually over time. But that didn't work until today, when Bruce conveniently finally investigates Keith and finds the big bundle of checks. I don't understand whether Lex has been trying to make this fight happen going all the way back to the World Engine, which would mean he wants them to fight before he even knows kryptonite exists. Or Lex might just mean Bruce has been spiraling for 2 years, so that made it easy to push him over the edge when he finally decided to do this now. And I think that's maybe more likely. But either way, this is about as convoluted as it gets. Not to mention, it makes it really clear Lex did indeed want Batman and Superman to fight before Batman had kryptonite. I can't tell what Lex wants more, Superman dead or Superman humiliated. Maybe the point is he doesn't know either, and that's why this plan is the biggest headache I have ever tried to make sense of. He is obsessed with contradictions, but his plan is riddled with them. That could kind of be cool if it's on purpose, but it doesn't work because I'm pretty sure the movie doesn't know how crazy he is either. And I think it's trying to impress me later on the roof with how brilliant a master manipulator he is. Just give me a minute. Gotta go get an Advil. Okay, so then Lex talks to Finch one last time and gives her probably the most important thematic line of the piece. Do you know the oldest lie in America, Senator? It's that power can be innocent. I like that as the crux of the film. That's a great modern idea to explore in a Superman movie. Lex uses that widely held belief to justify the way he wields power, and Superman tries to prove the opposite, amidst a sea of doubt and suspicion. And despite all the pacing issues and the convoluted villain plot and the forced-in premonition of a dystopian future, if Superman came to that hearing and we had a really well-written debate about this whole thing for like 10 minutes, it could have covered a multitude of sins for me. I can't help but imagine how intriguing that could have been. And again, there's a V in the title like a courtroom drama. I said before the movie came out, well, obviously that's just a big punch fest. There's no way it's a double entendre and actually an ideological debate in something like a courtroom setting. And the movie actually teases me with that very scenario. I'm starting to wonder if the scenes leading up to the Senate hearing are even linear or happening around the same time, as the progression of scenes would suggest. If Superman is dropping down to the Senate building, apparently he just hovered above it for a long time because we're told he's up there a couple scenes earlier. KG Beast murders the African woman who lied for Lex earlier but has had a change of heart since, so that she can't testify at the hearing. He kills her by throwing her in front of a train at a train station, with tons of people crowded around him, by the way. I don't know how he could get out of there without getting mobbed and arrested. But would she even have had time to show up to the Senate building? I mean, how long is that hearing? I imagine a lot shorter if Superman didn't show up, and no one knows if he's even going to be there. So there's no way she would know how long it's supposed to be. Yeah, she's making it a real priority if she's just now getting on the train as the meeting is supposed to start. But even more confounding is why it was so urgent for Lex to have that loose end tied up right then anyway. He's planning to blow up the Senate chamber with Finch, who was the woman's contact. Sure, maybe he's concerned she'll go tell somebody else, but the placement of that scene, shortly after Finch is talking about the African woman testifying, implies that Lex needs that done before a hearing he's about to stop anyway. He has a lot of confusing plans within plans, and sure, you can make up theories to kind of explain stuff like this away. Maybe it's just insurance in case the bomb doesn't go off for some reason, or Superman manages to stop it in time. But it watches to me like a mess of scenes that were all shot and the order they'd go in was decided later. We've got a lot of intrigue we're supposed to be mystified by in the moment, but seems like it's lacking in forethought or basic story logic when you start thinking about it at all. As Superman drops down to the building, we see protesters holding typical political signs, with messages like Earth belongs to humans, and aliens are un-American, and Westboro Baptist Church type signs like God hates aliens. Gotta get a reference to that crazy cult in there if you're gonna have a demonstration of bigots in your movie, of course. But they might not all be intolerant jerk faces. Some of those signs say, tell us the truth about aliens, which sure is maybe a little insensitive, but it's fair to ask Superman to tell the truth. Nobody really knows anything about him. It's also weird that there are like 2 pro-Superman signs in with all the anti-Superman signs. Even if there's a designated area for protesters outside the building, I'd think one group would stand together as far apart from the other group as they could get, or at least on the other side of them. And again, this is an image I expected to see the movie open with. And it's weird it takes the Africa incident before we have any inclination of this sort of thing. Senator Finch opens the hearing by thanking Superman for showing up, and she looks as frustrated as I am that he's so non-communicative. She says, "This is how a democracy works. We talk to each other. We act by the consent of the governed." He looks like he's walking into the principal's office. He knows how the process works, but the movie, in scenes like this, presents Superman as if he was raised on Krypton and just arrived on Earth a year and a half ago. And it just kind of hurts my feelings to see a politician have to remind Superman how important truth is. Sure, he hasn't been lying about anything, but of course people are suspicious, and he would have engendered some goodwill if he had just spoken publicly as soon as people started accusing him of shadow interventions. Now, if the idea is that Clark was raised wrong, and he's not Superman yet, but all of this is going to teach him how to get there, I don't really want that. I don't love that idea. It's too much of that thing where you've got a prequel masquerading as the real thing, where your hero can't be the thing you came to see until the very end of the 2nd or 3rd movie. But I would at least understand who he is, and would think there might be hope that at some point he'll finally be the real Superman. But we're going to kill him in this movie. So I guess at this point my only hope is Superman is finally Superman after death. Finch stammers as she tries to get through her opening statement because she slowly turns a jar sitting on a coaster in front of her, and I like the tension in this moment, but I'm too confused by everything to be quite on the edge of my seat the way Snyder expects me to be. She slowly turns the jar filled with dark yellow liquid to reveal a handwritten label that says, of course, Granny's Peach Tea. I don't know what's actually in the jar, and I guess I don't care. On a first viewing, as soon as I realized what that is, I was distracted by 2 things. A, trying to remember what that whole peach tea thing was about in the first place, because it's been so long since it happened, and it was such a jarring thing to put in a mainstream superhero movie, I was weirded out by it before I was appreciating the thematic implications. And B, trying to understand how security in the Capitol is so lax. Someone put that there without anyone noticing or being suspicious of it. And who did Lex have do that anyway? Did he walk in there when no one was looking? Was that Mercy's only job today, and her last one since she's about to die in a fiery blaze with everyone else, despite being a totally loyal assistant and doing whatever morally deplorable thing Lex asks her to do? It took a couple viewings, but I understand the peach tea thing now. Lex is sadistically letting Finch know something horrible is about to happen by using her own metaphor for something obviously being something else against her. That's not peach tea, and there's something in that room that isn't as it seems either. She'll never know what exactly that is, but it's Keith's wheelchair, which is about to explode. So the explosion happens, and it's certainly a surprise, but it doesn't have the impact on me it should because I'm already so bewildered. Then Superman stands in slow motion, completely internalizing everything, seeming to already be formulating his plan to give up completely. Yeah, he's sad, he's racked with guilt, he still doesn't know what to do, but it's like I'm supposed to still be waiting for him to become Superman at some point. I thought this guy compulsively saved people. That's what we're told in Man of Steel. How is Superman not flying around, making sure there are no survivors he could rescue? It's another scene that seemed lifted from Watchmen, except Superman isn't actually responsible for killing everyone in this room like Dr. Manhattan, but his cold reaction is a lot like that, and his solution will be similar too. He also runs away like Dr. Manhattan. In a minute, we'll see him rescue a woman, a moment that's not in the theatrical cut, so that helps a little. But it's token, and his first reaction wasn't dart everywhere and save whoever you can, and he's not using his X-ray vision to look for survivors. Kind of weird, by the way. In a movie where Superman's X-ray vision is a huge plot point, I don't think we ever see him utilize it. This moment watches like the movie forgot Superman is supposed to save people, not just brood, and was shot and thrown in there later. Bruce gets one more message, apparently from Keith, this time on a newspaper clipping from the day the Zod fight happened, saying, "You let your family die." And he stares at the TV showing the carnage at the Capitol, furious it seems, at Superman. What does Bruce think is happening in that moment? That Superman went to the Capitol to blow it up when it's pretty obvious an actual bomb went off? Or that he is complicit in it in some way? Maybe not, I just don't know. But he's got this look like he thinks he's dealing with the Martians from Mars attacks here. Again, this is all overkill. Bruce doesn't need any more motivation to go after Superman, any more than Lex needs to do 90% of what he does to turn them against each other. It's like Snyder just keeps pouring sugar into his Kool-Aid, like, nah, it's good, man. Let's check in, once again, with Lex's nonsensical plan. He's got kryptonite. He wants the government to weaponize it. They won't, because one senator won't give him permits he needs. Apparently, he can't just find somebody else who will. So he kills Finch in public, presumably also hoping to make Superman look bad. Sort of killing two birds with one stone. Continuing to ruin the god's reputation so he won't be a hero to the people when he dies. But he's already killed the only person who knows he's framed and trying to kill Superman, that he knows of, because he doesn't know about Lois and the Bullet. And Lex has got the public at least unsure of Superman now, because somehow this actually works and people think that Superman was involved. I don't know why anyone would be suspicious of him unless he flew off without making a statement, which he does. But that's not the only reason that they're suspicious, and we'll talk about that in a minute. If I'm Lex, maybe put kryptonite in the wheelchair? If it kills him, great. If not, no one can trace it back to Lex or would even know what it is, and then he's done a field test. I would really like to know how he planned to use the kryptonite before it was stolen. But I guess he always wanted Batman and Superman to fight, so he was going to turn people even more against Superman when he murders Batman and then finally use kryptonite against him? Is that why he doesn't use it in the wheelchair? Superman has to be totally vilified first? If so, why not frame him for more catastrophes like Africa, instead of hoping everyone will blame him for a bombing just because he has superpowers and maybe could have stopped it? It seems pretty flimsy and impossible to predict that outcome, like most everything else in this plan. Then we got Alfred chopping wood like Kirk in Star Trek Generations. He watches the news and learns about the explosion with a news anchor who says Superman leaving the scene raises suspicions. Now people are even more afraid of Superman. I guess the only thing he can do to turn around public opinion on him now is die in an epic sacrifice. And now Batman has Lex's kryptonite, which he steals off-screen after tearing up LexCorp, and after we watch 10 minutes of him mowing people down in his Batmobile to get it and fail because Superman showed up for no reason out of nowhere. That seems pretty easy, and Batman clearly doesn't care about stealth because he left the Batarang as a calling card. So why not just do it this way in the first place, like I suggested earlier? So much wasted screen time. I know I complained this hard-edged action movie has hardly any action for the first hour and 15 minutes, but action scenes should progress the narrative, the story is just there to facilitate the fights and car chases. So why not just give us this scene, immediately after Batman decrypts the files and learns what kryptonite is? Sure, you wouldn't get Batman and Superman's first meeting, but that doesn't have any real bearing on the narrative either. I have never done a fan edit, but I seriously think I could get this movie down to an hour and a half and make it more cohesive and coherent. I just take out most of what it thinks is the plot. Lex does not look happy that Batman stole his kryptonite, which makes it impossible to understand why he's already been trying to maneuver Superman to fight Batman. What chance does Batman have against Superman before he has kryptonite? Unless Lex also wants Batman dead, like he's putting him in the metahuman category. Maybe he doesn't know Batman is just a man in a cape and assumes he has powers, so he figures he'll take some of those metahumans out while he's orchestrating Superman's demise. I mean, why else would he have files on the other metahumans? But then he doesn't have a file on Batman along with Wonder Woman and the rest, so probably not. Maybe he didn't bother to make one just because he's sad he didn't get to make Batman a logo, since he's got one already. It seems like he must have made Wonder Woman and Flash and Aquaman and Cyborg's logos for them. Thanks to one of our viewers, Tank Gunner, for pointing that one out. Lois hasn't bothered to check in with Clark by phone this whole movie, but she finally tries after the Senate catastrophe, only to find him standing on her balcony. Superman is completely hopeless, feeling sorry for himself, and he decides the idea of Superman is a sham. I hate everything about this scene. He says he's afraid he didn't see the bomb because he wasn't looking. Okay? What does that mean? That he's worried he didn't care enough about the people there to take every precaution for their safety? Or that he just sucks at being a superhero? God, what is this CW Arrow and Supergirl writing? Lois tries to tell him what she knows about the conspiracy, but of course, he doesn't listen to her, because if he did that, he might come to his senses and go after Lex, the ostensible master planner who has the public about to come after him with pitchforks, instead of flying off to wallow in self-pity. Man, it really is depressing when a Superman movie feels more like a Spawn movie. Hey Superman, I'm afraid you didn't hear Lois because you aren't listening. Superman says he's been living his life the way his father saw it. I guess he means the dream Jonathan had when he saw his son using a red towel for a cape in the backyard, where he could use his abilities using a disguise and still have a life. I still don't understand when his father thought he would be ready to do that. And then he says, Superman was never real. This is his Spider-Man No More moment, where he decides the consequences to his superhero action are too great, and he has to stop. Like he wanted to be the symbol for hope, like the S on his chest, but the world wouldn't let him. I don't know, man, maybe he should have just tried harder to look like one of the people that just happened to have abilities nobody else did, instead of looking as alien as people are afraid you are. It's like he doesn't get the basic concept of communication. He's not even communicating with Lois in this scene. With all his power, he's powerless to control his own life and not just let things happen to him. Until his big Jesus moment at the end, because if he acts rationally, the movie doesn't know how to create dramatic situations where people hate him and Batman has to fight him. Even though it already has that dramatic situation from the end of last movie and established it right away. This is the absolute antithesis to character-driven fiction. I wish Lois went farther than that farmer's dream is all some people have. He shouldn't keep just doing what he's been doing. He needs to address why people have turned on him and expose Lex. She's talking to him too much on his own terms here. She should have led with, but you can do something about it. None of this is your fault, and we can prove it. She's making it all about the symbol of hope, when the problem is entirely practical. She's trying to save the day with a platitude. He says the crest meant something on his world, but his world doesn't exist anymore. Ugh. It means whatever example you set, and if you just listen to what Lois was trying to tell you, you'd know someone was trying to manipulate that. Lois's side of this would be more understandable if she was as clueless as he was about what was going on. But she knows why people are less hopeful about Superman. She should be desperate to make him understand so Lex can't get away with it, and so more people won't be put in danger. Simple conversation could have ended this movie early at least a couple times. And of course, we've already killed off the only character interested in talking halfway through the movie. I have this problem with a bunch of this movie, but this is one of the worst examples. I just don't feel like I'm looking at human beings here. It might be the worst written scene next to the Martha moment. Lex finally, an hour after he gets access to the ship, uses Zod's fingerprints to get inside. This scene should either be a lot earlier in the movie, or else Lex shouldn't have even thought to try to get his hands on the ship until now. This whole thing is way less convoluted if this is plainly a backup plan he thinks of because he lost his kryptonite. Which I think is what it is, and the main reason I'm convinced Lex didn't secretly want Batman to steal his kryptonite. But why wouldn't he take advantage of the ship before now? Imagine you find a politician willing to give you exclusive rights to enter and use the only alien spaceship known to exist on the planet. Wouldn't you be too curious to not take a peek immediately? I can't imagine just leaving it there. And again, the man has no idea what's in the ship or if he'll even be able to exploit it. He apparently waits until he needs another weapon to kill Superman with and hopes there's something in there he can use. That would be like waiting past Christmas to open an enormous present you got. Wait until your car broke down and finally take the wrapping paper off, hoping for a motorcycle. It's weird not just that Lex knows Zod's fingerprints will get him in the ship, but that's what you need instead of a Kryptonian key. I guess because there's not one of those laying around, so how's Lex going to get his hands on one? But then there is a Kryptonian key in the ship, and Lex is lucky it's in the slot when he walks in, or he wouldn't be able to access anything. He pulls it out and then shoves it back in. I'm not sure it would occur to me to even do that, just like I wouldn't immediately know I would need Zod's fingerprints. He's interfacing with the ship now, and a computer voice asks him if he'd like to assume command. He says he would, and just like that, he's in command, even though it's clear the ship knows he's not Zod or one of his crew. It will become even more evident a little later that we're dealing with an artificial intelligence and not an automated computer, maybe like a disembodied voice version of the Jor-El hologram. But even here, it has to know Lex isn't Zod because it tells him things Zod would know. And of course, a little later, it's also going to say his name. It's like Lex is tapped into the evil Fortress of Solitude, because like the Fortress in the Donner Superman movies, it wants to give him all the knowledge of the known universe right away. The ship tells him it has knowledge from 100,000 different worlds. Instead of saying, how do I kill a Kryptonian on this planet, or I need a Power Rangers monster that's really hard to kill, Lex says, teach me, which is another one of those dramatic but totally impractical movie tropes. He doesn't have time to listen to the ship tell him everything it knows, and it doesn't seem to directly download his brain with information or anything. I'm also not sure why the ship is speaking to him in English, but I guess Jor-El does that with Clark in the first movie, and Zod and his people knew English, so I'll give it that. But it adds to the ridiculous idea that anyone could walk into that ship and assume command, regardless of rank or even species, as long as you could get inside in the first place. This scout ship, apparently, has the US Capitol's level of security. I do like the moodiness and mysterious ambiance of this scene, with the return of Zimmer's Krypton theme from Man of Steel. I'm so nostalgic for the relative simplicity of that movie the more I watched this. Yeah, I said I gave it too much credit, even as critical as I was of that movie when I reviewed it, but all of that film's confusion and poor communication pales in comparison to this. And I still love the nature-nurture and free will versus predestination questions inherent in the Krypton stuff there. But the biggest thing that movie has over this is just a consistent tone. I've spent so much time on this, I'm starting to forget what it's like to put in one movie and only get one movie. Next, a montage of Bruce weight training, a la Oliver Queen in Arrow, except 5 times more over the top, with no salmon ladder but lots of tires, and that's intercut with him refining and creating weapons out of kryptonite. Alfred is there watching all of this, staring disapprovingly, but going along with it, maybe because Bruce is such a loose cannon. Who knows what he'd do if Alfred left? Or maybe just because he made Bruce a promise to stick with him no matter what. I'm not sure why. We don't talk about it. I don't actually expect the movie to talk about anything at this point. Why start now? I remember people making fun of this scene profusely, and I never understood why. All the excessive weight dropping and the shots to Affleck's crazy ripped abs is over the top, but I think people specifically thought the tires were silly. People use all kinds of stuff when they're working out. I don't know. This is one of the most ADD movies I think I've ever seen. It cannot keep its eye on the ball because it has too many goals and it hardly tries to marry them organically. It's like a kid who's forced to give a speech in class about the Civil War. But the Civil War bores him, and what he really wants to talk about is Pokemon. So he'll go on about General Grant for a while, and then he'll sneak in an unrelated sentence or two about Snorlax or Charizard, and then he'll go right back to Grant. No segue, no thematic parallel, just intrusive diversion to another subject for a minute. That's what Bruce suddenly clicking on the Wonder Woman file from Lex's archive is like. As I said earlier, I think this scene should be right after Nightmare Batman, and I think it needs to introduce all the future League members at the same time. Or at least Flash. He's putting the finishing touches on his kryptonite arsenal. We're thinking about the big showdown we assume is more imminent than it is. Because this movie works on Brian Michael Bendis time, but without all that pesky character dimension and realistic dialogue. And suddenly, I have to shift gears back to the freaking metahuman Thesis nonsense again. The only thing that makes this relevant to the story in this movie, besides trying desperately to make Wonder Woman less shoved in at the end, is to inform Lex's motivations. He's not just worried about Superman. He wants to get rid of everyone who might appear godlike. I guess he figured he'd take out the most powerful one first, so Superman couldn't come after him when he starts picking off the weaker metahumans. This might feel more cohesive if it somehow led Bruce to Lex's grander scheme, and he realized Superman wasn't the immediate threat. But it's just a quick distraction on his way to try to murder Superman. Bruce sees Wonder Woman in the picture she'll take in her own movie a year after this, during World War I, and it introduces that hard rock guitar, jungle beat, Junkie XL Wonder Woman theme that movie tried its best to work in organically. Which is also just intrusive and weird here. We cut right back to Lex in the ship, and I assume we broke this into two scenes to denote the passage of time, and so the audience will be too distracted by all the subplot bouncing to notice that the first thing we hear in this scene makes no sense. The ship says, "Alexander Luthor, your security override has been accepted." And then it's ready to analyze Zod's body. The computer has already accepted Lex as the commander of the vessel. Why does he need an override? How did he get the override? What is he even overriding? It's like it's just there because it sounds like a thing computers say in sci-fi movies. Lex puts Zod's body in the water, which plays like a creepy, perverse baptism. Then he cuts his hand and puts his own blood in the water. Lex is almost in tears, and not just because he just took a knife to his hand. He says, "You flew too close to the sun." Like he sees Zod as a tragic figure. But Zod's not Icarus, defying the gods with his hubris. Zod is a god on the same level as Superman. At least, if you think he's a god. The only thing I can figure is that Lex doesn't have a problem with someone who is ultra-powerful, even if they're more powerful than he is, even if they want to terraform the Earth and commit genocide against humanity, as long as they're not a walking contradiction. Man, I don't think Lex would be able to get through watching his own movie. It watches like Lex is sad Zod is dead because he's a fellow comic book villain. I guess now they can never be in a Legion of Doom together. Single tear. The ship tells Lex that mixing his blood with Zod's to create a rage monster is forbidden by the Council of Krypton. Well, that seems sensible. Probably the first law I'd put in place if I ruled a planet. I'm assuming Lex got this idea from the Kryptonian archives. Otherwise, I don't know how he'd even think to put the body of a dead Kryptonian in some water and drip his own blood on it to make Doomsday. It's also weird, though, if the computer gave him step-by-step directions, let him try it, and then said, "Wait, no, you can't do that. That's forbidden." And also, why does the ship need human blood to turn Zod into a monster? The AI says none will ever again give life to a deformity so hateful to sight and memory, the desecration without name, implying this has been done to make something like Doomsday before. Was it human blood mixed with Krypton blood when this was done on Krypton? Or can you do it with anyone's blood mixed with a dead body? And wouldn't it have been a lot weaker and less destructive on Krypton, since the body would effectively just be human without the indestructible skin or any of his powers? Lex is performing some kind of occult ritual, masquerading as genetic engineering, and I just don't understand what is even happening. But somehow, the scene gets even more bizarre, and we get the 3 C's of lazy storytelling all at once. I don't know if I've ever seen this unholy trinity like this in the same scene before. Lex getting the recipe for an abomination, a doomsday monster, after a few minutes of the computer teaching him things is convenient. What the recipe actually is convoluted, and also contrived. But what happens next is insanely contrived. Lex outlogics an artificial intelligence Kirk style by simply reminding it that the governing body that made the "don't make monsters" rule is dead now. So the ship is like, "Oh, good call. Sure. Commencing doomsday oven now, sir." What? Again, it does seem like a thinking machine that can maybe learn and adapt, but it's still a programmed machine. It could have been built to not let anyone do this, no matter what the circumstances are. But even if the AI is completely self-aware and has free will, it seems like it's supposed to be a logical being. And it doesn't make sense to allow this just because the civilization that put the rules in place are dead. I could just as easily see it say, "You're right, Alexander Luthor, the ruling council is destroyed, and I served the council, therefore I serve no purpose and will now go offline," and then shut itself down forever. but it watches like Lex is supposed to be outthinking a programmed machine, but we're rushing this just to hurry up and get Doomsday cooking. Perhaps this senseless AI is somehow the product of a sterile, passionless, isolationist society that lived on generations longer than it should have. Or maybe it's the result of a thoughtless script that wants to sound smart but hopes the audience won't pay too much attention to what's happening. Here's an idea. Why not make the creating of a monster forbidden? It could just be a theoretical thing the ship tells Lex some scientist came up with eons back, but never actually went through with it, and Lex finds it with a keyword search or something, rather than it just luckily being one of the first few things the ship told him about, and create unnecessarily confusing background for Krypton. When we cut back to the Daily Planet again, Jenny is reading copy about how everything Superman is doing is suspicious. Because it is. His disappearance raises questions, she says. But before that, she reads, I don't know who wrote this article, pretty sure she's not a reporter, but I don't know. If Superman was aware of the threat and did nothing, was he then complicit in the Capitol tragedy? His leaving, still without saying anything, should definitely raise eyebrows, but suggesting Superman might have known about it and did nothing to stop it sounds like a mainstream news outlet printing a conspiracy theory. I don't get how anyone makes that leap. You've got nothing to go on with Superman at all, and that's the problem. If I was writing an article, my headline would be, "Is Superman mute?" or "Cat got his tongue." It's like the Jon Stewart thing, not the Green Lantern, the Daily Show host, who said Superman doesn't want to be thought of as an American 40 minutes ago. It feels like scenes informed by other scenes we never get. This scene also watches like Superman just brooded for a minute after the Capitol bombing and then flew off like he does in the theatrical cut, as if it doesn't know he tried to save people, although not as urgently as one might hope. CNN reports that investigators and regular citizens alike are questioning why Superman did nothing to stop the bombing. The anchor says he has nearly unlimited power, and people are now chanting burn him, because he survived and didn't stop it. So they think because he can fly, has heat vision, is indestructible, etc., he's omnipotent? Also can't really burn him if he's omnipotent. At the risk of beating a dead horse, if I'm Superman, I would give an interview like Christopher Reeve's Superman did and tell everyone what my powers are. Though maybe not mention I can't see through lead. I can see why people would be confused as to what exactly he can do if they don't trust him. He hasn't displayed any powers beyond the traditional ones in the last year and a half he's been public, but that doesn't mean he isn't holding out, of course. At the same time, it's weird that people just assume he must be all-powerful. Maybe they know about his X-ray vision and wonder why he didn't use it, but then they should be talking specifically about that. I don't know if X-ray vision is public knowledge. The question should be, why didn't he see it? Just like Superman himself wonders in that scene with Lois. If he wanted that to happen, what was the point of his going there? A lot fewer people would probably blame him if he was nowhere around. And it's ridiculous people are talking about Superman like he's omnipotent also, because General Zod is the same kind of being he is, and he's dead. I don't know why this didn't occur to me earlier. Why is Lex worried about kryptonite when he could just try to find something powerful enough to snap Superman's neck? In a later report revealing that Keith had bomb-making materials in his apartment, the suspicion against Superman is mounting exponentially. Now a reporter says all roads in the investigation lead to Superman. Perry, now would be a good time to publish that story Lois wants to write about the frame job. It's weird Lois doesn't implore him again to do that. Things are getting dire enough, maybe this would be enough to get him to take the risk and do the right thing. And that would have been a nice little character arc for Perry. He puts business above his principles until his conscience finally wins out, when his paper can finally make a difference again. Another wasted opportunity. Lois investigates Keith's apartment and realizes the bomb-making accoutrement was planted there because he has fresh food in his refrigerator, indicating he didn't know he was going to die. He just got groceries. The police didn't figure that out? I'm starting to think she'd make more of a difference as a cop. And again, I'm wondering how much of what this guy seemed to be doing was actually fabricated by Lex. Did Lex plant all the psychotic writing in his apartment to match what he wrote on the statue and what's on the checks? Or did Lex break into the apartment, see just how fanatical the guy was, and decide to exploit that in forging Keith's handwriting to make the angry messages on the checks Bruce either somehow never got or that were entirely forged in the first place? Or did Keith write the checks, Lex has intercepted them for years, and the apartment has always looked like this because Keith really was this fanatical? I swear the check thing is going to give me a nervous breakdown. Then, Lois finds out the wheelchair was lined with lead, and that's why Superman couldn't stop it, implying that he definitely would have seen it if it weren't for the lead. Is Superman always using his X-ray vision? Wouldn't he have to purposefully decide to check for bombs or whatever else before he either found the bomb or realized he couldn't see through it because it was lined with lead? Earlier, Superman tells Lois, "Maybe I didn't see it because I wasn't looking." Well, I would think you'd have to be, so it doesn't matter that Lex used lead, because Superman wouldn't have found it anyway. He literally wasn't looking. As I said in part 1, I don't know why anyone knows Superman can't see through lead, but I had forgotten that the woman who checks into the chair for Lois doesn't know about that weakness. She assumes it's lead-lined to reduce the blast for some reason. So now I'm thinking, maybe it isn't common knowledge. Lois might know about it because she's dating Superman, sure, but how does Lex know? He knows Clark is Superman somehow, so maybe he's been watching him all this time. Maybe Lex has got bugs everywhere and has heard Clark and Lois talking about lead. But I don't know. Next, a shot of some mountains begging to be paired with the Paramount logo. It's almost jarring to actually get an establishing shot before a scene in this movie. It happens so rarely. Clark is traversing this crag on a spirit walk to find some kind of clarity, I suppose. In his commentary, Snyder calls this his figurative forces of solitude. Like, it's clever to have Superman walking around in the cold to evoke the imagery of the fortress without really having one. I'm not saying it's fundamentally wrong not to give Superman a fortress, but it's not like this is a super realistic take and the fortress is too silly for this material either. So that seems like a lame idea to me. We finally get in Superman's head, kind of literally, and I don't understand what's going on. He sees a vision of Jonathan Kent, who tells him a story about how good deeds sometimes lead to bad consequences, but you have to do the right thing regardless, and that on its own is what motivates Clark to be Superman again. It also reaffirms that Lois is his world, because Jonathan says that about Martha. It's a horribly fabricated opportunity for change. Couldn't have come from that conversation with Lois, couldn't have come from the Senate explosion itself. Ghost of his father tells him through an allegory that nothing that's happened is his fault, like the collateral damage from Man of Steel and the explosion because he can't control everything, and that he's got Lois, so there's still hope in the world. Realizing he can't control everything is a good lesson for Superman to learn, but whether he's responsible for any of that is debatable, and I thought the fact that the world isn't black and white and it's hard to be Superman in that world was the point. Too bad Jonathan didn't have some allegory about running away from your problems or poor communication. He tells a story about a time there was a big flood on the farm when he was a kid, and he and his father managed to divert the water away and save what they had, but they accidentally sent the water upstream to the Lang farm and killed all their horses. The Langs couldn't get some shovels and do the same thing Jonathan and his father did? I don't know, maybe they were out having Taco Bell or something. That story is vague and flimsy and makes about as much sense as the way the scene was contrived in Man of Steel to get Jonathan killed by a tornado. But if there are farmers that are incompetent enough to not realize that they're about to destroy another farm with where they sent water, it's no wonder they're taking refuge from tornadoes under overpasses. I hate scenes like this. A character who died in the previous movie comes back for a cameo to give the protagonist words of wisdom, and there's no internal logic to explain what we're actually seeing. Spider-Man 2 does it with Uncle Ben, Rise of Skywalker does it with Han Solo. Clark isn't hallucinating because he's not under any kind of influence, nor is he delirious from the cold because he's Superman. The easiest explanation is that it's just visualizing a conversation he's having with himself. But that's a bad idea in a movie that can't relate basic information in straightforward, non-surreal scenes that are definitely happening. And in a movie with several dream sequences and a cryptic premonition brought by a real-life man from the future somehow. And like that sequence, Snyder himself doesn't know what this is. He says that in his commentary too. Could be a ghost, could just be in his head, doesn't matter. Of course it doesn't, because it's just contrived to get Superman to stop feeling sorry for himself so the BVS part can happen in BVS. It's about this time in the movie Jeff Goldblum has to be saying, so you are going to have Batman fighting Superman in your Batman versus Superman movie, right? It's also strange because if it is just a conversation playing out in Clark's head, he has to know this story Jonathan is telling him, right? It plays like he's hearing about it for the first time. Maybe he's making up this story in his mind. If it is all in his head, Clark has a terrible memory. His father didn't have a gruff southern accent. It would be weird if Clark made up a story in his head about the Lang farm getting washed away, but it would be weirder if that really did happen and he never heard about it until a ghost told him. Bruce and Alfred have an ominous conversation in an abandoned and dilapidated Wayne Manor about Bruce's legacy. I made the assumption in part 2 that the building had been burned. I guess I'm not sure. We aren't told what happened to it, but it looks pretty charred. I don't know why Bruce abandoned the mansion or how it got this way, but I have to assume one of his enemies destroyed his home. Again, considering how few establishing shots there are, we're lucky we even get to see what it looks like. It couldn't have gotten this run down just sitting there for 20 years, even without upkeep, I wouldn't think. Alfred tries to reason with Bruce one last time before he commits suicide, as Alfred calls it. He says Bruce can't win against Superman, which it will turn out Alfred is wrong about because he very nearly does. Bruce won't budge. He brings up his age again. He's afraid that he's been Batman all these years and it won't actually count for anything, and I like that a lot. I think he was maybe already worried about that even before Superman. All that crime fighting took a toll. This is his chance to make a lasting difference, not just take out the weeds, as he calls the criminals he's been fighting. I like his line, "I'm older than my father ever was." A Batman who sees more years than his parents, who died too young, and who are the reason he puts on the costume, and who sees a world still as corrupt and unsafe as it was when they were murdered, has to feel unaccomplished and jaded. It's not just about stopping the nightmare future. You could have this scene without that, even though his line, "this is about the future of the world," I think definitely refers to that. It's the most he ever acknowledges that in dialogue. But without the dream, it's still about the future, of course. This scene demonstrates just how far gone he is. He might truly believe what he's doing is necessary, but there's a massive selfish motivation, and Alfred sees that. Bruce isn't doing this just to save the world. He says it point blank, "It's about my legacy." And then he makes it an issue of destiny when he says the first Waynes in America were hunters. It's a flimsy justification. The implied argument is that this is just who he is and what he's meant to do. Like he has no choice. Even if it's ugly and counter to what he used to be about. Protecting the innocent, not killing the bad guys. Like he's been going against his nature all along. Or killing anyone who's too powerful and might turn out to be the bad guy. I love Alfred's look of despair at the end of the scene when he says to himself as Bruce walks off, "Alone in more ways than one, so falls the House of Wayne." That line reads a little melodramatic in a movie that can't decide just how realistic or theatrical it wants to be, but Iron's performance, once again, is spectacular. There's so much going on in his face there. He's sad, he's hopeless, but he's also horrified for what Bruce is transforming into. He looks like he's having his own nightmare as he watches Bruce leave. Alfred's watching him become the thing Bruce is trying to prevent in killing Batman. Makes you wonder what the world would look like if he succeeded. And that sounds like a way more interesting alternate future to me. I like this scene overall, and it has a moodiness that actually feels earned, punctuated by a wonderfully foreboding score. This tragic character study should have been the main focus of the movie. It works better out of context, though, because when I look at how Superman's been handling himself, I see Batman again as a lot more justified than he's supposed to be. But put Superman in the background and make Batman your solo protagonist, this is gripping stuff. This is where there really is something to that question of whether good men can have and wield power. It would have been a tall order to believably bring Batman back from that brink at the end, and he probably couldn't have gone as far as he did in his destruction and apparent sadism for me to buy it, but under the right pen, it could have been brilliant. And something totally fresh and new for Batman on screen. It's a great reason to cast him older, which I questioned in part 1, given that this is supposed to be the start of a long franchise. And Ben Affleck is great as characters with a damaged psyche and who are deeply morally conflicted in movies like The Way Back. Well, folks, I was wrong. This isn't going any faster than the first hour was. In the words of Jim Carrey's Riddler, there's just too many questions. I certainly don't want to rush through the last hour, so we'll get to Martha's kidnapping, Lex's incessant roof ramblings, most of the action in the entire movie, and we'll try to answer the question, why did he say that name? In the actual I Swear to Zod final installment of this now 4-part monstrosity of a review. It's coming, nothing can stop it, the bell has rung, ding 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 ding. Part 4. Why did you say that name? Because the movie hasn't had a conventional structure up till now, and then what seems like the climax won't be the climax. It also suddenly starts to resort to more typical superhero movie tropes, like damsels in distress. It's trying to stay far away from anything familiar to most of these kinds of movies, except, I guess, that general Nolan flavor with a lot of scenes of intrigue strung together, and then suddenly Martha gets kidnapped on the street outside the cafe she works at by Lex's goons. And later, two heroes will fight for a minute and then team up against the same huge rage monster I've seen in half a dozen other superhero films. If you're basically putting scrolling ticker tape at the bottom of the screen that says, I'm the most important, thought-provoking superhero movie ever made, you gotta have your two boats, or your I'm with you till the end of the line payoff. You can't give me New Goblin and Sandman. And you can decide whether Batman or Superman is New Goblin. I can't figure out which of these guys I should actually be rooting for before Batman tries to make Superman a kryptonite spear kebab. Next, the shot fans were waiting for that they probably totally forgot about by the time it finally came. Batman in the classic Dark Knight Returns mech suit, complete with the white glowing eyes. That is pretty cool, if only it was in a Dark Knight Returns movie. Like the regular bulky Miller suit with the short ears, it feels out of place to me, because the only things this story has in common with that is that Bruce is older and he's gonna fight Superman. And lots of news anchors constantly talking, I guess. Batman gets ready for his showdown with Superman in some abandoned building we don't get an establishing shot of. Shocking. And by get ready, I mean he walks around inside for a while and then stabs the ground with his kryptonite spear for the benefit of a movie audience he doesn't know is watching him, because he's a badass. I guess if he's consciously going from Crusader for Justice to Captain Ahab, he might as well do it with some style. And an almost literal harpoon. And then Batman goes on the roof, where he has a bat signal, turns it on, and stands there hoping Superman shows up. It's a good thing Lex kidnapped Superman's mom and is about to give him a sadistic ultimatum, or Batman might have been there all night, just draining power in a big metal suit, standing in the rain like an idiot. Boy, would he have felt silly. Batman is publicly defying Superman. The light is a message. You told me not to go to the light next time it was shining, but now I'm shining the light. So come bury the bat yourself. I dare you. I don't like that whole macho wrestler-esque exchange they had at the Batmobile scene, but if Superman just showed up right now, at least that would have been a natural follow-up to the only scene they've had together in costume so far. As it is, on first viewing, I kind of forgot about that whole thing, because once again, we're bouncing around between all these different subplots. It didn't occur to me there was any significance to the bat signal beyond getting Superman's attention somehow. Batman actually has every reason to think that would be enough to lure Superman there. He can't be sure of it, which is why it's silly he just stands there forever, but if Superman sees that, there's a safe bet he'd take it seriously after the warning/threat to hang up his costume. And Lex is still laying on buckets and buckets of unnecessary motivation for the both of them. Although I guess Lex does need to put Lois in danger, because that's the only thing that gains Superman's attention in this movie, and a big reason it seems like she's the only thing on Earth he cares about. But if he hadn't bombed the Capitol, he wouldn't have to worry about Superman flying off in shame, and it might have happened already. I've said before, the movie doesn't really need Lex to make the fight happen. Now that we're nearly there, finally, let's recap this a second. Forgetting anything Lex has done to manipulate them into hating each other, why does Superman think Batman needs to be taken down? He's branding criminals. cruel and unusual punishment. Why does Batman think Superman needs to be taken down? Collateral damage that got people killed beneath a big superhero fight, and because a vision told Batman Superman takes over the world in the future. A huge chunk of the movie is the most convoluted master plan in the history of superhero cinema, and from where I'm sitting, these two would have thrown down eventually anyway. Maybe Superman would have been less likely to kill Batman, which I guess Lex wants as a possibility at least, so the Martha kidnapping provides motivation for that. Although it's not like Superman hasn't resorted to killing before. If Lex was watching both of these guys to decide how to get them in the ring together, which is already the most obvious 80s cartoon thing to do with Lex, he should have been able to tell pretty quickly he didn't need to lift a finger. Batman was already mad enough at Superman to do something about it before the frame job or Keith's notes. I need to make a Keith's notes version of this review. And Superman was already mad enough at Batman, hearing about how mean he'd gotten on the streets before the prison murders Lex orchestrates and pins on Batman. So the only thing Lex needed to do, at all, to make sure this happens and Batman has a fighting chance, is to take the kryptonite and make sure Batman knows about it. The only part of this whole thing I'm pretty sure Lex doesn't manipulate, Batman stealing the kryptonite, is the only thing, at all, he actually needed to do. In 2 minutes, we sure spent an awful lot of footage watching Batman staring upward. In the theater, I really expected Superman to show up immediately, in the shot from behind Batman, where we're looking at the signal hitting convenient cloud cover. I couldn't believe when the scene cut to Lex. I'm like, seriously? We've waited this long to get to the titular event and it's still stringing us along? Obviously, I know there's a kidnapping plot brewing, but I thought maybe the fight would happen and then somehow Superman would find out his mother needed help while he was fighting. That would put everything in perspective for him, and he'd be like, I'm wasting my time with this? This isn't what I put this costume on to do. I should have just taken this psychotic vigilante to prison and then flown around rescuing people. What the heck am I doing? But no, we can't have Lex kidnap Martha to draw Superman into a new trap. Maybe his doomsday trap. That might have made some kind of sense. Nah, he has to be responsible for a fight I don't understand why he wants to see happen, that he doesn't even need to make happen, so Superman can know his mother is in danger, be compromised, and consider killing for Lex to save her, so I'm even further questioning the principles and character of the symbol of hope, and so Superman can awkwardly say her name and contrive a way to put Superman and Batman together. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm stalling. I don't want to talk about this Lex speech. This whole thing is just embarrassing. I've rarely squirmed more in my seat in a movie theater. As soon as I saw Lex looking at the bat signal, I thought, wait, the movie is really about to say Lex just wanted them to fight the whole time, isn't it? And yeah, there are all those stupid clues earlier, but I didn't know why I was looking at Keith's checks and the Polaroids and all that stuff. I wasn't interested enough to care either, because the movie didn't seem smart enough to put it all together. I must have been shaking my head uncontrollably at this point. Lex calls someone on the phone and says, "The night is here." It's spelled with an N in the subtitles on HBO Max, but I'm sure that's supposed to be night with a K. Even whoever is writing the subtitles has no idea what's going on. Lex acts as if everything is going according to plan. Like he was pretty sure Batman would choose the moment Lex decides to kidnap Clark's mom to try to kill Superman. Well, what if he did that tomorrow? What if he tried yesterday? How much time has even passed since the Capitol bombing? Imagine Lex's speech to Superman then. Go fly around a while and find Batman. Try to make him fight you. To the death. Make sure he's got that kryptonite he stole from me so it's a fair fight. I had this all worked out, and it was easy to make him want to kill you. I just couldn't quite get him to come after you at the same time I was ready to show you pictures of your kidnapped mom. Oh, make sure to mention the part about the kryptonite, or she dies. We then end up with not one, but two damsels in distress in our super serious postmodern superhero deconstruction. Two. Really turning those tropes on their heads here. Lois gets kidnapped by KG Beast, and I have to wonder, is that who Lex was on the phone with just now? Was "the night is here" code for grab Superman's girlfriend so I can throw her off a roof? Like they were waiting for Batman to make a move before they summon Superman. Again, I'm just imagining a bunch of people standing around all night long and feeling really stupid about it. If that was how this movie ended, it would be the greatest practical joke of all time. Oh, Lex's over-the-top Requiem-esque theme really is the theme from Man of Steel reversed. I keep hearing people say that, but for some reason I thought both two-note melodies went up instead of down. Okay, that's cool, and it sounds like it belongs in the crazy schlock this thing doesn't know it is. I want the first two-thirds reworked to match this, not the other way around. I'll take entertaining, silly trash over boring, pretentious trash any day. Lex's thugs take Lois by helicopter to meet him on a helipad, where he reveals that he knows she's uncovered his conspiracy by having that bullet from Africa analyzed. I'm not sure how. She says, "I've proven what you've done." Did she publish the story already, even though Perry told her earlier she couldn't? Maybe because she now knows the wheelchair was lined with lead? How does Lex know what she's been doing? Once again, it's like there's a scene missing. If she hasn't published the story and Lex knows she can prove he's been framing Superman, why did he wait until now to pick her up? Oh, because the reason she's here has nothing to do with Lex being worried about the damage she can do to him. Even though he brings up the bullet investigation. Why? This has nothing to do with that. She's here so he can use her to lure Superman to him, just like he did to get Superman to the desert. I would think he'd still want her dead, unless the news is already out, which we're not told, and that would be more pressing than getting Superman here right now. But he doesn't go after her once Superman rescues her. How does a guy with so many conflicting interests go this long without compromising himself and getting sent to prison? Lois says he's psychotic, and he gives a line I'd like if he wasn't unraveling my brain with his nonsensical plot. He says, "That's a three-syllable word for any thought too big for little minds." I guess I have a lizard brain then. And the line she's referring to is when she calls him psychotic, right after he says her feistiness will blow away like sand in the desert, which is a strange line. That's the thought that's too big for little minds? Okay. I just want to watch this movie on mute and write my own subtitles. Lex throws Lois off the building, and naturally Superman can hear her scream from wherever she is, maybe still in the Arctic, and catches her immediately. I have no idea what the limitations are on any of his powers. Might have been more suspenseful if she dropped for a while, like she does in Donner's movie before Superman catches her, especially considering this is the first time we've seen Superman since he talked to the ghost of his dead father. The audience should wonder if he'll show up. There should be a little more dramatic flair to the return of Superman after he seemed to totally give up, like the big moment in Superman 2, when he returns after having lost his powers and choosing to give up his cape. Has he been back in Metropolis a while already? He must have been, or he was still wearing a Superman outfit under his clothes when he was hiking that treacherous mountain. This is one of the most authentic Superman moments in the film, the classic Lois save, where he's smiling charismatically, effortlessly returning her to safety. And it still reads kind of cynical to me, because I have to wonder if he would have continued to wallow in self-pity if anyone but Lois needed rescuing. Yes, he has that clunky moment of clarity after the hero cake story, which was supposedly about accepting what you can't control and doing your best anyway. But it was also about how Lois is Superman's singular motivation. It's so awkward when Lois tries to talk to him and he doesn't say anything. She says, "You came back," over and over. And Cavill looks like he has a line he can't remember, so he just flies off to have a confrontation with Lex. So often these actors are trying their darndest to look like the character knows why he's making a decision in the moment, but they don't understand it, they don't seem to be getting any helpful direction, and so the characters just look vaguely mysterious or dramatic. But also, very often, totally confused. 65% of the time, Cavill looks like he just walked into a scene after asking the director, "Could we maybe try it this way?" and losing the argument. Superman flies up to the helipad for a tense scene with Lex and spews more threats through gritted teeth. "I'll take you in without breaking you, which is more than you deserve." His girlfriend got thrown from dozens of stories up. Yeah, he'd be pissed, but this might be more impactful if Superman wasn't already acting like this earlier in the movie. And now, awkward, bizarre ramblings. Lex says weird things like calling Superman Clark Joe. Okay. Snyder says in his commentary that Lex is constantly testing people to see if they can keep up with him, that what seem like a series of non sequiturs make sense to him. And yeah, I can follow some of it, but it's hard not to tune him out because A, the movie has completely lost me by this point on Lex's motivations and his plan. B, the script isn't smart enough to make me trust all of this is going to pay off in any meaningful way. And C, this is another one of those typical superhero movie tropes. The villain who never shuts up and sounds like he's tossing all this fascinating philosophizing at me, but there's actually not that much to it. I had forgotten Lex mentions his father's fist in this scene. He says there wasn't a god to deliver him from his father's fist and abominations. So I was wrong earlier. We do know for sure there was some physical abuse going on, his father taking advantage of his power. Now that's something. It still seems pretty typical without more information, though. But it's interesting he uses the word fist not too long after a woman tells Clark someone needs to use a fist to stop Batman. Maybe there's a lesson for Superman in there, as well as Batman. Brute force isn't the answer. You just make more scars and risk creating more Lex Luthors. Lex has way too much dialogue here for that to jump out at me, and I had to write a thesis paper before I thought of it, but it's in there. Lex is sort of a dark mirror for Batman, a man of means who just lashes out because of injustices in his childhood, misusing his power. And it would have been great if Superman saw some of that in Batman, and if both of them were in danger of becoming Lex, just as Batman is seeing that in himself. Perhaps that parallel is intended anyway. I'm not saying good thematic ideas should always be blatantly talked about, of course, but I need a clear understanding of who these characters are before I can give a confident read on that. It's also interesting Lex uses the word abominations considering Doomsday. And since Doomsday looks just like the abomination from the end of Incredible Hulk, makes you wonder what his father's abominations were. I don't know what to do with that connection. Lex calls Superman a fraud because he's viewed as a god, and Lex has a fatalistic view of power. If a god is all good, he cannot be all-powerful, and if he is all-powerful, he cannot be all good. He says it almost like it's his guiding principle. But does he see Superman as a fraud because he knows Superman isn't all-powerful and Lex himself believes he's all good? It can't be because he thinks Superman is all-powerful, but not all good. I mean, Lex knows kryptonite can kill him. He's clearly not all-powerful. And he knows Zod died and there was no kryptonite involved in that. His plan is to show the world that Superman is a sham by making him compromise his principles or prove he's not all-powerful and die by Batman's hand. Until the end, when it kind of looks like he just wanted Batman to kill him, period. But I'm just not getting how Superman fundamentally doesn't compute with Lex's worldview. Lex knows Clark is a fallible man who was raised on Earth and not a god who doesn't make mistakes. And again, he knows he can be killed. So just by definition, not all good, not all powerful. What's your point? But Cap, you might be saying, the issue is public opinion. He can't stand that the world believes the lie Superman perpetuates just by being what they want him to be. To that I say, A, Lex has already turned a lot of people against Superman. Public opinion isn't on his side anymore. Why wasn't that enough? He needs the public to see a fight between Superman and a guy in a bat costume to really hit it home? And how is anybody going to see that anyway? Even if Lex has drones with cameras recording everything outside that we just don't see, he doesn't have them inside, where Batman will almost kill Superman. And B, like I've talked about a lot, I never bought that so much of the public accepted Superman in this world after Man of Steel anyway. Then, Lex reveals that he was somehow responsible for manipulating Batman into trying to kill Superman. Although I like to think most of it was the Nightmare Batman sequence, and Lex just gets lucky that motivates Bruce to do what he wants. Not because I like how that's handled at all, just because it's hilarious that this might have all happened without Lex at all. I guess he was hoping Superman would have snapped and gone after Batman by now, but Lex has to resort to kidnapping his mom now? Maybe that's the movie's way of saying, see, look, Superman is altruistic. Basic human reservation to not murder someone when you want to is heroic in this movie. I've said sometimes the script resorts to wrestling dialogue. Right after Lex's God paradox is presented as this brilliant, unsolvable puzzle, he turns into a fight announcer. Fight night! The greatest gladiator match in the history of the world. God versus man. Day versus night. Son of Krypton versus Bat of Gotham. Okay, we get it. God, and I thought I was overwritten. Once again, the movie is as confused as Lex's motivations are. In the span of 20 seconds, it shifts from being a movie that wants to be for intellectuals looking for broad social commentary to the masses who just came to see superheroes hit each other and couldn't care less why. If they're even still watching. There's telling a layered story that continuously works on different levels, and then there's constantly flipping the radio dial back and forth between stations. In this case, both stations are full of static. Lex shows Superman Polaroids of his mother gruesomely tied up. More Polaroids. Strange choice for a billionaire in 2016, and uses her kidnapping to force him to fight Batman. I'm sorry, I try not to resort to third-grade critique, but this plot is so stupid. Imagine this on the back of the Blu-ray box. When Lex Luthor offers Superman a sadistic choice, kill Batman or watch his mother die, Superman reluctantly agrees to fight Batman to the death. And then the quote at the top of that should be, "No one stays good in this world." Did we even need to see the kidnapping? Wouldn't this be more impactful in scene if we found out about it along with Superman? But heaven forbid we ever get in his shoes and feel anything for him. When Lex tries to back him in a corner, saying that he wouldn't let his men tell him where Martha is, and that if he kills Lex or flies away, she dies, Superman acts completely defeated. He puts his head down, even lets Lex pet him like a puppy, resigning himself to this temporary power Lex has over him, that Lex is acting like he'll milk for all it's worth. Which for a minute looks like it's introducing yet a third motivation for going after Superman, possible control over him, but that's dropped immediately. The problem with Lex having Superman over a barrel like this is I don't know, as I said earlier, the limits of Superman's powers. It takes so many liberties with what he can do with his traditional power set, he might as well get random new powers whenever he needs them, like in Lester's Superman 2. Martha is gagged, but maybe he could hear her muffled screams through the tape wherever she is. And that sounds ridiculous, but then so does his hearing Lois pounding on metal underwater from like half a mile away, and that happens later. But at the very least, does Superman have to be so pathetic? No, you'll never get away with this, or you've made the biggest mistake of your life. I'd be devastated if that happened to my mom too, of course, but this Superman has two modes. Instant kill and melts like butter. That's another thing that's done, I think, just for the sake of an image. Superman on his knees in front of Lex, who sees himself as bringing down a god. Lex also says Martha a total of 6 times in this speech, so her name will be burned in the viewer's skull by the time we get to the big moment of truce. Then KG Beast comes to Martha and, oh look, she's no longer gagged. She's got guns trained on her, and she doesn't scream or even talk, but I'm wondering if she even whimpered if Superman might hear her. Apparently that only works with Lois. And here comes another stereotypical element in the home stretch of a superhero film, the ticking time bomb. They are stacking fast, like the movie is shedding its cocoon of ultra-importance and rapidly de-evolving into the thing it's trying to deconstruct. It would be cool to see a cynical world evolve into a more traditional comic world, but it doesn't earn that. Everyone in Metropolis starts panicking at the bizarre lightning storm caused by the Kryptonian ship, as it's baking doomsday at a bazillion degrees for however long you have to keep one of those in the oven. Now, to throw Lex a bone, this does seem like a backup plan in case Superman and Batman join forces, or Superman does kill Batman. One of the biggest complaints I hear about this movie is it makes no sense that Lex would create Doomsday if the whole point was to try to make Batman and Superman fight. The timing is really weird, but if you still want Superman to die after the world sees the fraud Lex says he is, then I guess he would still unleash it if Superman survives, but I wouldn't think right away. I'm not sure if Doomsday would be let loose if Superman had died. That doesn't make the way Lex comes up with making Doomsday, or Doomsday himself, any better, or any less of a tacked-on monster fight, but it doesn't come out of nowhere the way it might seem if you're not paying attention to every poorly introduced detail. And it just occurred to me, this is this movie's attempt at the two boats thing from Dark Knight, kind of. I said it needed something like that if it wanted to be taken as seriously as it's trying to be, and it thinks it has that with Superman's ultimatum. The sadistic choice is another classic trope that's in tons of superhero movies, of course, but this one thinks it's deeper and more sophisticated than it is. It's another idea that could be great, but is not handled right. Lex wants to prove that Superman is human, and human nature, in his mind, is to hurt and destroy for your own ends. Just like Joker wanted to prove that humanity isn't really enlightened, and people will eat each other if the chips are down. But it doesn't play because it's just so convoluted. Why does it have to be Batman? If Lex just said, go kill someone, anyone, besides me, you have an hour. If you don't, Martha dies. That would prove his point just as well. Joker was trying to push Batman over the edge, just like the people on the boats, and we're supposed to wonder how close he might get to walking over that line. But this is a Superman I'm not even convinced is much of a hero, and I wouldn't be as shocked as I should be if he stepped over the line. And Joker pushes Batman the whole movie. Lex should have been doing stuff like this to Superman from the beginning. Our two heroes are the people on the two boats. Who will succumb to the madness first? I don't think most people expected Superman to die at the end, but I don't think anybody thought Batman or Superman would kill each other. Superman tells Lois on the street that he's going to try to get Batman to help him. That's good. He sounds like he's refusing to play the game on Lex's terms, and he'll try to be the voice of reason. Then, his very next line is, or he has to die. I get a Superman who kills in the most extreme situations for self-defense or to directly prevent an innocent person from dying, but this is negotiating with terrorists, essentially. How does he know Lex will keep his word and let Martha live? There's no tension, because this scene is so melodramatic and almost funny. And then, the line I've brought up several times already that cements this for me as a hopeless, ready to crack at any moment, nearly disturbed Superman. No one stays good in this world. Doesn't matter that he's proven wrong, it's crazy that he gets there that easily. It's like he's Two-Face from Dark Knight already, and nothing bad has even personally happened to him yet. It's like Lex has brought him to his way of thinking in 4 minutes, because he wasn't that far off from it to begin with, considering how quickly he ran away after the Capitol bombing. And what did he learn from his Mufasa moment with Ghost Jonathan? How is that doing the right thing and letting the chips fall where they will? Sure, he won't ultimately kill Batman, but that's not because the devil tempts Jesus and Jesus passes the test. It's because Jesus gets taken down by a guy in robot armor wielding a kryptonite spear. We cut to Diana in her apartment, watching the news about the lightning storm in Metropolis, and she suddenly gets an email from Bruce Wayne. Now, she doesn't just check her mail and there's a message there waiting for her. It conveniently pings her just as she sits down to her laptop. This scene actually can't just be dropped anywhere in the movie because the lightning storm suggests it has to be in sequence with the last couple scenes. But then how is Bruce sending this to her right now? This is a point I hadn't considered until one of our contributors, The Day Ghost, brought it up to me. Batman is standing around waiting for Superman to show up. How's he sending emails? This is easily fixable by not having it pop up as a new alert. Maybe he sent it hours ago. But this movie can't remember what's happening in each subplot in relation to the others. And conveniently, there's no timestamp on the email. I have never seen an email that doesn't say the date and time it was sent. Diana sees all the surveillance videos of each of the future Justice League, shoved in here to make a big deal about a shared universe, with characters that don't factor into this story at all. Besides the Flash, when he comes back through time to warn Batman about Superman, assuming you even noticed they were the same character. If you weren't familiar with the Speed Force in the comics, it might not have even occurred to you that's what you were looking at. And as I've already discussed in part 2, the Nightmare Batman sequence hardly factors into this story either, and is all about what is to come later in Justice League. Flash super speeds to stop a robbery, and honestly, that's all this should have been. And all Diana really needs to see is her picture and Batman questioning how she's been around so long and why he's never heard of her in the email. It would have been more natural and dramatic if, at the end of the movie, when Batman decides they need to put a team together, Diana was like, "You think there are more like us?" And Batman says something like, "I know of at least one," and shows her the footage of the Flash. Or maybe that's when he reveals the others, right at the end, when the story has already been told and it's not distracting us from the narrative at hand. I'm supposed to be invested in a looming fight with Batman and Superman, and now I'm thinking about Wonder Woman's mysterious past, and then the movies throwing Aquaman and Cyborg at me, who are just here as teases. Aquaman takes out a camera with his Quindent, A trident with 5 prongs? Where did he get that anyway? I guess it's not supposed to be the trident he'll get later in his own movie, if that's even in continuity with Snyder stuff. I don't know, you be the judge. It's a mess. I don't know why he has that. And we see Cyborg's origin from his father's video diary. His son seems to be dead, Dr. Stone is trying everything to keep him alive, he's engaged in some kind of mad science using robotics, he's got a mother box somehow, and then he cuts the camera feed as his son seems to come back to life, screaming in agony. Now I'm just in a whole other movie for a couple minutes. I swear, it's like storytelling by way of a Robin Williams stand-up special. And Batman is still standing on a roof waiting for Superman. When you think about everything that's happened since the last time we saw him, it's hilarious. He's been there so long, I might even buy it if he took that time to think this whole thing through and decided Alfred was right, and he just left. Then, Lois tells Perry she needs a helicopter, and at first he refuses because of the expense, but he shows he has a heart when she says it's not for a story, and he gives it to her anyway. I like that he's not just a cynic. He seems like a good guy who usually feels like he has to put his principles aside for his business. I just wish that was the resolution of some kind of small character arc as opposed to him just being a nice guy when it counts. It is weird he doesn't ask her any questions about what exactly she's doing, though. I don't know what she thinks she can do to stop the brawl between Superman and Batman, but I like that she's being more proactive than Superman has been. Kinda wish she was Superman. So many shots of Batman staring into the sky. Superman finally shows up. 2 hours in, the fight is about to happen. In the theater, I'm just shaking my head because everything about this is so absurd, and the movie doesn't seem to realize it. On repeat viewings, I'm shaking my head because I know this fight won't come close to being worth all the fanfare and time wasting it spends leading here. Superman immediately tries to reason with Batman, hoping to team up with him to save his mother. That's great. He's finally reasonable. Finally seems like the same guy he's been when he's in his Clark Kent guise. I don't know why he says I was wrong, though. As far as he knows, Batman is still responsible for those prison deaths and has still been excessively violent in his crime fighting. Superman starts to tell him about Lex's plot before he walks into Batman's sonar trap, maybe suggesting he assumes everything Batman has been doing is orchestrated by Lex. It's like he's working under some weird comic book logic. There's some evil genius at work, and if that's Lex, it can't be Batman. They can't both be bad, right? Superman shuts down the first obstacle, walks right up to Batman, and continues, more forcefully now, to try to explain what's going on. When Batman won't listen to him, he just pushes Batman across the street, sliding in the rain. When Batman says, "I understand," I might have expected him to make the next move, forcing Superman to begrudgingly have to fight him. But Superman is real quick to put his hands on him. I don't know what he thinks that will accomplish except to provoke Batman more. Superman is reasonable for 15 seconds, and then he goes right back to just reacting. Then, a bunch of automated gun turrets pop up and start shooting at Superman, who, of course, burns them up with his heat vision, which seems to make Batman even angrier. I mean, what did he think Superman was going to do with those? Batman knows none of these things can hurt Superman or slow him down for very long. They're just distractions. Superman has to know that's all they are. Lex told him this was a battle to the death, so Superman should be expecting Batman to have some trick up his sleeve. He doesn't know about kryptonite yet, but Batman has clearly set up an elaborate kill room here. I mean, Lex is lucky it really might be a fight to the death, considering he started planting the seeds of this fight for no reason I understand before he had kryptonite, but since he did call it that, the point stands. Neither of these guys is making a lot of sense right out the gate. If I'm Superman, once these booby traps start going off, I just grab Batman and fly him far away from here, try to force him to listen to reason. Sure, Batman could have something on his person that could hurt Superman, but my idea is less risky than what he does, and if I'm Batman, I'd have a dagger made of kryptonite at the ready so I could stab Superman with it in case he comes into stabbing range, which he does seconds after he lands. This fight could have been over faster than the bonesaw cage match in the first Spider-Man film. So then, instead of walking up to Batman again and continuing to try to explain what's going on with Lex and his mother, he just grabs Batman by the front of his robot suit and tosses him forward again. Maybe the idea is that Superman has already decided Batman won't listen to him, so his strategy is to wear him down until he gives up, but again, he's an idiot if he's not preparing for a secret weapon. Why would Batman, who's been fighting crime for 20 years prepare for a battle with an indestructible alien if he doesn't think he can win? Even if Lex hadn't said battle to the death. Nah, don't be smart about it. Just throw him everywhere and keep fighting Batman on his own turf. And this isn't a newly minted Superman. He's been at this a while now. Sure, he hasn't gone up against anyone like Zod that could really take him out, but is he vain enough to not consider contingencies in case someone showed up that could hurt him? Don't forget, he didn't need kryptonite to kill Zod. Has he never heard of the home field advantage? This scene wants me to turn my brain off and just enjoy action mindlessly, like the Batmobile scene, except that was at least totally superfluous. I don't think the movie knows that, but it didn't matter at all to the narrative, unless it wanted to demonstrate how much of a loose cannon Batman had become, and that doesn't seem to be the case. I think that was just supposed to look cool. This is the emotional crux of the movie. It's not just a crazy fight, it's the reason the movie exists. I'm supposed to feel sorry for Batman for not realizing he's been duped by Lex, to feel for him because he's hit rock bottom and has made himself the villain. It's supposed to be tragic. And I'm supposed to root for Superman to get through to him and show him the light. But what I'm seeing is two idiots throwing each other around because it looks cool, with no motivation in the moment for the specific choices they're making. I know what their grander motivations are, such as they are, but I don't know why they make the combat decisions they do in the moment. Every time Superman makes a move before they wind up inside the building, he takes a second, like he's about to say something, and then he goes, never mind, I'll just throw him again. I had a line, can't remember it, guess it's time for another $1 million stunt. Now Superman's just throwing him around because he's mad. Does he still think he made a mistake? This is a completely different guy than the one who landed just a couple minutes ago. He's reverted right back to consider this mercy Superman, with his next line, stay down. If I wanted it, you'd be dead already. Batman thinks you're the bad guy, and you're trying to convince him to help you. Stop acting like the bad guy. Yes, Batman didn't listen to Superman's warning. He cuts him off when he first gets there. But in all the time they spend walking slowly toward each other, he can't hurry up and spit out what he was trying to say in the time Superman takes to say that. He could have said, if I don't kill you, Lex will murder my mom. Same number of words, fewer number of syllables. He wouldn't have said Martha, so it wouldn't have resonated on that deep personal level, but it might have gotten him talking. Superman mentioning Lex should give Batman pause, because that's who he stole the kryptonite from. And as far as Batman knows, Superman and Lex have absolutely nothing to do with each other, so it would be very strange for him to make up a story involving Lex. And why would Superman even need to make up a story? Batman is the underdog here. He did say Lex already, and Batman didn't react, but the way he was cut off, I don't know if Batman even heard that. And sure, 1% chance and all that, Batman might be a bull seeing red and wouldn't hear anything Superman says. In his mind, Superman is a dangerous wild animal, not a person. Has to put him down. He's laser focused on putting him in the ground. Okay, once again, you've got kryptonite. Quit dragging this out and kill him already. Oh, and Superman busting up the bat signal doesn't mean anything anymore because this isn't about him trying to make Bruce hang up his cape. So I guess it's just another thing there because it seems provocative. This thing is made for preteens obsessed with Rob Liefeld comics in 1993. Somebody grab a time machine and take it back to the people who would most appreciate it. Superman also keeps doing more property damage for no reason. Why does he have to fly Batman into and then out of the building and land him on the bat signal? Is he trying to break every bone in the man's body to convince him to save his mom? Remember, if he goes to rescue her, Lex says she'll die. He told Lois he wanted to convince Batman to help him if he could. His best chance at saving Martha is Batman, and he's bashing him into concrete and metal and glass. Martha, who's on a ticking clock, by the way, and Superman seems to have totally forgotten that. So yeah, no reason to anything he's doing whatsoever past his quickly aborted attempt to actually talk to Batman. Batman finally hits Superman with a kryptonite bomb, which he could have done in the first place. Could have been what pops up instead of the sonar thing, could have been in the gun turrets, could have been in the smoke grenade, but he has to use the smoke grenade to distract Superman and give him enough time to pull out the gun that fires the kryptonite bomb on a guy who has X-ray vision. And even if Batman doesn't know about that power, Superman doesn't even use his X-ray vision. I don't understand anything about this fight, and we're not even inside the building yet. Superman is writhing in pain, hit by kryptonite for the first time, and not just a little piece, a bunch of it, swirling all around him in gaseous form. Batman has no idea how much it would take to kill him. He could die right now, and Batman seems to know somehow that he won't. Why is Batman so sadistic and savoring this so much? It's like he's got to smile and really enjoy this because that's what he looks like in Dark Knight Returns. Even as far gone as he is, even though this is more about his own sense of legacy than it is about saving the world, Bruce is not a sociopathic murderer, or I didn't think he was. It's like he has to fully enjoy Superman's agony before he'll kill him. Just walk over there and stab him already. You know what, Batman? If you'd wanted it, he'd be dead already. And no, I don't secretly think he's too good to kill Superman and is hoping for some unforeseen way out, or he would have listened to Superman when he tried to explain things in the first place. Maybe some compelling reason might have been contrived to make Batman weaken Superman and then fight him on his level, but they don't have any history together. He just wants him dead. I guess he's dragging this out because he thinks it's the only important thing he'll ever do and he wants to live in the moment, but he's taking a ridiculously big risk just for that. He's cockier because he has kryptonite, but Superman could have crushed him several times before he finally used it. And then I gotta sit through more of this macho nonsense. You're not brave. Men are brave. I get why Batman says that. He's saying the only special thing about Superman is his powers, and if you take that away, he's nothing. But if he has to have dialogue here, how about something substantial? Something about how he just does whatever he wants because he thinks he's better than regular people. How he doesn't belong here, and Batman's not going to let him act as if he owns the world just because he can. Something about Metropolis and the people Batman lost there. Superman conveniently winds up on top of a skylight, so Batman can pounce on him and bash him through the glass and into the building, because that's where he slammed his kryptonite spear into the floor. And then he punches him a bunch of times and throws him against walls. It's weird he didn't try to set this up so he could just kill Superman outside. This seems unnecessarily elaborate. I am genuinely shocked Snyder doesn't have Batman lure Superman to Crime Alley, or his parents were killed, like he does in The Dark Knight Returns. And I actually think that would be a better setting. On the nose, sure, but that's just par for the course with this movie. If there's any significance to this building at all, it's lost on me. Is it an old police headquarters, and that's why the bat signal is there? I don't know. The movie doesn't tell me. Snyder probably explained it in an interview somewhere like he did everything else, because you have to care enough to read everything he's ever said about this movie to know the background of anything. And you know what? I don't even care enough to look it up. It should have been in the freaking movie. Crime Alley is a better setting for 3 reasons. A, that's where Bruce lost his mother, and her name is what makes him stop trying to murder Superman. B, the movie opens with the memory/dream sequence in Crime Alley, setting up the idea of the beautiful lie. Bruce thinks the bats lifting him to the light is a lie, Batman being the persona he creates because of the death of his parents. Then he thinks the idea of the Superman here to save us is a lie, and he'll come to discover that the real lie is himself, still playing hero, when he's becoming the dark thing he's afraid Superman could be. And C, Batman is in a roundabout way becoming Joe Chill himself. He isn't killing Superman's mother, but if she dies, this night will be for Superman what the night in Crime Alley was for him, assuming Superman lives. Instead, it ends up just looking like that Morpheus-Smith fight in the middle of the Matrix. It's weird just how similar this setting is. They throw each other into walls some more, and then the kryptonite wears off. That was fast. See, that's why you should have stabbed him with kryptonite in the first place, Batman. Batman realizes it after he punches Superman in the face several times, and then that stops being effective. So if Superman can just stand there and that doesn't hurt, why not just let Batman keep doing whatever he wants and start, yeah, I'm a broken record, freaking talking? Then Batman puts his hand up. He's either out of tricks right now or he's bluffing. But Superman just grabs him again and flies him through the floor below him. And now it's his turn to beat the ever-loving Batusi out of Batman. But Batman manages to hit him with one more kryptonite smoke bomb after a pummeling and after getting his helmet busted on one side. I might be reaching here, but maybe that's supposed to represent his duality, that he's trying to be all Batman, or the monster he's letting Batman become, but there's still a vulnerable human man in there, foreshadowing his sympathy when the Martha reveal happens. It's probably a total coincidence and doesn't mean anything at all. But I don't know why I'm looking for anything meaningful in this scene. The next thing Batman does is hit Superman with a sink. Like they're in The Spirit, a movie that I dare say actually makes more sense than this. Then Batman throws Superman down to the bottom floor of the building. He ties a line to his foot and drags him to his kill zone, spinning him all over the room before he stabs him with the kryptonite spear finally, and he speechifies about how Superman's parents probably taught him he means something, while Batman's parents' murder taught him the world only makes sense if you force it to. And God, I'm starting to think he's right. As I discussed in part 1, that's his whole motivation. He needs a world where he feels like he has some semblance of control. He's taking a sweet time, considering he just saw the last bit of kryptonite he hit Superman with wear off fairly quickly. So Batman says Superman isn't a man. He's made him a non-person in his mind, which makes it easier to do this to him. But he just acknowledged Superman has parents, and that they must have raised him to be some kind of symbol. We're about to finally get the infamous Martha line, and the whole reason that's supposed to snap Batman out of his rage and show him the light is to humanize Superman for him. Because he has a mother, just like Batman does. And that means they're not so different. But also because her death might impact Superman just like his mother's death impacted him. Which is kind of a moot point if he kills him, but I think that's the idea here. And Batman knows how close to the edge of darkness he's always walked. But he just talked about Superman's parents. What? The way this resolves is one of the most baffling and asinine things in a superhero movie. I can't tell you how to completely fix it. You can make anything work, you just have to make it work. I say that all the time. But I'm generally referring to basic premises, not contrived story points designed to flick a switch and make our protagonists who wanted to kill each other 5 minutes ago instantly friends, and built on a whole bunch of conveniences and contrivances in the first place. So no, I don't think Superman says Martha, they stop fighting, then they team up and have no issues with each other anymore, can work. Because it doesn't come from a character-driven place. Because it's out of character. Because, like the Zod kill, it's about a big dramatic moment outside of any real story context. But I do think it could be made better. For starters, you have Batman be the monosyllabic character for a change. It's actually a pretty traditional thing for Batman. While he's fighting Superman, he ignores everything Superman is saying, and he never says anything. That way he's not talking about Superman's parents for 2 minutes before it's a revelation that Superman has parents. Just before he tries to stab Superman, Batman says, "You were never a god. You were never even a man." Again, right after he acknowledged the man has parents. And that's such a curious line to me, because I think the movie itself is in an absolute crisis about whether Superman is a god or a man. More on that when we get to the end. I almost don't need to describe the rest of this scene. I've been discussing it the whole review, and even if you haven't seen the movie, you probably know what happens. It's the scene that will most live on in infamy in superhero movies. I bet Deadpool has fewer memes. But for the sake of context, Superman says, "You're letting him kill Martha." He could have said this 150 times from the roof to here, but now that Batman scratched up his face and is about to execute him, now he gets a line. Put yourself in Cavill's shoes. Imagine you're playing one of the titular roles in this movie, and the whole reason your character is hated by the public and is almost skewered by Batman is because you don't get any dialogue. And even though he finally gets to talk again, it's cryptic for no reason. He sounds like Flash coming through the portal. Fear him. Find him. Lois is the key. Save Martha. This is some of the most unnatural, forced writing I've ever seen, and I felt like I did during the Nightmare Batman sequence in the theater. I couldn't believe it was happening, and I started to wonder if I was even conscious. Is Superman supposed to be delirious and he's not thinking straight? That's the only possible explanation. I get that he's being choked to death, but if I'm desperate to save my mom, I'd say those lines like this. Find Lex and save my mom. Oh, but if he just says my mom, that's not significant to Batman, and he might not pay any attention. Right, but why would he think Martha would mean anything to Batman? And who calls their parents by their first names, especially anyone brought up on a farm in the Midwest? He says it because the scene needs him to say it. And it's supposed to be clever and impressive because we've seen or heard Martha's name like 24 times through the movie, so it's supposed to be good setup and payoff. I can't say it's not set up, but it's not good. it's completely ham-fisted. We see the death of the Waynes again, cutting back and forth between close-ups of Batman's face as he relives it, and we see Martha's name on the tombstone and hear Thomas Wayne say her name in slow motion again, just in case we didn't pick up on that before. I mean, maybe you didn't. The movie is like sitting through an entire season of television, but I think the audience can put it together pretty quickly. I don't mind flashing back a little to the murders, because Batman doesn't talk about what's going through his head here, but I almost think it would be more effective if this was the first time we saw those flashbacks. We do need some of that to appreciate the idea of his remembering why he became Batman in the first place. And even then, this is so weird and distracting, it's easy not to get what it's saying beyond, your mom's name is my mom's name, so I guess we're not so different after all. He's not on the verge of turning Superman into the evil version from the future, but he might become something like that himself. I can't be sure what Batman's logic is here entirely, but the important thing is he snapped out of his murderous rage because the name Martha humanizes Superman for him, and in whatever way makes him realize he's about to have to relive the night his parents died again. So here's how I would improve on this, or at least make Superman saying Martha less contrived and out of nowhere. When Clark is investigating Batman, he could stumble upon his secret, or maybe use his X-ray vision to see through Batman's mask when they meet for the first time. Because why wouldn't you? He looks into the murder of Bruce's parents, realizes his mom's name is Martha too, finds the coincidence interesting, and files it away. Then, in the moment, after he's exhausted every other avenue trying to get through to Batman, it occurs to him he might respond to his mother's name. That only remotely works if Superman knows that Bruce's mother's name is Martha, and even still, it can't play like a magic word that ends a spell. This is like an old Disney movie. It doesn't have to play this melodramatically. Batman doesn't have to scream, "Why did you say that name?" But he could put his pretentious Jesus allegory spear down and ask the question. Superman would actually have an answer, and then a natural conversation could lead to his saying, "Martha won't die tonight." And Bruce should still be skeptical of Superman. Should maybe say something like, "We still have a lot to talk about." But he's not the immediate threat now, and through an uneasy alliance, he could somehow be won over on Superman, who would, of course, have to act at least 20% more like any other screen Superman to make all this work. Heck, I'd take Tom Welling from Smallville right now. Like I said, it's still not great, but I think it could be handled smarter and certainly less embarrassing. And that's just one of, I'm sure, many different ways to do that. Lois runs in just in the nick of time and tells Batman that Martha is Superman's mother's name, since he's both dying and seems to have reached his dialogue quota. This might seem like a minor gripe considering the situation, but I think it's odd she's yelling Clark as she runs into the room. I can kind of see revealing Superman's identity once she gets to Batman in desperation. She'd be panicked, sure, but she's here to try to save Superman, either to keep him from getting killed or to prevent him from making a horrible mistake. And the first thing she does is scream his real name? Martha is a life-altering revelation for Batman, and he throws the spear away. I wonder if that would have happened with Pontius Pilate if it turned out that guy's mom was also named Mary. It plays not like a natural reaction, but like an actor hitting his mark. Affleck is doing the best he can with this, but there's no making the most hackneyed scene in superhero movie history believable. Meanwhile, the clock next to Martha is at 10 minutes. To force some tension for the audience, even though Superman was taking his sweet time fighting Batman, and it's easy to forget there is a ticking clock. Also, I don't see how all that could have possibly taken 50 minutes. Superman explains Lex's plot to Batman, at least the part where he wanted Superman to kill Batman for him, and no one can explain Lex's plot. The scout ship is drawing power from the city, so Batman says Superman needs to be there. Suddenly, Bruce trusts Superman enough not to just work with him, but to go into a populated area where he might have to use his powers around civilians again. His recklessness in such a situation is what turned Batman on him in the first place. And now they're both totally different characters. Superman understandably wants to save his mother, but Batman promises him she won't die if he lets him go save her. Doomsday seems shoved in here, weirdly not to give Superman something to do, but Batman? Saving Martha is something he can do. But if all that was left was rescuing Martha, that's not a two-man job. So now we're setting up the typical metropolitan big monster fight, and that might have worked were it seeded better. If Doomsday didn't feel like a weird afterthought, and if I understood at all how and why Luthor created it, and maybe if that was the thing that brought Batman and Superman together instead of the sappy Martha moment. It could work if Lex didn't try to manipulate them into a brawl, but rather they did that of their own accord, and Lex's plan all along was Doomsday. And then it blows up in Lex's face because he accidentally gives Superman and Batman the threat they need to come together and form a bond over. When Batman leaves and gets in his jet, Alfred conveniently already knows where KG Beast is holding Martha because he was listening in and pinpointed KG Beast's phone? I don't know how he did that. Never mind, doesn't matter. He just needs to get there in 10 minutes somehow. Still makes more sense than 75% of what happens in this. We're now in a completely different movie. We're not questioning whether the powerful can be altruistic anymore, not exploring whether the good can stay that way in a cynical world, none of that stuff. And it's not like we're going to beat a big monster and then all those pesky questions are still going to be addressed. No, we solved it with Martha. It's now morphed into a standard, boring superhero movie, but presented with the same self-importance it had all along. The movie didn't know it was an absurd, grimdark melodrama before, and it doesn't know it's transformed into a sappy melodrama now. Batman, a character usually portrayed as stealthy and so good at sticking to the shadows he has urban legend status, can't go into any situation in this movie without guns blazing. Christopher Nolan said in an interview once about Batman Begins that it's difficult making an action movie about a hero who doesn't carry guns. Snyder's solution is the same as Burton's. Just give him guns. Batman flies his plane to the warehouse and starts firing on guards stationed outside, just to create an exciting firefight. Why make his presence known like that? He's let KG Beast know he's trying to get inside, but why not drop down from the plane somewhere away from the warehouse so no one sees you coming? The only reason this Batman hasn't been killed in 20 years is because his name's in the title. I do like the way Batman takes out a room full of guys. He has a gadget that sticks a tiny explosive to all their guns and knocks a bunch of them to the ground at once. That's cool, and I wish I'd had that during those Predator missions in the Arkham games I suck at so much, but they wouldn't all be collected together like that with guns trained on him in the first place if he hadn't announced his presence. Batman has never moved this fast and gracefully in a movie before, so that's a treat, and it's too bad there's not more of it in the movie. If the writing was smarter, it could do something with some of the realism of this fight. It's comic book action, to be sure, but Batman doesn't manage to get through this without people getting mortally wounded. Batman's stories are so often about how he doesn't kill, because he'd go over a line into madness if he did, and he just conveniently never gets anyone killed in these highly dangerous and unpredictable situations. There's no way no one would ever die in a fight with Batman. Here, people get shot and get caught in grenade explosions. Batman throws a wooden crate at a man who hits his head on a wall and bleeds out the back of his head. But that doesn't happen because those are the consequences to Batman's actions, and not because it's going to explore the implications of that, but because, everybody, say it with me, Snyder thinks it looks cool. Batman is no less brutal here than he was before he fought Superman. You might be thinking, but Cap, that contradicts your claim that Batman and Superman are totally different characters now, that it's a straight-up classic superhero film at the end, when it wanted to be a gritty deconstruction of that earlier. I stand by that. Again, these action scenes have nothing to do with characters' motivations or the themes of the narrative. Batman kills and he gets people killed, and no one notices because it has no impact on the story. He's here to get Martha rescued. Everything that happens in between is a violent music video, which is what Snyder should be making, at least if he wants any input on the story. And I'm not saying he should suddenly be less excessive in his brutality just because Superman said Martha. He could have a dramatic change in attitude and method if I bought Superman actually shows him the light, but I don't. But by the end, Batman has changed. He doesn't brand Lex, and he's ready to build a Justice League, rather than terrorizing criminals or trying to bring down gods. That doesn't happen because of anything after this scene. So I can only surmise, and Snyder as much as confirms this in his commentary, that the movie thinks he's already that guy here, which means I have to ignore all the death. And in that commentary, Snyder also snidely says everyone makes it out alive here, just like he did with the Batmobile sequence. Stop looking for consistency. Watching Batman murder people is fun. And never mind whether it gels with the narrative, why does this need to be so violent? It's the dictionary definition of gratuitous. Batman takes a point-blank range handgun blast to the side of his head and barely flinches, which seems ridiculous. If the cowl is that durable and that protective, why did he need a big metal helmet on his robot suit? And why isn't the front of it as durable? He gets kicked in the face and it slows him down more than the bullet did. And then he gets stabbed in the shoulder, and I'm wondering why that's not made of the same material the helmet is. Maybe because of flexibility, I don't know. And I doubt if that much thought was even given to it. At least this action is better shot than a lot of the rest of it, though. Snyder actually backs the camera off and lets us see what's happening, which is also true of the BVS fight, especially once we're inside the building, but it's not true of a lot of the Doomsday stuff. When Batman gets into the room with KG Beast and Martha, the Russian tries to use Martha as leverage so Batman won't kill him. He says, "I'll kill her." And Batman says, "I believe you." So he shoots the tank on the Russian's back, and in a few seconds, it explodes, which gave KG Beast plenty of time to shoot Martha like he says he will. Considering how ruthless he's been the whole movie, he got prisoners to murder each other and pushed a woman in front of a train. I don't know why he didn't. Batman takes a ridiculous gamble here, so this unmemorable henchman can go out in spectacular fashion. That's not resourcefulness. That's what Batman Forever's Two-Face called blind, stupid, simple, doodah, clueless luck. As slow on the draw as KG Beast is, Superman could have saved his mother no problem. Batman's also lucky he was able to jump on Martha and protect her with his cape in time. Batman and Martha have a playful exchange. Batman says, "I'm a friend of your son's," and she says, "I figured the cape." In the theater, I'm thinking, wait a minute, this kind of thing wasn't allowed earlier in the film. Unless you were Alfred or Perry, you didn't get to be quippy and fun. Oh, but now it's a fun action-adventure film, where Batman murders a man with a wooden box and sets another one on fire. Fun for the whole family. I wonder if she would have assumed they were friends 10 minutes ago when they were throwing each other through concrete. And you're telling me Martha has never heard of Batman and hasn't seen the news about how he's been brutalizing criminals? Oh, but I guess in this world, a vigilante going on a rampage is only local news. We cut back to Lois in the abandoned building, who throws the kryptonite spear into a pool of water. She just spent the whole movie trying to analyze a bullet. She doesn't want to get maybe a sliver of this thing looked at and find out what it is. The only thing she and Superman have ever encountered that can harm him. Seems like useful information to have. Superman shows up at the Kryptonian ship at the exact moment Lex's kitchen timer goes off. At least it's consistent with all this convenient timing. And Lex starts rambling again, making about as much sense as he ever has. He says Superman is one bat head short, but he also says he gave Batman a chance to kill Superman and that he was not strong enough. Lex seems disappointed that Batman didn't win the fight, but I thought the point was to make Superman compromise his altruism. Guess not. See, suddenly it doesn't feel like this was about anything interesting. Lex says, "I don't hate the sinner, just the sin, and yours is existing." So was it ever about proving anything to the public, or was it always just about killing Superman? An elaborate scheme is only justified if he's trying to prove a point. This elaborate scheme doesn't make sense regardless, but if Lex's reasons for doing it were at least consistent, that would be something. Now it watches like he simply wanted Batman to kill Superman, even though he had the kryptonite himself earlier in the movie, and Doomsday is just a fallback plan. Again, unleashing it seconds after the fight is preposterous, because it seems like he was going to do that whether Superman won or lost, but why have a big monster attack right after a scheme to make everyone hate Superman even more? They wouldn't even have time to process the Batman fight before they're screaming in terror from a rampaging creature. It's like trying to publish a story you need people at a Senate hearing to read right as they're walking into the Senate hearing. Unless Lex is charging up Doomsday with the city's power up until the timer goes off, so he can sick it on Superman if he needs to, but he's going to shut it down if Superman actually does kill Batman? Maybe that was the plan. If so, was he just going to keep using Martha as leverage long enough to further ruin Superman's reputation and then send Doomsday after him? And it's clear where the lightning is coming from. You don't think anybody's going to investigate that? It's like, now that we're on to the next part, we're supposed to forget everything that led us here. Not a great filmmaking strategy anytime after the advent of home video. And now we're in the disaster film stretch of the movie, where our civilian characters look at TV screens dramatically as they contemplate their own mortality. The movie didn't really have sequelitis until this moment. Now it kind of feels like the climax of Man of Steel all over again, in a movie that feels like it's already past its climax. Remember how Man of Steel opens with a 15-minute sequence that feels like the end of a Krypton movie? This simultaneously feels like it's repeating the end of the last movie, and like it's jumped to the end of its own sequel. As Doomsday is about to come out of his maturation chamber, there's this weird alien squid-looking thing swimming in the water beneath him. What is that? Is that a Kryptonian animal? Did Earth squids get in the ship somehow, in the middle of the city? I have never noticed that before. What the heck is that? Lex calls the monster an ancient Kryptonian deformity, and reveals to Superman that he used his blood to create it, but not that he also used Zod. Later on, he'll use kryptonite to kill it, so maybe after it uses heat vision, Superman puts 2 and 2 together, but I'm not sure he ever realizes that. Which totally defeats the only interesting thematic purpose there might have been for having Superman fight a monstrous version of Zod. I thought this was a potentially great idea when I saw it in the trailers. It looked like the movie would be about the fallout of what happened with Zod. The collateral damage which puts him in Batman's crosshairs, yes, but also the way he killed Zod. If people knew about that, it might make a lot of them scared of Superman. If he could kill one of his own with his bare hands, what else was he capable of if he didn't have our best interests at heart? I think it's weird that this movie never talks about that. A Doomsday created from Zod's corpse would be the personification of the consequences of those actions. He'd have to beat a bigger, harder to kill Zod, a make my monster grow Zod, more mindful of the people on the ground this time to prove his heart is in the right place. It's an odd idea, but there might have been something there. Instead, Superman never has to face those consequences directly, and even though his recklessness is sort of addressed at the beginning, it's with a character who's ultimately supposed to be in the wrong, in Batman. And Superman is still doing that stuff, there just aren't any people around. So Zod's body is just raw material lying around for Lex to use, and it's not about anything at all, except an excuse to get popular iconography in the movie. And I don't know what the point of that is, because this thing doesn't look at all like Doomsday, and I already sat through a fight with that ugly abomination in Incredible Hulk. Concept designer Jared Marence's original sculpt actually looked a lot closer to the comic book Doomsday. It was at least kind of recognizable, but naturally it had to be altered to be as generic and bland as possible. What was Lex's plan if he actually succeeded in killing Superman with Doomsday? Surely he can't know Doomsday and Superman will kill each other at the same time, and he has absolutely no control over it, as evidenced by the fact that Superman has to save him when Doomsday tries to pound him, in his first action after being born. I guess to Lex, an evil rampaging god is better than one people think is good. At least there's no paradox there. Oh, and we get another forced hero or villain name in dialogue, when Lex calls the monster your Doomsday. I always appreciated that the comics killed Superman during the day if the monster was gonna be called that. I completely forgot about this one when I wrote about this trope in my Contrived Moments in Superhero Movies podcast. In its defense, though, the name is pretty forced in the comics, too. Then, the supremely long Doomsday fight. Doomsday slams Superman into a statue, foreshadowing his death. Superman has, I guess, chosen to be their monument, like Martha said earlier, and now his monument is literally in pieces. I never liked the idea of that statue, because even after all the wonderful things he does for the world in the comics, Superman never gets that until he dies. Here, the city builds it for him after he saves the world the first time, under confusing circumstances. People don't immediately believe in Superman in Man of Steel because they know he's been among them all this time and he never said anything. And I think it would be a really polarizing decision to erect the statue to him. But apparently not, because nearly everyone loves him at the start of this film. And I especially don't like that because we're doing Death of Superman in this movie. Diana is in a commercial plane now, about to take off to go to Gotham, and sees Doomsday on the news. Bruce's email earlier was a device to get her on the way so it wouldn't seem out of nowhere when she shows up. But her scenes are so few and far between, it still feels that way. It almost would have been better if she hadn't been in the movie at all until now. At least if this movie has to end in a monster fight. If she's just watching the news at home and decides to finally come out of hiding. She fights with Batman and Superman, and at the end of the movie, someone stops and interviews her. Who are you? Where did you come from? She says, like Superman, I've been among you for years, but now seemed like the right time to reveal myself. Call me Wonder Woman. And then her origin film explains why she's already off the mascara. Something like that would seem less contrived, and it would be a way to start to open the world up for Justice League without introducing a bunch of characters that don't factor into the story. And the rest of her appearances in this movie don't either. If DC had played its cards right, it could have been a huge surprise, and the novelty of that would have helped it feel less out of left field. We all went into this movie wondering what her role would even be. Wouldn't it have been amazing if her appearance was kept a secret before she shows up here? As long as she's not a Deus Ex Machina and Batman and Superman still have plenty to do. I think it could have been a neat coup, and would have really set DC apart from Marvel in its world building. Now, of course, I'd question why she didn't come out of hiding to help stop the World Engine, which was a more immediate threat to the entire world because it was terraforming it, but I question that here anyway. Also, here's an obnoxiously tiny nitpick, but I find it amusing. We hear Anderson Cooper's voice on the television on the plane monitors, but Diana isn't wearing headphones, so she can't possibly hear him. This thing is only vaguely Doomsday. He jumps really high and it's hard to kill, and that's where the similarities end. It can take whatever energy is thrown at it and repel it back out, so it ends up looking like a huge electricity monster. Now I'm getting flashbacks to Abomination and Electro simultaneously. In the comics, Doomsday is an alien experiment designed to be unkillable by learning to adapt to everything that can kill it. It keeps coming back to life, immune to whatever took it out last time. This has nothing to do with that unless he was supposed to return in a later movie. I think Doomsday would have been the perfect threat to bring together the Justice League in the next film, especially if Snyder wanted to adapt Death of Superman somewhere. It's weird to form the team around Superman's death, certainly, but better that than Batman putting it together after Superman dies. And if it was already buried underground for whatever reason, Doomsday could have been a simple, nigh impossible challenge instead of the convoluted mother box stuff. Probably shouldn't be your only villain, but I think that would have been the place for it. Maybe even introduce Doomsday at the end of this in a cliffhanger. Meanwhile, Diana leaves the plane and I guess flies as Wonder Woman to Gotham, near as I can figure. I'm not sure if the movie knows she has that power yet, but if it counts, retroactively, she can do that by 1984, according to the Wonder Woman sequel. A stewardess chases after her, calling her by name. She's not a famous person. She works at a museum. Why does that woman know Diana's name? Superman picks up Doomsday and flies him out into space. Finally, getting a threat away from population centers. It's about time. The president tells Swanwick to nuke both Superman and Doomsday because they're high enough it won't kill anyone besides them, and that's typical in a movie like this. The government always jumps to nukes, but at least they're not insane, ready to kill 1 million to save billions. I kind of expected a Dr. Strangelove situation. The president is willing to sacrifice Superman, but that's a more understandable risk, especially since they can't know if a nuclear weapon will actually kill a Kryptonian, even though they assume it will. And to be fair, it nearly does, but considering all the people who talk about Superman like he's a celestial being, it's kind of odd. Superman keeps flying Doomsday higher into space until the nuclear missile comes at them, and he puts Doomsday in front of him so the monster will take the brunt of the explosion. Doomsday comes back down and impacts in an uninhabited area. That's convenient, but Superman doesn't. I'm wondering what Kryptonian powers Doomsday has besides heat vision. Or I guess heat face beams. It comes out of his mouth too. Why can't Doomsday fly? And come to think of it, couldn't Superman fly Doomsday up a little faster so they'd be out of the Earth's gravitational pull and wouldn't risk Doomsday landing in a populated area? And he couldn't get out of the way of the impact when it hits Doomsday? I mean, he does have super speed, and if Doomsday is pulled down by gravity, why isn't Superman? I guess just so we can have a provocative image of him looking like a zombie and then restored by sunlight. So now Doomsday is stronger than ever, and he sheds his skin to reveal a bunch of protruding bones as a reveal for the fans. He still looks terrible, and it's little consolation because he's still a completely different thing. Now he's shooting out these massive shockwaves because of the missile, but there's no danger of nuclear fallout, I guess. That's lucky, and as always, if the movie was compelling, I wouldn't care so much about what he looks like. Doomsday was, after all, a massive plot device in the comics anyway, and the only reason I care is nostalgia, but the whole narrative is a baffling mess. Would have been nice to at least have that. Doomsday shoots heat vision at Batman, only just now revealing he can do that so Batman can make the assumption kryptonite can kill it. Even when it gets to the simplest, most plot-driven, big action ending, it's still plotted scene to scene. It's impressive how poorly constructed this still is. And that's not just a guess on Batman's part. He says only Kryptonian weapons can kill it. He can't possibly know that. By that logic, why not have Superman assume the same thing when Lex calls it a Kryptonian deformity? Why doesn't Superman go, hey, that green stuff that hurt me should kill it? It's Kryptonian. When Batman tells Alfred he's going back for the spear, Alfred does say it would work in theory. Again, always the voice of non-impulsiveness. But I'm still questioning how this Batman had any success as a vigilante the way he operates. Batman lures Doomsday toward his Kill Superman building, gets shot down by Doomsday's heat vision, and then gets saved by Wonder Woman in a pretty exciting reveal. We just saw Superman getting restored by sunlight, and the first thing he does is light his eyes red like he's about to shoot heat vision for no reason. I'm resisting the urge to start calling Snyder's Superman Heat Vision Man. So we expect Superman to be the one blocking Doomsday's eye beams, but it's Wonder Woman with her gauntlets, and the over-the-top Junkie XL theme plays, which doesn't feel out of place anymore because the movie is so off the rails at this point. When Superman shows back up, he throws Doomsday into a power plant and causes a huge explosion. Yeah, nobody's around to get killed, but really? The first thing he has to do when he comes back is more property damage? I mean, why? Even if he doesn't realize everything that's been thrown at it just makes it stronger. A nuke didn't kill the monster, so did he really think that might blow Doomsday up, or can Superman just not control the impulse to smash into buildings? Then we see Lois watching from outside the Murder Superman convention hall, and I guess because she sees Doomsday using heat vision, she also assumes kryptonite can kill him. She doesn't actually know what kryptonite is, but I suppose it's a fair deduction that the spear is deadly to Kryptonians and this monster could have the same weakness. It could be made clearer that she saw Doomsday use that ability, though. Coverage and reactions are a challenge for Snyder. Superman tells Wonder Woman that Doomsday is from his world, and I like her response. I killed things from other worlds before. That's the kind of subtle drawing back of the curtain the movie should be doing in building a shared universe. It makes it feel like a lived-in world with a lot of comic booky history and gets my imagination going. That vague line is 10 times more interesting to me than the concrete Justice League setup that keeps intruding on the story. That leads to one of the most awkward moments of the movie, though, partly because Superman and Batman seem like pals now, and partly because it makes no sense. It was one of the big trailer lines. Superman says, "Is she with you?" And Batman responds with, "I thought she was with you." But Batman knows who she is. And not just because he met her earlier, but he's seen a picture of her wearing that costume. So it's not like it's a disguise that's fooling him. If he thought she was with Superman, why wasn't he super suspicious of her when he thought Superman was the enemy way back, like 20 minutes ago? Then, Doomsday creates another massive shockwave that looks like it destroys the whole world. I know it's just this conveniently abandoned area outside of Metropolis, but it looks like Judgment Day from the Terminator. That creates a life-threatening situation for Lois, who winds up underwater with the kryptonite spear trapped under rubble. There might be some tension in this scene if Superman couldn't hear her all the way in Africa at the beginning. Some of this action is shot too close, but a lot of it is exciting and has a stylized modern comic flair that's been missing in superhero movies. It's ironic that a movie that wants so badly to be taken seriously and realistic is so ultra-heightened, and that's the thing I most love about it. And even though we still have a pretty bleak color palette, I like that Superman's colors are allowed to pop a bit, especially the red in the cape during this epic throwdown with Doomsday. It's high-flying, fast-paced, roller coaster action once it really gets going. Once again, events can't possibly be in sequence, because if Lois has been underwater since the last time we saw her, she'd already be dead. Superman and Doomsday shoot more heat beams at each other. Do other things, Superman. Try ice. What are you, Bubbles from the Powerpuff Girls? You just don't realize you could do that yet? And again, why does heat vision also come out of Doomsday's mouth at the same time? In this scene, it looks like his whole head is a laser cannon. He looks like he should have no face when he stops doing that. Superman flies up into the air, and then he hears Lois banging against the rubble as she's trying to get out of her watery tomb. Yeah, there's nobody else around, but that's not even her voice. He can hear isolated banging from underwater just because it's Lois. Again, what are the limits of his powers, and would he have heard that if anyone else was doing it? At least it's in a building that's close and not on another continent. Superman saves her and then swims down to get the spear. I don't know why he doesn't go there in the first place once he knows he probably needs kryptonite if he's going to take the risk to his own health to try to fly it back to Doomsday anyway. He and the other heroes are making zero headway in stopping the monster. Even weirder is that Batman doesn't go back for the spear. He knows where it is, he told Wonder Woman that's what they need, but he's fighting the monster without it, and he's the least effective of the three since he has no powers. Is he waiting for Lois to bring it to him? Does he even know what she's doing? We cut back to the best looking Batman stuff in the movie now. We get to see him grapple away from Doomsday, Arkham style, and best of all, he's not leaving any thugs in puddles of blood. And now, the moment I call the most contrived in superhero movie history. Superman looks out at Batman and Wonder Woman fighting Doomsday and decides he has to fly the kryptonite spear to Doomsday to stab him with it, which might kill him on the way there. He barely got out of the water with it, and then only with Lois's help. Superman acts like there's more urgency here than there is, because while they're not doing much to slow Doomsday down, he's not running off to population centers, and they're holding their own against him. And Superman has fought with Wonder Woman here long enough to know she's nearly on his level power-wise, and she's clearly more experienced. She can go whole minutes without getting buildings blown up. Remember, the sacrifice here is not only unnecessary, it also creates a massive liability. If Superman can't make it to Doomsday, he might drop the spear somewhere and the others could have a hard time finding it. If they're wrong about the kryptonite and it doesn't kill Doomsday, they're down their most powerful man. It's actually irresponsible for Superman to handle it this way, and that's why it's hard for me not to look at this as taking the easy way out, almost like he wants to die. It's also one of the many reasons it's hard for me to feel the way the movie wants me to about his death. I know the movie doesn't think it's suicide. Like with everything else, Superman's motivation here is just an excuse to make a dramatic moment happen it doesn't know how to earn. But looking at all the events of the movie, Superman's passivity, his refusal to communicate, his possibly unhealthy obsession with Lois, the premonition of his going evil because Lois dies in the future, and his tendency to give up when things get hard, he looks like a tired man who doesn't know how to live in a confusing and cruel world. Certainly not how to connect with and gain the trust of people. And making the sacrifice play lets him be the hero without dealing with repercussions anymore, which he's never really done in the first place. If Superman wanted to live, there's a really easy way to do that. Use your super speed to go to Wonder Woman. You say, there's a glowing green spear that can probably kill the monster. It also can kill me, so I can't carry it. Will you go like a half mile, quarter mile over there in that direction and get it out of that dilapidated building for me? Then bring it back. Batman and I will distract it for you, then you jump really high, which I've seen you do, and go stab it for me. Nobody has to die. And that's not a hindsight sort of suggestion, like I've had time to process all this, so of course I came up with it. It's a much more natural plan in the moment based on everything you know with the best chance of success. Oh, but Superman's Jesus, so he has to die. That allegory from Man of Steel is laid on just as thick here at the end. I'm shocked he doesn't have dinner with 12 men at a long table. Although I guess that would require him to be sociable and have conversations. Just like with the tornado and the neck snapping in Man of Steel, there have to be less contrived ways to get Superman into this situation. So even if it seemed a little tacked on to kill him in this movie, I could buy he feels like this is the only way to save the world. Once again, he tells Lois she is his world, which just isn't as romantic as the movie thinks it is for all the reasons I've already discussed. This is the problem with the action scenes having to progress the narrative by necessity. Snyder does not know how to do that. He just wants the visual of Superman stabbing Doomsday and dying. The other two have their obligatory roles to make it look like this is the only way they can take Doomsday out. Wonder Woman holds him in place with her lasso, and Batman shoots him with a kryptonite bomb to weaken him. They haven't coordinated this together, they just do it. So when Batman and Wonder Woman do their thing, do they even see Superman coming with the spear? Or are they just hoping he's on his way and he has that? Like, why would Batman waste his last kryptonite weapon if he didn't know that? Even when Superman gets there, weakened by the spear, there are other ways to handle this. One woman could throw Superman her lasso, he could hold Doomsday down himself, and again, she could impale him with the spear. And Doomsday has been standing in one place making shockwaves like an endgame video game boss anyway, so I'm not even sure the lasso is necessary. In the theater, I got really emotional watching this scene. It was surreal because I wasn't feeling anything about this particular Superman. He never seemed like Superman to me, and whatever inspiration I thought he started to bring in Man of Steel had evaporated. And the situation itself wasn't compelling. Everything seemed really contrived to get us to Superman's death, even on that first viewing. But it was a thing I always wanted to see on the big screen, and it completely sideswiped me. Even knowing Doomsday was supposed to be in the movie, I never predicted he'd kill Superman in a pre-Justice League setup movie, because that's a crazy person thing to do. And it also teased me with what looked like a Superman death 10 minutes earlier when he's a floating corpse in space. I was taken completely by surprise. And then a wave of nostalgia swept over me, like a Doomsday shockwave. I was 10 years old again, reading Death of Superman, seeing the impossible happen on the page. I didn't truly care about Superman when I was a kid until he died, and the idea of an icon we need but take for granted no longer being with us fascinated me. That's why I cared. The world without Superman. I was always more of a Batman guy, but I realized Batman only works with the contrast of Superman, and then I got it. It was easy to feel that melancholy along with Lois Lane and everyone else who survived him because it was just a given it could never happen. Roger Stern's novelization was one of the most powerful reading experiences I had as a kid, and it was a massive influence on me forevermore. It gets super corny, and it's overwritten. It doesn't hold up as well as I wish it did, but it's a deep-rooted part of my chemical makeup. Tim Burton was supposed to direct an adaptation called Superman Lives in the mid-90s. I'd like to do an analysis of that script and talk about that great documentary, Superman Lives: What Happened, sometime down the line on this series. I was crushed when that movie fell through, and it's never had a good on-screen adaptation. I've talked about Superman Doomsday, the animated film, the first subject for review in the series, twice now. I've been so desperate to see that handled well. And after this, it was done again in animation in the two-part Death of Superman, Reign of the Supermen, which finally adapts, albeit loosely, the whole saga, and I absolutely hated it. But in the moment, watching BVS for the first time, I could not be remotely objective. I lost all context for a few minutes and just let the imagery wash over me. Suddenly, finally, Doomsday kills Superman. Heroes mourn him, the world laments a world without him, and as embarrassed as I might be to admit it, as absurd as it all is once the novelty wears off, which it did, very quickly, I had tears streaming down my face the rest of the movie. My 10-year-old self was in heaven, and it's handled with a lot of gravitas and fanfare. I love the score when Superman stabs Doomsday with the spear. It's the best piece of new music in the movie. Loud, bombastic, sure, but warranted, if only the scene itself was earned in the larger narrative. It's equal parts tragic and triumphant, with a melody that's always stuck with me. It's really easy for me to watch just that moment and imagine a wonderful, inspiring Superman movie around it. And above everything else, in the hours and hours I've combed over this material with a toothbrush now, it's the biggest reason the movie is such a disappointment for me. I want that to work so badly, and it just doesn't. Like, if Bane came out of nowhere at the end of a Batman movie where he'd been fighting the Penguin the whole time, and broke his back in spectacular fashion, but it made no sense and felt hitched to the back of a truck that couldn't support its weight. Once I'm able to get past 10-year-old Captain Logan and put my analytical hat back on, I see Superman's death as a bizarre choice that happens for, I think, a few reasons. A, the movie is jumping the gun and wants to pay off all that Jesus imagery instead of waiting for the third film, or continue on with that imagery into the resurrection. Superman dies, his hands out in a crucifix position, even though he's just sprawled out on Doomsday's giant hand and not on a cross. I mean, the Smallville pilot was even more on the nose with its crucifixion image, stringing Clark up on an actual wooden stake, and it's somehow cleverer than this. You've got Batman and Wonder Woman bringing him down off Mount Calvary, basically, with conspicuous wooden crosses in the background. It's constantly overcompensating with the Judeo-Christian stuff, like constantly shouting he's Jesus makes up for any point where I'm questioning his heroism. You've got his burial, but a hint at resurrection, and of course, he'd come back to life in Justice League. B, even though Snyder swears in his commentary that Superman is supposed to be the optimistic symbol of hope the whole movie, he hasn't done a lot of actual heroic things, at least on screen, up to this point. Doing the ultimate sacrifice moment is an easy argument for, look, Superman put the world ahead of himself, he's a hero, when you don't actually know how to make him inspiring. C, it's an easy way to put the public back on his side. Conveniently, everyone forgets all about their suspicions and doubts because he saved the world again and he's dead. D, the film doesn't have to deal with any aftermath with Batman and Superman. If he's dead, there doesn't have to be a conversation about whether Batman still thinks there's a chance he could go evil, or just be his best friend now because they fought a monster together, which I would never buy. All those potentially interesting things the movie used to be about, it doesn't have to resolve at all. Ding dong, the monster's dead, now justice has dawned, the end. And E, there was a huge unnerving surprise at the end of Man of Steel when Superman snapped Zod's neck and killed him. Snyder is all about the big end of the movie shock moment the same way Shyamalan is about the O. Henry plot twist. Well, how do you top that? Superman himself dies this time. And again, that could have been earned if it was the price he had to pay for his own mistakes. Not what I want in a Superman story, but looking at Man of Steel and BVS on their own terms, that's maybe a logical conclusion, at least to the story that's here, if not Snyder's own interpretation of it. So Superman's dead body is lying right next to his statue? That's laying things on even thicker. People erected monuments to God, and God is dead. He lived among us as a man, but try as he might, he also never really was one of us. He is a god, and he will return to show the world the way. The movie is also saying he was a man just like everyone else, too, so this is all just kind of pretentious and confused. The movie struggles with relative space. Didn't Batman lure Doomsday to this unpopulated island outside of Metropolis after Superman fought the monster in the middle of the city? And that's where they broke the statue? How did it wind up all the way over here? And how far away was Batman's kryptonite chamber of horrors from this spot? Could Lois have gotten here that fast on foot? Considering the Death of Superman stuff is exploiting that material for no good reason anyway, I wouldn't have minded more blatant fan service with it. Usually that's not a priority for me, I just want it well integrated in a good story, but I'm looking for anything to grab onto here. Throw me a bone. Literally. Like I said, at least make Doomsday look like Doomsday. I appreciate Lois mourning over Superman's body, like at the end of Superman 75, but have Superman's cape get ripped off. Recreate the cover of that issue. There is a poster of that for the Snyder Cut of Justice League. We are 2 weeks away from the release as of this recording, so I'm going to find out pretty soon if that's even in there. But if it is, it's retroactive. He still had his cape on at the end of this, so it's a little late to do that now. So Superman and Doomsday are both dead. The day is saved. Batman gets what he originally wanted, but now that he's had his light switch moment, he's devastated. There are several epilogues, 2 of which need the director to explain them because they're totally cryptic, but are made weirder and more stupid when I know what they're supposed to be. Lex is standing in front of a giant Steppenwolf in the Kryptonian ship, in a big pool of mud, and Steppenwolf is holding 3 mother boxes. I had no idea who that was until Justice League came out. In his lockdown commentary, Snyder says Lex is communing with Steppenwolf and that's a hologram of some kind. We'll get to why he's there in a minute, because the movie isn't finished topping itself in its insanity. But I don't know why Steppenwolf comes to Lex in the first place. Does it have something to do with Doomsday? Is it just because he's in the Kryptonian ship, and Steppenwolf decides to communicate with that once Superman is dead? It's like, would he have talked to whoever was standing right there? I couldn't begin to tell you. Whatever Steppenwolf did to Lex seems to have driven him more nuts than he already was. He's maybe downloaded information into his head. Then, Lex is chained up in prison, presumably just for making Doomsday. I'm not sure how much of the frame-up job or the kryptonite theft can even be pinned on him. But he's considered too certifiable to even stand trial, so I guess it hardly matters. Lex gets his head shaved, because that's a Lex Luthor tradition. If he's got hair and no one knows he's evil, when he finally gets caught, he has to be bald. For no other reason than that's what Lex Luthor is supposed to look like. We even do that with the toupee at the end of Donner's Superman film. This exact same thing is done at the end of Season 3 Smallville with Lionel Luthor. I'm not even going to criticize that. It's such a standard thing with the character at this point. I gotta say, Eisenberg makes a pretty convincing bald Lex. Clark and Superman both have funerals, and I really like the comparison between them. Clark's the meager Midwest hometown service, and Superman's is the prestigious military service for an American hero. I don't think this Superman deserved that, but I like the image if only this guy was the character the movie pretends he was. The reception in Kansas is as authentic as can be. Look at all the disgusting looking casseroles on the table. I like that the actor who played Pete Ross in Man of Steel was brought back in this scene, talking to Perry White. If you blink, you miss him in the first movie, but it's a good bit of continuity if you remember that's who that's supposed to be. Surreal that he's still around, but we've already killed off Jimmy Olsen, though. When Superman comes back from the dead, that guy should get a signal watch. At the Kent farm, we find out that Clark was about to propose to Lois and had her engagement ring sent to the farmhouse to surprise her. That's strange. So was he going to invite her to the farm or fly her there and then take the ring from his mother and give it to her? Why couldn't he just hang on to it? Why would you do that unless you knew you were going to die and you wanted this scene to happen? There's so much of these awkward decisions in this movie. Characters just do stuff to get images in scenes. I can contrive a way more plausible way to get an engagement ring in this scene. I've given this exactly no thought whatsoever. I forgot that was even in the movie until just now. I'm seriously gonna just say the first thing that comes to mind. How about Clark has been talking to his mother about asking Lois to marry him. She wants him to use an engagement ring that's been in the family for generations, or maybe the one Jonathan gave to her. She hasn't had a chance to give it to him yet because he hasn't decided if he's ready to propose just now, but she knows he was going to ask for it at any time. So Martha gives Lois her ring because she knows he would want her to have it. Story writing 101. Know your characters. What might they do in any given moment? Make the story unfold because of choices they make. And if you're in a corner and you really want something to happen, but you didn't think of it based on characters' actions and consequences, see if you can reverse engineer a scene so that a character might plausibly do something that might get you there. That's not ideal, but it can work in a pinch. This is a really easy one, and it is indicative of just how lazy this script is from top to bottom. At the interment in Metropolis, I'm distracted by the choice of Amazing Grace played on the bagpipes, because that's right out of Wrath of Khan. I've looked into this, and that's apparently a common thing at state funerals. So it's maybe not fair to call it derivative, I guess, although I'd be surprised if Snyder didn't know that was the end of Wrath of Khan. But what makes it so distracting is how emotional and well executed Spock's death was in that movie, and how forced and gimmicky this one feels in comparison. I would have avoided any comparisons to famous, beloved major character deaths in genre movies were it me. I love the silver Superman emblem on the casket. One of the images from Death of Superman that I always found provocative, because it's such an oxymoron, is that symbol on a coffin or a tombstone. That's one of the things that choked me up a little on first viewing. The preacher at the Smallville funeral reads a Bible passage that obviously foreshadows Superman's return from the dead. Then Pete tells Martha the funeral has been paid by an anonymous donor, who is of course Bruce. We cut to him and Diana, and it's revealed that Bruce made sure Clark's body is buried in Smallville. I don't know how he managed that, but it is pretty classy. In the comics, Clark is presumed dead, missing in the chaos surrounding Doomsday during the Rampage, and Superman is buried in Metropolis. But that doesn't work here because Doomsday mostly blew up empty buildings. This is probably the most destruction in a superhero movie with the least amount of casualties. And if nobody had complained at the end of Man of Steel, I'm sure thousands and thousands of people would be dead. Honestly, I'm not sure how the public and the people in Smallville think Clark Kent died. I'd love to read that article about it in the newspaper Perry's holding back at the planet. What's weirder about it is that Clark has an open casket funeral. And that's strange for a couple reasons. A, usually a body is embalmed before it's shown at a visitation or a funeral. I know that because I used to work at a funeral home. The embalming fluid helps to preserve it before it's shown, but Superman's body, for obvious reasons, couldn't be embalmed. It may stay looking preserved because it's Superman's body, but it would be pretty evident to a funeral director who that was. Maybe Lois and Martha allow the funeral home to know Clark is Superman and we just don't get that scene. I wish we did. That would be a cool detail. And B, Clark's face is conveniently not shown in the casket, because the movie doesn't want us to consider that everyone there would know instantly Clark is Superman, unless he's wearing glasses in the casket. Although, maybe they know anyway. That's a problem anytime Clark returns to Smallville after he's Superman. Everyone there should know what he looks like without glasses on, unless he left younger or he wore glasses while he was growing up. It is possible the whole town knows, but then the movie should tell us that. And Perry White is at the funeral, so he would know too. It's awkward. I just would have buried his body but not had an open casket. Bruce decides to redeem himself for trying to sadistically murder Superman by working with Wonder Woman to find other metahumans. He says, "I failed him in life, I won't fail him in death." I want to hear a killer say that at a murder trial. I failed him in life. That guy I lured to a kill room filled with death traps as I told him he was less than a man. Bit of an understatement, yes? Then Bruce gives Diana a speech after she says that man built a world where standing together is impossible, about how as crappy as people are to each other, they're still good. I want to like that. The idea that the world is cynical but not beyond hope because the human condition hasn't changed. People have the capacity for great evil and great compassion. And Superman didn't sacrifice himself because he was a god, he did it because he was a compassionate human being who cared more about the well-being of others than his own. It's just hard to appreciate that here because I so rarely feel like I'm looking at actual human beings at all in this movie. The message at his memorial is a good one. Again, if this seemed more like real Superman. If you seek his monument, look around you. I think that means Superman should bring out the best in all of us. We can be like him too. But he wasn't around long enough, he didn't act enough like the Superman that would do that, and the circumstances surrounding his death would be too confusing and strange for me to buy that that's how the public would react. And after this, in future DCEU movies, we're going to pretend like Superman was always a beacon of hope, and forget that a lot of people thought he was a murderer right before he died. I'm not saying Superman saving the world again wouldn't have turned some people around on him. I'm saying the reaction would likely be mixed. Then Bruce tells Diana he has a feeling. A big threat is about to befall the world that superpowered people are going to need to hero up to fight. I assume he's just referring to his premonition, but I don't know why he assumes the parademons are still coming, which is the only threat he actually saw. He doesn't know about Darkseid or Steppenwolf or anything else, when the vision he had was all about a Superman as an evil dictator, and he's dead now. But somehow Bruce is actually right about it, because it's that very event, the death of Superman, that will bring the threat from the Vision to Earth, as we'll learn from Looney Tunes Lex in prison when he talks to Batman. Lex knows Steppenwolf, and maybe Darkseid too, I'm not sure, is on his way after whatever was in the spaceship. The movie, once again, doesn't tell us enough, so all we have to go on is what Snyder says about it retroactively, and whatever explanation we might get from sequels, which we finally are going to get with the Snyder Cut. And that's releasing almost 5 years later and might include things that a sequel not reworked and course-corrected in 2017 wouldn't have. All we get from Lex is that something ominous is coming from space because Superman is gone. Ding dong, the god is dead, he says. This is already strange. So Superman is a deterrent to alien invasion, even though he's been operating for less than 2 years? Why didn't Darkseid come to Earth before that? We know one mother box is already on Earth, so he has to know about it, and I don't know if the 3 tribes of man burying the mother boxes eons ago from the theatrical version is in the Snyder Cut, but if that's in continuity, then he definitely knows about Earth. Snyder just makes it worse in his commentary, and the trailers for the Snyder Cut make it clear that this will be cemented as what really happens here. Superman dies, and his screams reverberate throughout space, so evil bad guy gods know he's not alive to protect Earth anymore. Like I said earlier, Greek mythology logic. Snyder does not know if he's making a Homerian epic or a modern superhero film. He's so obsessed with both the idea of superheroes as our modern mythology and what if they existed in the real world, he puts them in a movie together and lets them completely contradict each other, like magnets repelling. Superman is a literal god who other gods can hear out in the realms beyond the Earth, and he's also a human man with a mom, just like Batman. Dealing with the paradox of being Superman, the impossibility of having a normal life, not being looked at like a god, not being held to a different standard, that's all good. That's what you should do with a Superman story. Superman and Lois, the CW series, goes there right away in its pilot. But even if there is a pantheon of real magical gods in this world, which absolutely could be married with all this, Superman is unequivocally not one of those. He is a man who gets his godlike powers because of the way his biology interacts with the sun. You can't scientifically explain beings heard a guy die from 1 billion light years away. I hope it somehow makes more sense in the Snyder cut, but that seems about as far-fetched as the idea itself. I don't know why Batman is allowed in this prison to see Lex. If he was in Arkham already, there's an explanation. Batman says he has friends there. Who does he know in a Metropolis prison that would let a guy in who seems to be marking prisoners for death? Is everyone just fine with Batman now because he was with Superman when he died? Would anyone even know that since there was no one else around? Wonder Woman talks like she plans to keep operating in the shadows, so I assume not. Batman holds a burning brand next to Lex's head the whole time he's madly sequel baiting Justice League, and then he punches the brand into the wall next to Lex. Look how far he's come thanks to Superman. Again, don't forget about all those people he violently killed on his way to save Martha. It's exactly like the end of the Daredevil movie. He shows the main bad guy mercy just because he's important to manufacture character growth. That's sad. Ben Affleck had to do that twice, with 13 years in between. Oh, and Batman apparently brings dramatic and foreboding red lighting with him. That's an impressive effect to do on location with no visible lighting rig anywhere, Batman. But I have nothing negative to say about the operatic violin music and Eisenberg's manic "he's coming" speech ending with that ongoing ding 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 through the bars when Batman leaves. That is absolute perfection. It's the greatest last villain scene of all time. I would think he just keeps doing that until the moment he shows up in the Snyder Cut. While movers are taking Lex's father's study apart, the camera pushes in on that gothic painting we saw 18 hours ago now, toward the beginning of the movie, implying that Lex was right about demons coming from above, not below. He was just wrong about who the demons were. Because they're really sort of literally demons, Darkseid's parademons, which totally deflates the interesting thematic stuff early on. It really is a world where there's a clear-cut difference between the good guys and the bad guys, and people just haven't gotten the memo yet that they live in a black and white comic book. Superman either has to be morally ambiguous and become the altruistic hero, or the world has to really be wrong about him all along and he changes it. And it's not quite either of those. The last shot is a push-in on Clark's casket, with the dirt Lois shoveled on it. It's only been lowered into the ground, not fully buried yet, and right before it cuts to black, the dirt suddenly starts to rise. In his commentary, Snyder says it's just a tease. It doesn't mean anything, which is a good description of the movie on the whole. It's apparently not Superman already rising from the dead. Not that that would make sense anyway, since levitating dirt isn't a power he has. So what was it even supposed to tease? Just the idea of rising, generally? Is it a beautiful lie, like the bats that lifted Clark out of the hole in his dream at the beginning? And imagine if that was somehow Superman getting out of the grave, the day he's buried, with Lois and a couple of cemetery workers standing there. It seemed like that was the tease in the theater. I couldn't figure out what else it was supposed to mean. Oh, he's already coming back to life. My imagination can't really do anything interesting with that situation. And at last, it's nearly time for my rating, but before we do that, of course, as always, let's find out what some of our patrons had to say about this movie with tweet-length reviews, and there are a lot of them this time, so let's get right into it. Connor Nielsen, maybe the most fascinatingly misguided blockbuster of the 2010s. Snyder approached Batman v Superman with a confidence rarely seen, yet nearly every decision is a baffling blunder. I have seen this movie more times than most films I love, and every time I see some new detail that makes it worse. I can't look away. 1 out of 4. Ben Thompson. I really enjoyed this movie quite a lot. I find all the performances compelling. Superman and Batman's arcs are both fascinating and done very well, with an amazing score and an ambitious story. Sadly, though, it falters when trying to build a universe, and a lot of its ideas aren't clear enough. It doesn't stick the landing on everything, but I highly respect what it's trying to do and feel what it gets right. It really gets right. 3 out of 4. Saqib Tariq, possibly the most disappointing blockbuster ever made. Had the potential to be great, turned out to be a convoluted mess that destroyed the DCEU. Ben Affleck is phenomenal in it, so is the score and cinematography. Civil War does what this film tried to, but better in every way. Save Martha, 1 out of 4. John Sandoval. While it falters to build a universe, Ben Affleck steals the show as Batman, and Superman's story, when put back into the movie, is also quite interesting. I know it's not perfect, but I really like this movie, and I like what it's trying to do. 3 out of 4. Dan Torrey. It makes about as much sense as time traveling into dreams. 0 out of 4. Victor Herman. It's much better with the sound off. Nick Manna says, one of the worst movies I've seen. It makes no sense, and worst of all, you don't care about these boring, violent, emotionless versions of these beloved characters. Should have been a classic, but instead, it's a failure. So you can say I don't think it was very good. 0.5 out of 4. Kareem Roberts. My biggest heartbreak from this movie is that my little brother and sisters don't have a worthwhile Batman or Superman for their generation. Just borderline sociopathic fascists lit like Madonna in a funeral music video. 1 out of 4. Caleb Brown. How could the first time Batman and Superman share the silver screen be this bad? With a fantastic cast and some interesting ideas on paper, they are all ruined by the insulting script, characters who are either bland or complete psychopaths, and action resulting in no regard for human life. 0.5 out of 4. Chewbacca's Lover. Never saw the Ultimate Edition, but I enjoyed the film in theaters even if it falls apart when you think about it. Malik Myers. I was there in Hall H when this movie was announced. The excitement in the room was palpable, and this is hands down one of the most baffling and disappointing films in the genre. Nonsensical plot, terrible and ill-defined villains, a monosyllabic and bland Superman, a murderous Batman with inconsistent motivations, and a director too self-indulgent to focus on story over visuals with a complete mess tying them together. 0 out of 4. And they keep going. Jacob Schneider. The Martha thing is stupid. There, I said it. Other than that, this movie is overly long and overly serious with no room for fun. I could say more, but I'll leave it there. I give this movie a 1.5 out of 4. Super Billy. Batman v Superman is one of the most dull, lifeless, emotionally vacant, creatively misguided, poorly constructed, badly written, terribly edited, convoluted, and uninteresting superhero films, nay, films, period, I've ever seen. This film is an absolute disaster. 1 out of 4. The Day Ghost. Pain. 1 out of 4. Dean Waldhard. Batman v Superman Dawn of Something or Other is a bafflingly awful film. This is the only film I can think of that is so aesthetically and artistically repugnant that I'd classify its existence in the world as immoral. It does violence to everyone who attempts to make beautiful, meaningful art. 0 out of 4. Arnold Kim. Batman v Superman has some worthwhile elements, but is ultimately a narrative mess. A couple of solid performances by Ben Affleck and Jeremy Irons can't save a script that tries to do too many things and has no real cohesive vision. It tried to do Death of Superman, The Dark Knight Returns, set up Justice League, set up Wonder Woman, throw in a useless Africa subplot, before concentrating on what should have been the main narrative of the ideological difference between Batman and Superman. Bag Studios. I'm so sorry, I love this movie. The style and score is great. I love Affleck and Irons, and heck, I even like Lex. I do think there's an okay movie buried, but I'm not blind to its literal hundreds of issues. Luckily, I have no credibility and enjoy it anyway. It's my guilty pleasure. I formally apologize for my sins. 3 out of 4. Kevin gives it a 1 out of 4. The occasional good idea gasps for air while drowning in blaring boringness. Josh Hughes. A premise I had no interest in seeing, executed in a way that doesn't make me ever want to see it again. Where they tried to break new ground, it just didn't work. 0.5 out of 4. Jacob May. I've really come around on this movie. I love the Theodician angle the movie takes on these characters, and Fong's cinematography is some of the best in any superhero film. I just wish its ideas were presented better, and this wasn't our mainline theatrical Batman and Superman. 2.5 out of 4. And finally, Christian Ogden. This isn't the train wreck its haters call it, but it isn't the misunderstood masterpiece its defenders call it either. Some decent performances and action scenes, including the best Batman combat we've ever gotten, struggle to overcome a muddled script, confusing villain, and runtime that's easily 30 minutes too long. 2.5 out of 4. I have now written a novel's worth of words about Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. I am certifiably insane. Somehow I've gone from apologizing for writing a whole 25 minutes about Batman Begins a decade ago to whatever this has turned into. But the movie is so perplexing. I'm so confounded by choices in almost every scene. I don't know how else to do it. And now that I've put it under the microscope like this, I found so much more counterintuitive weirdness I never would have noticed just watching the film. I hoped against hope I could make more sense out of it, but I feel like I've only unraveled the tapestry further. I stand by the first word I used to describe it. It's fascinating. Like Doomsday, it's a bizarre freak of nature whose existence I can't explain. There is a great poignant Batman movie buried in here, like Superman's empty casket in Metropolis. I want a smart movie to explore whether Superman could fully be accepted if he showed up today, and if the world would allow him to be as powerful and as good as he's typically portrayed as. The movie is dripping with a style I want to see a whole comic book shared universe adopt, and I applaud it for not being concerned with realism, at least visually. It is Zack Snyder's total creative vision. I respect it for going its own way and for not being the same dull, uninspired, obligatory superhero movie I've seen 1,000 times, at least until it adopts some of those tropes toward the end. But everyone involved here is making a different thing, which creates a souffle stuffed with a bunch of ingredients that don't go together and never rises. It's a concert where every player is looking at a different chart. Every chart is in a different genre and key, and the baton was simply handed to the wrong conductor. I gave it this sort of attention because it started the entire DC film universe down a bizarre and constantly shifting path. It's the reason that universe is, at present, hardly even a universe, and why, 5 years and several more movies later, it doesn't have the cohesive, constantly evolving continuity Marvel has, and that Warner's so desperately wanted for itself. Like The Dark Knight, BVS changed things, but into a nightmare future where Superman looks like a fascist dictator and the world of DC superheroes is in total shambles. And I lived with this movie as long as I did because I feel like it asked me to. It presents itself as such a deep, important, life-changing event, and I wanted to take it on those terms. And it just doesn't live up to the grandeur. And it only makes sense if you force it to. I'm giving Batman v Superman a 1.5 out of 4. Ba, ba.